And we're live. Hello and welcome to the second day of the first annual PulseConference.online. I'm your host, Maddie Allen, and we've got a great lineup for you today. We're going to hear from a longevity founder, as well as a number of popular YouTubers in the space of Pulse Chain, PulseX, and Hex, as well as people who are building on top of the Pulse Chain. And so first off, I want to announce that we have a giveaway from one of the most popular people when it comes to onboarding into Hex. Hex.toys has been generous enough to offer to give away 2 $900 watches. And these are pretty cool. So the way that I'm going to run this giveaway is what you need to do is type in the live stream anytime before the end of our conference today, type pls.academy, and you'll automatically be entered to win by YouTube magic. So I can see a count of how many people have typed this into the live stream, and I have a program that will automatically enter you to win. Now, if you go to the website, pls.academy, you can claim your free course on Chain Analysis 101 from me. And you have to do it in the next 2 days. It's a limited time offer. After that, I'll be charging $99 for it again. But because you're tuning in today, I'm giving it away for free. So again, type in pls.academy into the live stream to be entered to win a $900 watch. And then the second watch will be given away tomorrow out of the people who have already signed up for the course. So there you go. And so next up, we've got our very own FashionCoder. Welcome.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. And you are one of the up-and-coming YouTubers here that does a really great job of reviewing the different projects that are being built on Pulse Chain. And we appreciate you not only because of your fashion sense, but also because you have a background in coding before you went to the product side of things. And so I can't wait to hear your presentation here tonight.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. Excited to be here. And yesterday was great. It was fun listening to the conversations. And so tonight's just going to be just as good.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I'll let you take it away.
Okay, perfect. So tonight I have a couple of different things I'm going to talk about. So thanks to Maddie for letting me choose some topics, as well as go over and review some of the projects on the Pulse Chain network. So tonight I will be talking about what is the value of having women in crypto. So in all of the world, there is about 3.9% of people that own cryptocurrency right now. And depending on what statistic you look at, it varies how many women are within that. If you look at the Gemini report of the state of the US crypto report, 26% are women and 74% are men. And so as we go through this, I'm going to be telling you why we need women, what women are going to do to our space, and how we can get women into crypto today. So first and foremost, why do we need women? When women grow, economies grow. And I thought that that was a really interesting quote that came from the International Monetary Fund in 2018. And something from that report that they released is they talked about economic resilience. And within this, they're talking about gender equality and how when women are able to get involved and be a part of the conversation, that they end up being able to blossom an entire industry. And so, you know, we do have women coming into crypto, but we have such a potential that they're going to be able to bring in. I want to look at the tech space. So I used to be a software developer, and now I work on the product side of a tech company. And within that, I have seen historical figures throughout history that have actually affected all of us who are watching this right now. So 3 of those women, one of them's Ada Lovelace, and she wrote the first algorithm. So like I said, anyone on here definitely has been in an interaction with an algorithm before. Grace Hopper, she was wrote the first compiler. And then Radia Perlman invented a protocol that allows the Ethernet to handle large networks. And so what will women bring to this space? First and foremost, they're going to bring diversity of perspective. Women go through different things than men do. And it's great that we have both of the sides, but we need both of the sides within the conversation of crypto. And so that's one of the things. A couple of other things. So they'll bring in user friendliness. They'll bring in zero entry. Now, what that kind of means is, men are really good at bumping their way through things and being okay with not having things typically all together. And as women join spaces, and I've seen this within tech, as women join these spaces, they won't deal with bumping through things. And so that's where the user friendliness and the zero entry comes in. And then by having women in the space, it brings in mainstream adoption. And that is the ultimate goal, is to have mainstream adoption of crypto, of Pulse chain. And so by bringing the women in, it just adds a whole nother aspect to that. So I truly believe that women make things better. And I'm going to give you an example. So at the current company that I work at, I got hired on, and the lady that hired me on, she was going to be my boss. But then she ended up going to a completely different company. And my company started with a different direction of being very focused on the product of the company. And so I got hired, and I didn't have a boss. We had the chief product officer, and he was amazing. He had great vision, but there was something missing. And so 2 months after I got hired, my boss got hired, and she seriously has just kicked butt since being at my company. And it's because she's been an advocate for the people. She's seen what they needed. And so moving forward, everything that she's done within the company so far has just made our product flourish. And without her, I definitely do not think that we would be where we're at now, because the direction and drive that we have in a specific direction is just insane compared to where it was before. And so really, honestly, women bring a great perspective to the table. All right, so next is how. So identifying the problem. Now, if you don't have a problem, it's kind of hard to come up with a solution. So I'm a product owner, like I said, and within that, I was doing a training, and in the training, it was teaching me how to sell the product. I don't have to sell the product, so thank goodness, but I was learning how people market it so it can be successful when selling it. And they talked about how you can have all these features and all these bells and whistles, and it can be super cool. But if you're not solving a problem, it can be really hard to onboard people in. And so as I was thinking about this in my own life and how I onboard people, I realized that I've been doing this completely the wrong way. I've been going about it and telling them all these really cool things about crypto, of how it's decentralized and how it's secure and private and how it's self-governed. And I mean, all those things are really good things. But if we're not answering the question that women need answered, then there's no way that we can get everyone on board. And so as I was thinking about this, I was like, okay, what is the problem? And the problem that I identified is not having enough time to make extra money or add value to my life through financial means. And so when I say women don't have enough time, there's a statistic that actually backs this up. So the 2018 American Times Use Survey interviewed adults 15 years and older, and on average, women worked 5.7 hours of unpaid work a day, and men worked 3.6 hours of unpaid work. Now, what unpaid work means, if you don't know, is it means you're not getting money or a monetary value for doing labor. And so it can be housework, it can be caregiving, and anything that's like involved with those two things. So women have less time in their day just because they're typically going to be the caregivers. And so when it comes to looking at crypto, it's like, oh, there's all of these really cool features, but like, I just don't have time for that because maybe I'm taking care of my parents, maybe I'm taking care of my kids, or whatever it ends up being. And so with having this problem, how crypto can solve that is crypto provides a doable way to be a blessing to yourself and your family without having to sacrifice being a caregiver and a provider. And so in my life personally, like I have a full-time career and I have all these other things going on in my life, and I don't even have a family or anything like that. And so someone that is a caregiver and has a career, they don't have to get rid of that to be able to still have this side hustle or this side gig. I can't tell you how many times that I have had someone reach out to me and be like, hey, would you like to do this like multi-level marketing business with me? And, you know, that would be cool and all to have this like passive income that would like bring me along like that. But the thing is I truly do not have enough time in the day to do something like that. And crypto has been the perfect thing to go along that and just be able to, you know, put in maybe 10 minutes every other day. And it's really exciting being in crypto that it's such a easy entry with time because you don't have to be, you know, going all out within that. And so within my own family, my mom, my aunts, my grandmas, they've all worked and they have all also been the caregiver. And so it's amazing that they now have the opportunity to be able to be in a space that provides a honestly life-altering thing that they can be a part of and provide financial stability to their entire family. So super, super exciting. So my challenge and my question for you today is, who are you going to onboard into crypto? What woman are you going to onboard? And how are you going to do that? So exciting things within bringing women into crypto. And I also want to highlight that within the Pulse Chain community, I can't even tell you how supportive everyone is with onboarding new people and onboarding women and supporting women that are in the space of doing YouTube and everything. So I want to give a round of applause to all of you because you seriously have been such an amazing community to be a part of. So to kind of switch gears a little bit, I am going to talk about a couple of different projects that are within the Pulse Chain network. And so let me flip my notes quickly. I only have a little bit of time to go over some of them. And so at the end, I'll highlight some other ones that I didn't have enough time to talk about. But Pulse Chain, like I said, has a great community. And the projects that have been popping up around the community have seriously been just like mind-blowing. I see a project pop up and I'm like, wow, like that is actually absolutely brilliant and super cool that someone thought of that. And it actually has utility too. So the first project I'm going to talk about is liquid loans. On a basis, it is a decentralized lending protocol, and it has two different tokens. So it has USDL, which is the stable coin, and then it also has the loan token. And within the loan token, you can earn it and you can also stake it. So in liquid loans, there are 4 different journeys that you can basically take. When I first learned about liquid loans, I was kind of confused. And so I actually made a whole entire flowchart of it because I thought this is an interesting project and I think it really can bring a lot to Pulse Chain. So let's go over what those 4 journeys are. So the first thing is you're going to put your Pulse token into a contract called the Vault, which locks it up, and then it mints USDL from that. And from that, you can take a loan against your existing Pulse, and by taking a loan against your existing Pulse, you get USDL. So that is the basis of all of these. So that's the first thing you do. And the first journey that you can take is you can just use it for personal use. So you take the USDL and, you can trade it out. You can trade it for other things, just, whatever you are looking for within that. So then moving on to the next journey. So, you've put your Pulse in, you've taken a loan out, and then what you do is you can become a stability provider for Liquid Loans itself, and then you earn the loan token from that. And then you can take that loan token and you get to decide what you do with the loan token from there. So then moving on to the third journey that you can take is you put the Pulse in, you take a loan against yourself, you get USDL, you provide liquidity or stability to Liquid Loans, and then you can stake those loan tokens and earn APR from that. So that's number 3. And then number 4. So you've done all of those things, okay? And you want to go in and redeem your Pulse. So how you redeem your Pulse is you provide USDL. So I'm really excited for Liquid Loans. I think it's going to be a great project where you can go in, put your Pulse, and say you don't want to touch your Pulse, you can just use USDL from there, and it's a perfect way to not have to touch your Pulse. All right, so that's Liquid Loans. Let's move on to the next one. So the next one I have is Internet Money. And I actually had the privilege to talk to KG, the founder of Internet Money, this past Wednesday on my stream. And it was very interesting learning about Internet Money because it is going to have a lot of utility. And there's 2 things that really struck me hard. And I'm excited because I think it's going to help me personally onboard people into crypto. So just a little bit of backstory. So Internet Money is actually currently on Binance Smart Chain. So if you wanted, you could go buy it right now there. This is kind of cool. If you own IM on Binance Smart Chain, you'll actually be able to get an airdrop onto Pulse Chain once Pulse Chain launches. So that's really nice that they have gone in and done that. And then IMD, so that's Internet Money Dividend, is something that you could have sacrificed for back in March. Now, IMD, Internet Money Dividend, is one of the sacrifices that actually had a cap. And since it had a cap, it only lasted for like 2 hours. And so whoever got in, like that was awesome that they got to get in. I got in, not to brag. I'm actually super excited about it. But you had to sacrifice for that one. But later on, you can get it as well. So the sacrifice for Pulse Chain has already happened, but there will be a sacrifice for Ethereum as well as Binance Smart Chain for IMD later on. Okay, so the 2 things that are really interesting to me about this. So they are coming out with a wallet, and the wallet that they're coming out with has 2 different pathways that you can take. And it's very specified for new people. So the first one is if you are a pro at going through and creating wallets. The other one is if you're a new user. So it allows you to go at your own pace in the sense of kind of being handheld through it, which is great. So that's the first thing. And then once you get into the wallet, it is so cool. They have a little box at the very top. It's like a gift box. And what they do is they give out IMD and Pulse to users. So if you've ever onboarded someone into any crypto, you typically have to have them put money in right away. But by the IM within their wallet, they're going to be able to be giving the IMD token and Pulse, so you can trade it out into other things if you'd like. And so someone can experience crypto right there and not have to put money in directly. So I'm really excited for that because I think it's going to be a great thing. And it will be a simple way to bring users in. Okay, now the second thing. So if you hold the IMD token, you can hold it on Pulse Chain, Ethereum, or Binance Smart Chain. If you hold it, what happens is you receive that blockchain's native currency. And so, for example, if you are holding it on Pulse Chain, then you're going to be getting Pulse as a token. And when I say hold, like you don't have to stake it, you don't have to do anything. You literally just have it in your wallet. And from there, you earn those rewards. And they're good rewards because it's Ethereum or Pulse or BNB. And so that's exciting. And how you get those rewards is it's from the fees generated from the swaps. So excited about that one. All right, next project. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Mintra. If you go to their website, you will see that there isn't a ton of information on what they're doing, but it is going to be a green marketplace for NFTs, which is honestly something that's really needed. Something that they do go into on their website is the carbon footprint that is happening right now with buying, selling, and making NFTs. And it is seriously such an absurd amount of energy that is being just absolutely wasted within these things. And so what they're doing and what they're claiming is that because they're launching on Pulse Chain, is they are going to be on a proof of stake, not a proof of work. And so the absurd amount of energy being taken is not going to be a thing for them. And so it's going to be an awesome place where, you know, you can trade NFTs in whatever form it is and be able to, you know, not hurt the environment as much. So excited for Mintra and just excited to see what they have coming to us. All right, next project. PulseSpeak is going to be a Web 3.0 social platform. And I think it's really cool that they are, you know, taking this idea of censorship and everything that's going on in our world. I'm sure everyone can relate to this somehow, but there's this censorship. And because of the censorship, it's making it so, you know, there's really truly not free speech. And so key components of PulseSpeak are it's unbiased, no censorship, and there's freedom of speech. And it's great because it's coming out on Web 3.0. Now, I think the most interesting part about PulseSpeak is that you back up your words by betting on your beliefs. And I don't think we really have anything like that at the moment. And what a better way to add something of that to our society than to add it to Web 3.0. So excited for that one and just to see how that will grow because you'll be able to bet on, you know, a game that's going on or a political thing going on. So it's going to be a great time to see how that social media platform pans out. Okay, next, I am going to talk about PulsePot. Now, PulsePot is in the gaming sector of crypto. And just to be absolutely frank with you, it is a gambling site. But I think it is going to be a great project in the sense that just like internet money, it is cross-chain. And so the fact that it's cross-chain, it will hopefully bring people into Pulse Chain, which is what we want. We want as many people in Pulse Chain as we possibly can. And so PulsePot is going to be able to be one of those in our community. So what PulsePot is, I actually had a lot of fun going in and doing just the whole protocol and what they have. And so what you do, you go on their website or in their D app and you connect your wallet and there's a list of tokens that you can put into this pot. Okay. So you put one of the tokens into the pot and then you wait for someone else to join the pot with you. And within the meantime, you have about 5 minutes to go in. You can add as many transactions and as much money into the pot. Other people can too. And there will be as many participants as possible that want to join. Now, this was my favorite part about it. They had a percentage chance of you winning the entire pot of everything. So like there could be Hex in it. There could be the loan token. There could be PulseP, which is PulsePot's token. There's all these different things that can be in it. Now, if you win the pot, you win everything. And if you win the pot, you get 3 PulseP, which is their token. And then for every $20 that you earn, you also earn 1 PulseP. So with anything, when there's high reward, there's high risk. And so that is something going into it that you need to be aware of. But I think it's going to be great in the sense of bringing other people into our community. Okay, next token, last token. I think this is probably the newest token in our community, and it is called the Wait token. It's been around for 10 days, and so if any project has come out before then, I'm so sorry, I don't know about it yet, but the Wait token is for incentivizing people to wait during this time of us waiting for PulseChain to launch. Now, there's a couple of things within this. So you had to have sacrificed for one of the 8 tokens that they have, okay? So if you didn't sacrifice for the tokens, you're not going to be able to claim it, but it is on ERC20. So if you're interested, you could go and purchase it. But if you sacrifice for any of these 8 tokens, you can go in, you connect to their D app, and what happens is you can see which ones you sacrificed for, and there are tokens that you can claim. Now, if you claimed the moment they came out, you would have gotten a certain amount of tokens. If you claim right now, you would have more tokens than when they came out last week, okay? So the longer you wait, the more tokens that you have. And so it's incentivizing this whole wait time. But if PulseChain comes out and you haven't claimed your tokens, then you aren't going to be getting any of the tokens from that. So say you don't claim, or say you do, there is something called a midnight bonus. So not all the wait is going to be claimed. So 50% of the wait token that's not claimed is going to go to people that do hold wait. So I think that's kind of cool because, you know, that is something that, you know, if you claim it now, you are guaranteed, most likely, unless everyone claims, you're going to be getting that token. So I think that's interesting. Okay, I do want to give a disclaimer for this though. Not all of their code is locked, okay? And they are very transparent about that on their website and in their white paper. So what's happening is they have something called a manager function. And within the manager function, they have a date that's for when PulseChain launches and the claiming has to end, okay? Well, we don't know when PulseChain is going to launch. And so they have to go in and manually set the day. So that's why it's not locked, because they have to go end the claiming, and they do have a couple of checks in place. So the manager function can only ever be ran once on both platforms. So currently it is on Ethereum, and then it will be on PulseChain. So it'll only ever be able to be done once on PulseChain, once on Ethereum. So as someone who is and has been a software developer, it totally makes sense. Unless they knew the exact date and could hard code it when PulseChain comes out, then like it's okay. And so I think that is something to note, but it absolutely makes sense because we just don't know when it's going to come out. All right, so that's all the time that I have today to talk about these different projects. I have so many other projects that I really, truly do love, and I do want to give a couple of shout outs. I think Power City is awesome, Fiat, Reflection, the Cashflow Academy that you can go and learn more about Hex, and just so many more projects. And so thank you to everyone in the community that has come out and has put in work and effort into making PulseChain the best chain. So Maddie, thank you for having me today, and excited just to see where all of this goes.
Awesome. And I think I have a graphic here that I found that shows all the different projects being built on PulseChain. I know that you've reviewed a number of them on your channel. Where can people go to find out more from you?
So I have my YouTube channel, and it is FashionCoder. And then if you want to find me on Twitter, it's FashionCoder6.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for presenting today, and we'll look forward to hearing from you again in the future.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Thanks. Awesome. Well, it looks like next up we have Viktor from PulseHotList. Let's see. I know our schedule has been changing a little bit here at the last minute. We're trying to add a few more projects to be able to speak because we want to include as many people as possible. And so I know that I just sent out an invite to PulsePot. If they can join in the next 20 minutes, then they'll get a 5-minute spot. If not, we'll have to wait till next year. And also Internet Money has a spot coming up if they take it. And so does one other one. Oh yeah, PulseSpeak. So without any further ado, we're going to skip ahead and check in with PulseHotList. Viktor here. Perfect.
Hey man, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming back here. You and your associate Felix are Hex OGs, and you have been building so many different things for Pulse Chain and for the Hex ecosystem. I know we talked a little bit yesterday about what you're doing, but I think the reason I wanted to have you back is because this hour is focusing on trying to identify tools so people can see everything that's being built, can see all the different projects. And, so you're one of the authorities on that.
Sure thing. So I have a lot of exciting stuff to talk about. Just first up, because I think it's funny, the graphic that you just showed on the screen, we actually made that. We meaning PulseHotList. So that's actually all of the projects that are listed.
Oh, thank you.
Like I just posted that on Twitter, and it got a lot of traction because it's pretty much the only overview over all of the projects that are built on Pulse. But if you want to get like a more interactive version and a better version, go to PulseHotList.com and you'll find all of those projects.
Yes. And can you tell us more about what PulseHotList.com does?
Definitely. So I'm going to try to share my screen. Let's see if this works. So I can actually show you what I'm talking about. All right. I think this should be live. Actually got a couple stuff prepared, so I'm happy to talk about anything, but we can definitely start with PulseHotList, which is like the new, most exciting, biggest project probably. And essentially it's a ranking site for all of the Pulse Chain or Hex or PulseX related projects. We all know coin ranking sites, they suck because they're based on market cap, which is an arbitrary vanity number. It's just price times supply, and supply is sometimes really, really hard to define.
Yes.
So like we need a better system to rank projects, and we built a new system called the PHL score. You can go to pulsehotlist.com/score and read about it if you want. Essentially, it's just our own in-house developed formula that takes a lot of data about a project and spits out this number between 0 and 100 on the other end. 0 meaning it's proven to be a scam, 100 meaning it's proven to be safe, and it's not an investment ranking. So it doesn't tell you how good the price will perform, but it's just a security rating. So it's just meant to tell you how secure your money is if you want to invest it with a project. It's also not static, so it's meant to improve over time as we gather more and more data. So if you go to pulsehotlist.com, you can see there's a lot of stuff listed. If you click here, you can see actually all of the projects, not just the tokens, and like there's all kinds of different stuff, right? There are different tools to play around both with Hex and Pulse Chain, Twitter bots, even the highest of stakes is listed, the PulseConference that we're currently at.
Yeah.
So anything that's somehow related to Hex Pulse or Pulse X is fine to be listed. You can just browse around, and let's just maybe go through a couple of projects, for example, to show you what it's like researching stuff on PulseHotList. So FashionCoder just mentioned, I think, 5 different projects. First one was probably liquid loans. You can see that's listed. And yeah, pretty high PHL score, pretty reputable project, pretty safe to invest in, low risk. And there's a bunch of different information about the project and even related stuff. The team members, you can research all of them. And yeah, just search for private projects, look them up if you maybe want to invest in it. or browse around and find new investment opportunities in the space.
What are the advantages and disadvantages of having a reputation system where there are essentially you guys are defining what the scores are based on a consistent criteria?
Well, the advantage is that it's far more objective than market cap. For example, in Hex, we don't really know the exact circulating supply because we don't know the exact share that's owned by the OA. We don't know the amount of lost coins, and this actually applies to a lot of different coins. So even for something like Bitcoin, we don't know the exact amount of coins that are held by Satoshi. So this is really hard to use as an objective ranking, and we need something better. Now, the PHL score, it's not a perfect ranking. And as I said, it's just based on safety, not on price performance. But I think it's probably the best we could possibly do. Like, I don't see any serious way to improve this kind of formula. There are disadvantages. For example, not the whole formula is public. Part of the data that goes into it is private, just to prevent projects from gaming the system and just getting a perfect score every time. But it's never just a number, right? So on every single project page, there's always a couple of sentences next to it describing where this score is coming from. So it's called the reputation section. And that's just a bunch of standardized sentences, custom for each project. So every project owner can look up their own projects on PulseHotList, read about what they're doing right. So for example, if their code is audited, maybe team members are KYC, they've built social equity, they're transparent about how they actually work, they have solid fundamentals or whatever. So those are all great things. And of course, there are also sentences about what they can improve. So the goal is just that all of the project owners who are somehow building in the space are looking up their own projects and seeing what they can improve to make their own stuff more transparent, more audited, more open, whatever. And hopefully this will just make the whole space a lot more safer to invest in.
Very cool. Yeah, I think that this is something that was really needed. Personally, I became a Hex streamer because of the injustice of CoinMarketCap and a lot of, a number of other reasons as well. But that was what motivated me.
Yeah. And like we even integrated just recently stuff like price charts, even logarithmic stuff, so you can actually see what's going on. And this just gives the whole platform the actual potential to compete with those big players like CoinMarketCap, Nomics, CoinGecko. The cool thing is they're worth a lot and they're essentially battling for market share, while PulseHotList doesn't even have any competitor. So it's super crazy to me. We launched this about a month ago, and it's just crazy that nobody else has built something like this. Like, I'm not aware of any other ranking site in this ecosystem, so we don't even have any competitors.
Does Hex Pulse.info, do they do a little bit of ranking?
Yeah, they actually do, but it's not really a ranking. So first of all, if you go there, you can choose, and if you want to see their kind of list of sacrifices, so it's not just all projects, it's just the projects that also has a sacrifice, you click this button here, and then there's this list. And as you see, like, it's not a ranking, it's
okay, not
just a list
not
of
ranking.
projects. You can click on them, and then like they show you how many USD have been sacrificed so far for the different projects. And they also have like kind of these different categories with just a different approach. I personally like the PHL score more. I think it's a little bit further developed than this kind of system. And you see that like they have just the basic description, and they're mostly a sacrifice tracker, right? So they mostly focus on what kind of address sacrificed, like how many USD for what projects, how's the adoption for every project. And PulseHotList is just focusing a lot more on pricing data, reputation, in-depth info about the projects, and essentially being a platform for research purposes. So you can see all of the important projects info on a single page.
Awesome.
So I'm not sure like what you planned from a timing perspective. I have other projects to talk about if anybody's interested in that, or we can continue to talk about PulseHotList, whatever you like.
Sure. Well, I see a number of people asking here in chat whether the sacrifice is still open or not.
Yeah, you're just in time. It's been running for a month, and if you go to PulseHotList.com, on the homepage, there's this big fat timer. Sacrifice is ending in 23 hours, so you can still get in. You can still join the 2 pools that are currently public. One of them is operated by you, in case anybody else doesn't know. So Maddie has the PulseHotList pool, which is PulseHotListpool.com. You can go there and read about it. And it's currently the biggest pool. It's open. You can join it right now. And you can also go to PulseHotList.com/sac. That's SAC. And you can read about the sacrifice itself, what kind of political statement you're sacrificing for, the PHL token itself, how great its fundamentals are, what actually makes the price go up, and like how sacrificing works. But you got to be a little bit quick because, as I said, sacrifice is ending on midnight UTC, so in 23 hours, and then it's over. No chance to get in anymore. So yeah, if you don't want to miss out, you have 23 hours to still get in.
I think one of the fun game mechanics that I've pointed out previously is, as the pool operator, I don't hold the keys. You guys do, the ones that create the tokens. And so that decreases a significant amount of risk and makes it so that it's simply whoever does their homework and ends up joining the biggest pool gets this volume bonus that doesn't come along with the risk. And I don't take a fee, which I think is a really cool way to go about this type of a game mechanic.
Yeah, so I think originally it was your idea to open the pool, and like Maddie's the manager and operator. He does all of the marketing and collecting people to join this pool and answering all of the questions. And me and Felix are just holding the key for the address so that Maddie can't run away with the money, even if he tries to. Which, of course, I would never think you would do, but
Thank you.
like a lot of people probably like this feature that it's just a trustless pool, and like in the worst case, the money just can't disappear.
Now, I have another question, and I understand maybe you will or won't be able to answer it, but I've noticed through my Chain Analysis 101 course, by the way, that I'm giving away for free. Go to pls.academy is the website. If you type pls.academy into the chat right now, I think there's only 7 people who are entered to win this $900 watch from hex.toys. So those are pretty good odds right now. My question is that it seems like this address that is the final destination for the PulseHotList sacrifices, that it seems to be converting all of the coins that it gets into hex.
Yeah, so whatever entity is holding this address, maybe it's this well-known third world priest in some third world country. He really seems to like hex. So currently all of the holdings and the sacrifice address seems to regularly get converted into hex. So I think that this is pretty great for hex as a token because there's a lot of buying pressure. And yeah, who knows, maybe this address doesn't like to sell hex.
You know, as a community member, I understand that you guys, you're building something that's reputation based, PulseHotList. And I think that that's so fascinating. And I don't have any expectations. When I sacrifice for things like this, I care about the legality. And, I sacrificed lots of money to Richard Hart's Pulse chain because I got rich from hex. So why wouldn't I? Right. And if I get airdropped tokens from that, that'll be really cool. But if not, I gave back to freedom of speech, freedom of movement. This PulseHotList is something where the amount of money that I invested wasn't as much as that I sacrificed wasn't as much as with RH projects, but it's really, part of the reason I sacrificed personally is because I believe that a tool like this is valuable. And but I think like something that would be really interesting, and again, I want to emphasize, I have no expectations, but I think it'd be really interesting if, who knows what that hex could be used for, right? It's already been used to add bi-pressure to hex. And who knows if it could be staked and emergency unstaked and paid out all the hex holders and became this huge reputation badge for all of time, or if it adds liquidity, or if it does nothing, or if it sells the hex. We don't know what's going to happen, but I think a lot of people will have their popcorn ready to see what's in store.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on chain, it's all transparent, so you can see exactly what will happen to all of the funds in the sacrifice address. Like the important stuff that you mentioned about reputation, Felix and me are day 1 and day 8 hexicans, so everybody can imagine that we did pretty well financially, so we don't need any money. I'm working 12-hour days since weeks, which is pretty challenging, but also fun, and I just work in the space because it's fun for me. I like it. I think it's probably the most like efficient use I could possibly use my time with, and like this whole community is super great. I love hexicans. They're the best community in all of crypto. This isn't our first project, right? We built a lot of different projects. Probably most people know us from FreePulse, which is half a year old already. And essentially, if you get to this level, your reputation is everything you got, and it's by far the most valuable good you have. So if we ever do something like a rug pull or anything shady like that, we can't do anything in the space anymore. So why would we do that? It's just a logical, like the game theoretical play for us would be just to keep building in the space, building great projects, keeping everybody happy, and like, of course, I'm gonna say that we're gonna do this, but like, of course, like from my perspective, if I'd be a scammer, you couldn't really trust me. But just think about our motivation behind building all of this stuff. If you got any actual legal questions, please direct us to Felix. He's the legal guy. I'm the dev guy. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it to this stream. Maybe another time. But you can also DM him on Telegram. So we're reachable if you have any questions. And yeah, I think that pretty much covers it up regarding PulseHotList.
Awesome. Is there anything else you want to share before we move on here?
How much time do I got?
Another 5 minutes.
All right, I can show some cool stuff. So as I said, we built a lot of projects. Actually, look myself up on PulseHotList, scroll down a bit, and here you can see some of the projects that we already built. Let's just cover 2 of them for now, CustomX and Hex.pink, as they kind of fit together. So CustomX.com is a browser extension. It's free, no ads, no token, no sacrifice, whatever. Just free, awesome open source software that anybody can use. And it's a browser extension. So let's just give you an example. Say you take the Godwell, which is this address. You can look it up beneath the screen and you can see which token he holds, but you can't really see what he's doing with his hex. So you kind of need something like a hex explorer. And we already have the official staking front end. So let's copy this address and go to go.hex.com, which you all know and love. You can connect MetaMask to the site and see your own address and stakes, but you can't see the stakes of anybody else for some reason. So we built CustomX.com, this browser extension, where you can just paste in any address and it takes a couple seconds to load. And then you'll be able to see what that address is doing. So essentially it looks like you own that address and you can see all of the stakes of the Godwell, what he's doing.
Cool.
And this has some pretty interesting use cases. For example, we all know Maximus. So it's one gigantic stake of like 300 million hex, which is managed by a smart contract. So actually nobody can own this address that holds the stake within MetaMask because it's a contract, but we can use custom hacks to look those up. So let's just paste in the Maximus contract address, and then you'll see there is the stake. And it has started with like 300 million hacks, already accrued 20 million interest, and it's worth this much. And yeah, so this is pretty useful for looking stuff up. And there's even this button called New Design. You can click it, and this just cleans up the whole front end, like removes all of the outdated tabs up here, makes it look a little bit nicer. So this is just our approach to making the official staking front end of Hex a little bit smarter and a little bit prettier.
Cool.
Now we got another tool that's Hex related called hex.pink, which we just released, I think maybe 1 or 2 weeks ago. And it's just a really in-depth calculator for everything Hex related. So you can plan your stakes. You could plan a single stake. So say you want to stake maybe 1 million Hex for 2 years. You just chose that. And maybe I think that Hex will be worth, I don't know, 20 cents at the end of that. And all of this stuff gets calculated for me live. You can see exactly how many Hex I will get in 2 years, how much interest I accrue daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, and all of this stuff. There's also this thing that we call a FOMO calculator. So say you had invested, I don't know, let's say 100K into Hex on the all-time low, which was Hex day 34. Then you can see if you would invest that in Hex, you would have 142 million USD of Hex. And every other asset isn't doing this well. So usually the more you zoom out, the longer the time frame is, the better Hex outperforms every other asset.
Yeah, look at that. That's really nice.
And there's like this third tool called Ladder. So if you want to plan your own staking ladder, you can do this right here. And there's some more in-depth insight into that stuff. For example, this chart of how many Hex you could get out if you would emergency unstake. I don't know of any other tool that is providing you this information. So a lot of people don't understand how the emergency unstake stuff works. So they usually stake for, I think, shorter than they could actually stake if they wanted to. Because like in the worst case, you could actually emergency unstake. Of course, you will have to pay a penalty, but you can track exactly how many Hex you would get out at any time that you would plan to like pull some cash out, or if the worst thing comes, just emergency unstake. So just go there, hex.pink, just like custom Hex, free software, no ads, no token, no sacrifice, no anything. Just play around, and maybe you will understand Hex a little bit better.
Beautiful.
All right. I think this was like the most fun or the new stuff that we built. And yeah, if there aren't any more questions, that's it from me.
Yeah, and you guys also made free pulse.io that we reviewed yesterday in the conference. And so these are all so many different tools that are coming from the same group of trusted hexicans. So I can't thank you enough for everything you're doing for the space.
My pleasure.
Awesome. And great. Well, we'll take it from here and have our next projects come up. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Bye. Great. So we've got PulseSpeak founder here, OG Mike Crypto. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure. It looks like we've got enough time to squeeze you in here for a 3 to 5 minute talk. And I'm just so pleased that you're able to make it today.
Thank you so much. Thanks for giving me the time.
Yeah, thank you.
So first of all, huge thank you for Maddie holding such a huge event, awesome event for all the projects from Pulse Chain, and also all the hexagon will be able to have a better understanding on what type of projects are being in Pulse Chain, and how do we as a community to build together, to grow together, to help Pulse Chain get to a point that we could have a mass adoption in the future. So so right now I'm going to talk a bit about my own project, which is called PulseSpeak. So PulseSpeak is the first Web3 social media platform that's being built with a prediction market protocol. And for some OGs that they may know, the first prediction market protocols out there was actually called Augur, and Augur was one of the most important and one of the first project that was being on Ethereum blockchain at the beginning. So Vitalik loves it, and until these days, Augur was doing some awesome number. But I'm not gonna lie, I was one of the active users from their website, and until they have some kind of change, and I feel like might be that could be a good opportunity for myself to build a better version of Augur. So PulseSpeak, as I said before, is the first Web3 social media platform that's combined with the prediction market. So I'm going to explain a little bit on why there's such an important factor and a strong connection between this protocol and our social platform. So people are really sick and tired of all the scammer comments, click farms, right? And especially the censorship from mainstream social media platform nowadays. And actually, people want to find a better platform to use, but most of them are like copycats from Twitter and Facebook. So regarding to this kind of issues, PulseSpeak would like to take a huge first step to innovate the social media platform by connecting a social platform with a prediction market. So there are 3 points I feel like that should be mentioned that help us to gain the adoption from outside world. And then the first one is volume boosting. So whenever there was a pooling in prediction market, right, usually it brings up a lot of controversy between 2 or 3 sides of opinions. And volume and interaction actually comes with the controversy and help us to scale up our social platform, which is creating a really good sentiment for people to have a really genuine discussion between the topics. And eventually, if they love the topic, if they feel like they should back up their words, then our platform is the best fit for those people who want to have a genuine discussion, conversation with different users. And when I was talking about conversation, right, usually online conversations is all about comments. And comments was actually the most important thing in our society nowadays. People actually focus on other people's opinion on different topics, but more often time we actually just looking at all the scammer comments, and sometimes it's just all the comments that are left by bots. And in order to avoid this kind of stuff happen, our platform actually try to innovate the comment section. So user will be given a badge showing the side they wager in on different topics. And so that when they leave the comments within the market, people could visualize their credibility and the quality of the comments. And I believe that this type of innovation from the comment section could actually help people to get a better understanding of each topic with the most genuine way, the truest way. And at the same time, people would love to keep using our platform, and ultimately we could help gain the mass adoption for our platform and for Pulse Chain in the future. So, yep.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much. And again, can you tell people where to go to learn more?
Exactly. So for people that want to look into our website and our more explanation for our project, you can go to pulsespeak.com. And also for people who want to follow our social, it's twitter.com/pulsespeak.com. And if you got more questions, feel free to hop into our Telegram group, which is t.me/pulsespeak.com. And thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. And just so everybody knows here, we've got a PulsePod up next for 3 minutes, and then we've got Internet Money for 3 minutes. Then we'll have Maximus up for 20 minutes, followed by Hedron for 20 minutes. And it looks like we'll also have maybe something pre-recorded from Liquid Loans. So next up, PulsePot.io. Jacob, welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for inviting me.
My pleasure. And thanks for coming here at the last minute. I'm going to hand the screen over to you so you can do your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. So we at PulsePot, we have developed the first ever fully decentralized casino and sports market. We are trying to work really hard to adopt as many users into PulseChain as possible. We built this protocol from the bottom up. It is not a fork. It is not a meme coin. It is nothing. It does not exist anywhere else in the entire crypto space. So we started back in November developing this from the bottom, and it is specifically designed to adopt new users into PulseChain. We offer all non-sacrificed ETH users an opportunity to use their airdrop coins to get a free entertainment and a bit of gambling with these free coins. So you can go to pulsepot.io, you can submit trustlessly, 100% secure, you can submit all of your PRC20 coins into the pot, and you will be able to win a larger amount of value if you're lucky. So we believe that there's no better way of adopting someone who can get a 100% secure and free way of winning money. That is the best sales pitch we believe you can give someone who has to come and try something out. So when they go to our site, they interact with the dApp, and then the magic truly happens when they experience PulseChain, the 3-second block times, the non-existing gas fees. So we basically give someone a motivation to try PulseChain, and when they're here, they experience it, and hopefully they will stay for the duration and basically end up switching Ethereum out with PulseChain. So we created a faucet with 50 million PLS for anyone to claim, and they can come to our dApp, fully decentralized, fully trustless, and they can interact with all of their PRC20 airdrop coins, and they can have a great experience with PulseChain. We created this because we believe in the gambling industry. We have some issues, especially with censorship. We have some issues with bookmakers making bad odds for everyone, and we are here to solve that. On the short term, we would like to become a fantastic adoption tool for PulseChain, but on the long term, we are aiming to becoming the world's largest decentralized casino. Last year, 60% of all Americans entered a bet. So last week, 12% of all Americans entered a bet. If you believe Las Vegas makes money, this is your chance to sacrifice for our project and own a part of that. You don't need to gamble yourself, but if you believe gambling makes money, you could at least earn a part of it. So we are currently running a sacrifice sale. We have 60% of our total allocation already claimed by more than 1,300 wallets. We only have 1 million total tokens available, so that's 1 million shares of all the profits that ever goes into the game. All games will have a 3% base fee, and that fee is paid back to all of the token holders. So we are using the entire profits of the platform and protocol to pump the price of our token back to the holders. We believe that PulseChain can change the game, and we believe that it will illustrate the power that dApps can actually have, because it's very difficult to make flexible dApps and very interactive dApps if you have a $4 action in gas fees and if you have a 30-second wait on your action. But PulseChain really solves that, and with our dApp we have created, we will really illustrate that in the greatest way.
Awesome. Well, yeah, again, I wanted to thank you for joining. And can you say one more time where people can find you?
Yes, we go to Twitter/PulsePot. We are currently running a giveaway for 50 million PLS, 5 million PulseX, 100,000 Hex, and 50,000 Maxi. Just 2 hours ago, we gave away 250,000 Hex on chain transacted to one of our users. We are all about adoption, and we are all about giveaway. We do everything we can to benefit all of you guys out there, and when we win, you win. So we are here for the long-term adoption and for the long-term community. check out PulsePod.io. Our site is a finished product. It's running right now. Anyone can verify the code. It is a done project. We don't have any promises. We don't have any white paper. We only have a finished product that you can invest in if you like to.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mandy. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a great night. And thank you for arranging this conference. I think you are a cornerstone of our community. Keep up the good work, man.
Thank you for the kind words. My pleasure.
No problem.
Hey.
Hello.
How's it going there, KG from Internet Money?
It's going good, Maddie. Thank you, man, for having me on. Thank you for putting all this on.
My pleasure. And yeah, I'll let you take it away and do your 3-minute talk.
Sure. Appreciate the opportunity. Hello, everybody. Like Maddie said, my name is KG. I am the founder of the Internet Money Project and ecosystem. And since I only have a few minutes, if you actually go back earlier in this conference, FashionCoder did a deep dive on the Internet Money ecosystem, and she hit all the amazing points. But in short, we are building a native Pulse chain wallet, and that native Pulse chain wallet will have 2 supporting tokens in its ecosystem. Token number 1 is the Internet Money token, deflationary peer-to-peer digital cash, no admin keys, no taxes, no reflections. It's immutable and it's deflationary. It's beautiful. Second, we have the Internet Money dividend token. And here's where things get amazing. The Internet Money wallet will charge fees when a user swaps from one asset to another, just like MetaMask, just like Trust Wallet, just like all these other crypto wallets. The difference with the Internet Money wallet is instead of the fee being paid in the asset you're swapping out of, the fee is paid in the form of the blockchain's native coin. So for example, if you're swapping from Hex to Pulse on Pulse chain, the fee is paid in Pulse. That fee is then distributed to the holders of the dividend token. And we are a multi-chain wallet, so we will support Ethereum, BSC, and any other chain you want to import. And as we launch IMD on those chains, you'll be able to earn the rewards from the swaps. We are the first tokenized crypto wallet in the crypto space. And you don't have to stake, you don't have to delegate, you don't have to lock up your IMD tokens in any way, shape, or form. Simply by holding, you are able to claim your rewards as frequently as every block, or you can hold them for 10 years. It doesn't matter. There's no time constraints. Now, these are both amazing tools for not only onboarding users into crypto through Pulse Chain, which is our mission statement, through the free giveaways of Pulse and Internet Money when people download our wallet app, which will be iOS app, Android app, and a Chrome extension. That is a great way to onboard new users into crypto, and then have them swap that Internet Money into Hex. Have them swap it into Hedron or Maxi or whatever project you believe in. Onboard them into your project easy. Then we have the additional value of bringing other crypto users from other ecosystems into the Internet Money wallet, introducing them to Pulse Chain by giving them the value of being able to earn their blockchain's native coin. That is the high level overview. So
awesome. Well, thanks again for jumping on here last minute. And where do people go to find out more?
Sure. Again, thank you for having us. Right now, the best way to reach us is Twitter @InternetMoneyIO. Our website is going through a major revamp, and that should be done in the next month or two. So it'll be a lot more informative soon.
Awesome. Thanks again for being here.
Hey, appreciate it, Maddie. Keep up the good work.
Thanks. Tanto Nomini. Maximus.
There we go.
There we go.
Thanks for having me on. Glad to be here.
Yeah, it's been too long. I haven't seen you since a couple hours ago.
I know. What have you been up to all this time?
Well, I went for a run earlier today and then got on the horn here to make sure that all of the longevity stuff was taken care of for later today.
There you go. Yeah, it's been awesome listening. Yesterday's event was great. today. Great speakers too.
Yeah,
Excited to be part of it.
absolutely. And you're building some amazing things that are Hex related. And we've got you here to do a 20-minute talk.
Okay.
Awesome.
Cool.
Take it
So
away.
yeah, all right. Yeah. Okay. So so my name is Dipcatcher. On Twitter, you can find me at Tanto Nomini, and I'm the creator of Maximus DAO. And what Maximus is it's a suite of smart contracts that enable trustless pooling of hex stakes and incentivize the growth of the stake pooling ecosystem. Stake pooling is really important. It introduces brand new value propositions for end users, and it greatly expands the financial utility of Hex. So just as Hex matures from kind of this, niche asset class within Ethereum, what makes it break through into mainstream finance is really expanding that financial utility. And we're pretty certain that this stake pooling mechanism that we're working on is a big part of that. So far we have some really important community highlights. On April 16th, we launched the first version of the stake pooling system through a token called Maxi. And in that, we had 294 million hex pooled together and entered into a single max length hex stake. So during that, people minted 1 Maxi per 1 hex that they pledged to the contract. And then now it's been staked for about 2.5 months, and it's currently trading at a 2-to-1 ratio versus the underlying hex. So there's clearly really high demand for buying exposure to staked hex. And then that signaled demand for, more types of stake pools that we could roll out. And so right now what we're doing is we're preparing to launch a pretty expansive stake pooling protocol, which includes 4 stake pool tokens and then 1 team token. And the team token, if you hold that coin, you're on the team. And the team coin earns a little bit of the yield from all of the stake pools. And so the stake pools are called Base, which is a 1-year stake, Trio, which is a 3-year stake, Lucky, which is a 7-year stake, and then Decimus, which is a 10-year stake. And so these are called the perpetuals. That means that unlike Maxi, which is like a one and done 15-year stake, these stakes repeat. Whenever they finish, there's a 7-day minting and redemption period where users can redeem their hex or just let it roll forward, or new people can come in and mint new Base or new Trio or new Lucky with their hex and then enter into the next stake. So it's always going on forever. And so the user benefits of the stake of the pooled staking, they're pretty massive. This should honestly be like the default use case. Like for people that have less than $100,000, it's highly recommended that you stake in these stake pools as opposed to staking on your own. For one, you experience up to 100% gas savings. If you're staking on your own, every single person that's staking needs to pay the gas to start and end the stake. Whereas when you're staking in these pools, only one person has to pay it, and it doesn't need to be you. It'll probably be whoever's the largest holder of that pool will do it, or just some generous person. So huge gas savings for the end users. That's probably the most important one. It's important on Ethereum, especially for those long stakes, because if gas prices are high, just because it costs more gas to calculate each day of interest, that max length stake is going to be the most expensive stake to end. And that could potentially cost upwards of 1 to 1.5 Ethereum per max length stake. And we usually have about 30 to 50 people doing max length stakes per day on their own. That's a lot of money that's being siphoned out of Hex. And so gas savings is a major user benefit, especially for people with less than $100,000 of Hex. Other than that, there's instant liquidity. So you have the option to sell your token at any time. And you can also even split it up over numerous addresses. There have been people that have had their MetaMask hacked that had their stakes on, and the hacker just nuked all their stakes. And so having that fungibility, it lets you split up your stake into a bunch of different addresses, which can add security benefits. and it's liquid so that you can sell at any time. You know, maybe there's like a really high premium and you want to sell some, or, you know, maybe you just need to sell at some point that you didn't expect. And so you have the option to. Then from there, it's just purely whatever the market's paying for it at the time of your sell order. Also, by staking in pools, you get a higher yield per hex staked than you do when you're staking solo. And that's because of the bigger pays better bonus. The amount of funds that get paid to team out of base, trio, lucky, and desi, the amount of yield that's shared with team, it only comes from that bigger pays better bonus. And so the bigger pays better bonus, we thought that was a really fair way to incentivize team to grow these pools, and also let team holders just have some exposure to all the pools, is by just breaking off half of that bigger pays better bonus, which in the end, it's actually a very small percent of the total. But even with that on these pools, you're still experiencing much higher yield than you would if you were staking on your own. And then also the chance to participate in these like yield on yield opportunities where you can hold these yield producing assets and then put them to work in other DeFi protocols, such as being a liquidity provider, or if one of these lending protocols wants to support these tokens, you could stake them there, and then you can be lending out your base or lending out your desi. And so by being a regular standard ERC20 that represents staked hex, that's actually a very valuable format that allows it to be interoperable with other forms of DeFi. And so other than the user benefits of pooled hex staking, we also have, through this, there's also going to be some really big benefits that the general hex ecosystem gains because of this. For one, probably the most important one is that this is going to keep millions of dollars inside the hex economy that would otherwise be paid to Ethereum miners. Like even with Maxi alone, that'll account for already millions of dollars of gas saved. And same with all these other pools. If rather than everyone staking on their own, you're joining a pool, that means that more money is being held inside the hex ecosystem, and that money doesn't need that hex doesn't need to be sold for ETH to pay the miners, or your new money that you're putting in on a regular basis. You don't need to hold that in ETH to pay the miners. You can just keep that in hex, through these stakes. So keeping that money inside our economy and then not in the Ethereum miner economy, that's probably, that to me, that's the number one importance of all of this. But two, it also creates some really awesome new onboarding avenues, because now it's like there's, base, trio, lucky, and desi. Those are 4 new tickers and new icons and new brands that people can promote to onboard new people into the hex ecosystem. Because usually the onboarding of people comes in 2 steps. There's like convincing them of hex and then convincing them to stake. And then now you can kind of blend that into one where you can buy these tokens, which means you're just buying staked hex. And so, these tokens really represent a new way to onboard new people. And because it reduces a lot of the steps of staking, it's actually a much easier user experience too. So it even further alleviates any onboarding friction. So that's a really important part of this. Is just like how the people that are really effective at onboarding, maybe this can even give them superpowers to onboard even more people with higher success rates. And then also, this is hex that's getting locked up is drastically reducing the circulating supply of hex. Because even though these can be sold for hex, any hex that's bidding on base or bidding on trio or bidding on lucky or desi, that hex could otherwise be being sold at that time. So, even though these coins are liquid, the hex itself in there is locked up. That's not being sold. And then, if people are buying them, that's hex that could otherwise be being bid on dollars, but no, it's being bid on these pools. So it removes a lot of hex from the circulating supply. Like with Maxi, we removed 294 million hex. What do you think the hex price would have been if all that hex that got locked in Maxi was liquid? Because it was liquid hex that went into Maxi. So we think that just the existence of one stake pool in Maxi drastically reduced the amount of downside that the hex price reached. And so the reduction of the hex circulating supply, especially during a bear market, who knows what that does? Who knows what types of ceilings that alleviates as we move into the next cycle? So I'll give you a quick overview on how it works. So just a quick recap. So team, that's the Maximus DAO team token. Team earns a little bit of the yield from base, trio, lucky, and deci, but team is not backed by hex. Team is its own token. And then base, trio, lucky, and deci, these are the perpetuals. So these are the revolving stakes. So the way this works is first you choose which pool you're going to join. We created 4 of these pools so that people could have a variety of lengths and yield, so that they could form a portfolio that fits their time horizon and their risk preference. Where on the short end with base, it's a 1-year stake that's the least risky, but also earns the least yield. That'll earn probably around 13%. Whereas deci on that's like maximum risk and maximum yield. So and then trio and lucky are kind of in between. So you have like a whole range that you can establish your position with, and it's all a personal choice based on what your staking goals are and what you would otherwise be doing. You can kind of treat these as a replacement for a staking ladder, and then the shorter it is, the less risky; the longer it is, the more risky. And so you just choose which one you want to do, and then at launch, each of these will be mintable 1-to-1 per hex. So 1 hex per base minted, 1 hex to mint trio, 1 hex to mint lucky, 1 hex to mint deci. And then after the minting phase is done, then all the hex that's in the base contract is staked for a year. All the hex in the trio contract is staked for 3 years. All the hex in lucky is staked for 7. All the hex in deci is staked for 10. And then as the stakes end, the minting and redemption rate for the next cycle is going to be set. It's based on the total hex in the contract after the stake divided by the number of divided by the supply of each of these tokens. So for instance, if after the fact trio goes from having 100 million hex to having 160 million hex, after year 3 to mint trio, you're going to need 1.6 hex to mint trio at that rate. And at that time, each trio is going to be redeemable for 1.6 hex. So as these tokens earn the yield, every period when the stake ends, it kind of ratchets up that redemption rate. And then as we saw in the first week of Maxi, when it was redeemable and mintable, the price of it kind of just like attracts the price to that level. And so you'll see the price of these measured in hex just kind of ratcheting up over time with the redemption rates. And then that'll just continue on forever. And so you can, after this, each stake ends, you can either mint or redeem from it. And then that just keeps on chugging along. And then, so those are the perpetual stake pools. And then, so team is like this kind of like the team is the contract that actually deploys all of these. And team, you stake your team in order to earn the rewards that come in each year during this process. And so the team stake rewards, those come from the perpetual pools, which share half of the yield that came because of bigger pays better bonus. They share that with team stakers. On the base for 150 million stake, that's like 0.4% like of the total value. And then on deci, it comes out to be like 1.2% of the total end stake value. So it's actually a very modest amount that's shared with the team. And they do this like there's that sharing mechanism because team is the group of people that are responsible for promoting the growth and advancement of the stake pooling ecosystem. Team staking is only going to be lucrative if people that have team are successful in onboarding a lot of people into Hex and into Hex staking through these pools. So the larger these pools go, then the more lucrative that the team staking opportunity is. And so to stake your team, first you have to decide how much you're going to mint. And then the minting takes place where you can mint 1 maxi per team. And then once you mint, then you can stake, and then you stake in year-long intervals. And so if you stake for a whole year, then you get all of the hex that arrived in the team contract during that year. So whether they came from, so in year 1, base pays out team every year. But in year 3, the team contract is getting paid by both base and trio. And then in year 7, it's getting paid by both base and lucky. And year 10, it's getting paid by deci and base. In year 21, it's going to be base, trio, and lucky. In year 30, it's your trio, deci. So sometimes the stakes overlap with each other, and during those years, that will be especially lucrative to be a team staker. And so there's a lot of dynamics with team staking, and it starts with a fixed supply based on how much Maxi's minted, and then from there it's only deflationary. And so yeah, that's what's coming up for Maximus.
Awesome. You know, I think I want to congratulate you on, you know, what you're doing. I know that you're a hexakin, and I think to be having hexakins building things on Hex and Pulse Chain is definitely what we want, because it's one way to get a shortcut to the kind of the trust vector that we're trying to find ourselves on. In order to make this a little bit more of a conference, do you mind if I push back on just one thing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think that for me, one of the coolest things about Hex is the ability to time lock and to save myself from myself. I think that that's a unique thing that doesn't exist in other assets. And I also think that DeFi is all about being able to build whatever you want. When I hear you, you know, kind of advertise that what Maxi does is it allows people to draw on the liquidity, you know, that have the optionality to cash out at any time. I think that a little bit contradicts the other marketing point that the Hex is actually locked, because whereas there is Hex actually being locked, there's, you know, unless there's a clear different person buying than would ever touch Hex, otherwise it's, you know, you can only have it one way or the other. Either it's locked and you can't sell it, or you can sell it and it's locked. So just because you've tied something to it doesn't mean that it's really locked. And that's one reason why I think that this does not threaten the Hex ecosystem, is because whereas initially I would have thought, you know, maybe this does kind of change the rules a little bit. But I think that because Maxi is more similar to liquid Hex than it is to staked Hex, that's why I think that I'm still, you know, in support of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it's kind of like all the Hex that goes into it. It was liquid before, so they could so it was kind of, that's like the default status. But then also, even though you have the chance to sell, if everyone was trying to sell at once, then there may not be a buyer for everyone at whatever price they want, and so
be a discount.
We've been experiencing a pretty stellar premium, which
correct.
You know, partially they're pricing in future earnings, but also kind of this team dynamic where you have to have it to mint team. There's some, I can tell there's some buy pressure there. There could be years at a time with the discount. And so in that case, like if it's a discount, that's equivalent to just like the regular early end stake penalty, you know, where maybe you get half the value back, or, you know, whatever it was worth. And so it, you know, but it kind of does, but it's also, even though like that's kind of part of the kind of like Hex ethos, this is actually explicitly how the Hex software was designed to be interoperable and extensible, meaning you could build on top of it. And so, you know, even though it can't, like, kind of that, you know, protect yourself from yourself narrative, it kind of contrasts with that. It, you know, still fully, like, you know, it operates.
But it's all in the game, yeah, because
you know,
liquid Hex is, you know, just the same, that you can sell it. And so, and you know, the majority of the APY comes from Hex's price appreciation, not from the interest that people are getting from time locking anyway. So,
like that's where most of the gains, you know, come from. And, you know, in the pool, you know, I mean, really longer pays better. That's where the money's made. You know, bigger pays better. It's actually a very small component of it all. Like in the max length stake, the bigger pays better is actually only like 3% of the total amount. And so the longer pays better, you know, is, you know, the real deal there. But yeah, I mean, even though like you know, people have the chance to sell, I'm actually surprised by how few people do sell. You know, and also, I mean, you know, if people are worried about like not like just having a bad day and then panic selling their maxi, there's actually smart contracts that you can deploy yourself if you don't trust it, or just there's platforms that actually let you like assert a time lock. And so you absolutely can do that. And I think people use it as a security measure. But
I would love to find out more about that. Maybe we could have you as a guest on Game Theory Gang some Tuesday night, and we could dive into that a bit more.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Awesome. Well, for now, let's have you tell everybody where to find you, and we'll wrap up.
Yeah. So follow me on Twitter, because we'll be launching Team and all the perpetuals probably in the next month. So follow me on Twitter at Tanto Nomini. On Dipcatcher is my display name. Also follow Maximus _DAO, and t.me/Maximus DAO. There's only one Telegram chat group, and that's t.me/Maximus DAO. So that's where all the information is. Best place for up-to-date information is always my Twitter. But yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm excited to move things forward.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for what you're building, and take care.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Alex from Icosa and Hedron. Welcome.
How you doing, Maddie?
I think I owe you an apology.
Don't worry about it. I think it's well water under the bridge at this point.
I insist. Okay. So I was really hard on you and your project in the beginning, and I think created some FUD surrounding how I thought that the origin address could try to, defend the hard staking of Hex and whatnot. And yeah, I think it was a moment where I was under a lot of stress, planning a lot of stuff for the Hex conference, but that's really no excuse to the fact that, you were putting in a lot of hard work, and the timing was not intentional. But I think that I kind of rained on your parade on the day you were launching. So I apologize for that.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. And like I said, it's all water under the bridge. And, what's important to me is that, we as a community can stay together and build good things and, make Hex and Pulse as best as we possibly can.
Well, I would like to commend you for, handling yourself so well at all times, even when the community isn't working together. You've certainly been working very hard to answer questions, to develop Hedron, first of all, which was the most valuable airdrop to Hex stakers in the history of Hex by far. And then also, I guess, Icosa is something that will be releasing soon. And so I invite you to take the stage here and give your 20-minute presentation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll start off with Hedron. So, because there's probably some people here who haven't heard about it yet. The real goal with Hedron is to incentivize more people to stake Hex. Like that's really the goal of everything that I ever want to build on Hex is, if for whatever reason you're not somebody who wants to stake or has been kind of holding off on it, really just trying to make the entry to staking as easy as it possibly can be. So Hedron does that in a couple of ways. The first one, the most obvious one, the one that's everyone's been using a lot lately, is the mintability function, where if you have a Hex stake, based on the amount of shares that stake has, it's able to mint Hedron until it's ended. So that could be until the last day it's served, or until you emergency end stake it, at which point you just won't earn any more Hedron on that. So the fun part about that is the mintability of the Hedron token itself is tied to T-shares. In a way, it's a derivative token of the T-share itself. And it, with the share price, will become less and less mintable over time. So it starts out having a ton of inflation, and then over time, as the years progress, just gets narrower and narrower. So the second real big feature of Hedron is the ability to encapsulate a Hex stake into an NFT. And so what this does is if you make a Hex stake within Hedron, you have the option to turn that into an NFT and go list it on OpenSea or Rarible or just hold it. You know, a lot of people use it mostly. Like if I'm looking at like the usage statistics of those NFTs, the primary use is people just want to send them to different wallets. Like they have a cold wallet, they want to send it there, leave it there. It's never interacted with a computer before, so they have like absolute minimum risk of it ever being hacked. The like next use case that's obvious is people buy and sell hex stakes, primarily on OpenSea. There's also a project called Hex Market that's I think still kind of in development, but I do know the buying and selling of stakes is at least functional there. And that's like an NFT marketplace specifically for these HSIs. But one use case that I didn't really think about when building Hedron that it's been used a lot for has been OTC trading within Hex. You know, a couple of people have admitted to this on Twitter, but you know, they have a large bag of Hex and they want to sell it without destroying the price. So they put it into a short-term HSI listed on OpenSea, like maybe it's a 10-day stake, and list it. And that's where a lot of the volume has happened. There's also been some other stake selling, but we're currently at around like $800,000 ish worth of traded HSIs on OpenSea, which I think is awesome. So that HSI function, the ability to encapsulate stakes, is also useful for Hedron's third function, which is being able to borrow Hedron against a stake. This hasn't been done a ton. It's still a feature people are playing with, but we're seeing it being used to feed primarily the liquidation market. And what that means is that if you borrow Hedron against these encapsulated hex stakes, you are kind of committed to making payments on the Hedron that you've borrowed. And if at any point you become late, you just increase the risk of being liquidated. And the terms for that are at, you know, you create the HSI, you borrow against it, and every 30 days a payment is expected. If at any point you go 90 days without making a payment, you will have the ability to be liquidated. And that means someone can come in to the Hedron interface, see your stake listed there, and say, okay, I want to liquidate that. And when they do that, it starts a 24-hour auction. Price can go as high as it wants, but the only token accepted is the Hedron token. And whoever the winning bid is, like they'll end up getting ownership of the stake, but their Hedron is in turn burnt. So that's another kind of deflationary aspect to the Hedron token itself. So not only will its mintability decrease over time, but also as liquidations happen more and more, the actual supply will just be burnt out of existence. So that brings us to Icosa, which a lot of people are really excited about. I get messages a ton. So Icosa, in short, is staking for Hedron. So you're able to take this Hedron that you're minting for free because you staked your hex, and then stake that as well. And you will earn yield in another token called Icosa. The other major feature is that you can take that Icosa you're getting as yield, and you can stake that. And when you stake Icosa, you get Hedron and Icosa. You get 2 tokens for staking 1. So those are the 2 like really core features of Icosa. The other piece of that is that the yield is not fixed like Hex. The yield is actually variable, and it's based upon the amount of Hedron that's burnt over time. So if an auction happens and a bunch of Hedron gets burnt, the yield for the Icosa coin in all staking pools will increase on that day. So it's a lot to take in there. But in short, you can kind of just think of it: stake Hedron, get Icosa; stake Icosa, get Hedron and Icosa. There's 2 other features to Icosa that kind of help it fit into the ecosystem. The first, like kind of optional one, is the HSI buyback feature. And this is where if you have an HSI and maybe you want to sell it and you've listed it on OpenSea, maybe people are buying it, maybe they're not, the Icosa contract itself will actually buy those NFTs from you, and it will pay you an Icosa to do it. The rate at which it pays is based upon, you know, how much it can borrow divided by the hex share rate at the time. So the deal starts out really good, and then as time goes on, the deal gets less and less good. But what happens when you sell an HSI to Icosa is it's going to borrow against it. So you sell that HSI, you get your immediate Icosa. You can do whatever you want with that, stake it, be an LP with it, however you want to do. But the contract itself is going to borrow against that HSI you sold to it, and it's going to take that borrowed Hedron. It's going to put it in the Icosa staking pool, and then it's going to allow that stake to get liquidated, which takes about 90 days. And once that happens, an auction will start, which will require Hedron to be bid. And when that happens, Hedron will be burnt. And when that happens, Icosa yield goes up. So it's kind of a big chain reaction where you can get in early by putting in these HSIs, and it kind of starts this big circular chain reaction that encourages more hex to be locked up, that encourages Hedron to be staked, more participation in the auctions, just maybe the option to get cheap hex stakes out of those auctions. Just a lot of things for people to do. The kind of fourth side feature is a little thing we call We Are All the SA, and SA is short for source address, which is a kind of like the OA of Hedron in a way. And the We Are All the SA system is a way where you can buy NFTs from the Icosa contract, and those NFTs earn yield forever. So they'll earn Icosa like a stake would forever, but there's a catch. If you ever end that stake, if you ever claim the yield out of the NFT is burnt. So the interesting part here is that there's only a 14-day window in which you can buy these NFTs, and then it's gone forever. And so you kind of have this pseudo NFT stake that earns yield forever, and no one else can enter later to dilute you. So you kind of become the source address. The community can do that for Icosa. This particular NFT staking pool will get copies of all the bonuses that happen within Icosa. So that's additional yield for them. And you can send the NFT to another address. You can sell it if you wish. Doesn't matter. But there will only be a limited number of them because of that 14-day period. So a lot of people are excited for that. A lot of people are excited for the HSI buyback and just general staking. It's gonna be fun. You know, the code has been publicized now on GitHub, so you can find that on my Twitter. That's or you know, at Hedron Crypto or at Icosa Crypto. We're kind of in a spot where we're working on the interface, and once that's done, we'll launch testnet. So it's expected to be, you know, I hate giving estimates because they usually go badly, but I'm going to say within a couple of weeks, so maybe 2-3 weeks, 2 more weeks, right? But yeah, I think it's going to be great. People are excited about it. And, you know, when I look back at the past with what Hedron's done and what I hope Icosa does do and add all of this functionality to the hex staking system, you know, I just get excited, especially with the stuff Maxi's doing as well. Like there's so many opportunities to lock hex for long periods of time and just make the entire ecosystem better. And I'm super excited for that. And some statistics so far, there's roughly 7,500 HSIs that have been created. About 700 of them have been turned into NFTs so far. The average stake length for these HSIs is roughly 13 years, and there's about 350 million hex locked up within the HSI system. So, you know, as we grow and as we build new things, I'm super excited to see that stake length increase, see more HSIs be created, and I don't know, the future's bright. I think for all of us.
Awesome. Well, yeah, it's a very impressive, all of the pieces that you've put together and the game theory of what you've made. And again, I think originally it was where I was fearful of how it would impact the hex ecosystem, but it seems like now the way I think of it is to treat tradable hex stakes more like liquid hex that is, has certain advantages and disadvantages compared to treating it like the staked hex that can't be traded. Do you have any feedback on that?
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing to all things that kind of liquidize the hex stake is, in one way, it is still locked, right? Like the hex is locked, you're removing supply from the market. But on the other side, you're introducing liquidity through another avenue. And it's kind of the duality of how those two things interact that I think as time goes on, like we're going to know more and more about what that relationship between these things look like. But it's super interesting to see that and see how people choose to use it. And the sky's the limit.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for speaking at this conference. Before you go, can you tell us where people can find more?
Yeah, so you can go to hedron.pro for all of your Hedron information. There's Icosa.pro if you want to see what that new token is going to be all about. You can find me in 3 different Twitter handles. There's @HedronCrypto, @IcosaCrypto, and @Synergy, which is my personal one. So
cool. Well, yeah, can't wait to see what Icosa does and to keep following Hedron.
Yeah, I think it'll be great.
Awesome. Well, take care.
You too. Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks. Just ask Jesse. What's up?
Hey, Maddie. Hey, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are.
Is it just me, or am I having a little trouble hearing you?
It's probably me.
It could be me. My AirPod just died. Okay. Yes. So you are here to represent liquidloans.io. There it has been, lots of stuff happening in the crypto space when it comes to lending platforms that went down. So
yeah,
I'm excited to hear how Liquid Loans addresses some of the risks that have occurred in the market, and to just see how your 20-minute presentation will go.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having us on today.
My pleasure.
What's important to note about the current things that have been happening in crypto is there's been a lot of stablecoin platforms or lending protocols that were not immutable, that required human intervention or you to give up your coins to somebody else. Remember the phrase, not your keys, not your coins. Some weird mechanics in some of those other stable coins like Luna, where the founder would take a big sum of money and he'd go buy Bitcoin and he'd say, well, the Bitcoin is backing the value of the stable coin, but it's 2 completely different blockchains. So when you think about like, well, how do you actually do that? A lot of it doesn't make sense, right? Because for him to back any value, he would have had to dump Bitcoin, bridge value back in, redeem back to people. And then there was endless minting with nothing backing some of these stable coins. So fully backed and always redeemable is extremely important. No admin keys. Having a instant liquidation mechanism so that the price of any underlying collateral is never at risk of falling below the value of stable coins that are out there. When you do these things, you have something that's truly beautiful and stable. You find some of these mechanisms in DAI. DAI has some flaws because DAI is a governance protocol, and a lot of it is governed by the Circle Corporation. There's a lot of USDC inside of that protocol. So there's still a level of centralization and control, even inside of DAI. So how do you get away from that? Well, you don't introduce USDC. You make something very close to DAI that has no governance, so it can never be changed. And you introduce a collateral that's simply the native coin of the chain. And that would be, for Pulse Chain, of course, Pulse Coin. And then you allow anybody to participate. right? So anybody can bring in value from Pulse and then mint stablecoin as long as the value of the stablecoin, the quantity of stablecoins is below the value of what they brought in. And now you just made a community-run bank. Fees get fed back to the community. No central party. No central entity ever has to step in and do any manipulation to revive the peg. The peg is easily maintained because it's one USDL is always fully backed and redeemable inside of the protocol. You can always bring one USDL straight into the dApp, and the dApp will give you back $1 worth of Pulse, always. And there's never a time where the value of the Pulse falls below the value of any of the USDL out there. So it's kind of interesting. So there's staking mechanisms in there where people can earn the fees. There's a stability pool so that people can earn any liquidations that might happen. Liquidations are a matter of fact. Okay, if people under collateralize in this protocol and the value of their collateral falls, they're going to lose their Pulse. The good thing is they've already got all that same value up front. They've got it in the form of USDL, but they have to lose their Pulse. You see this in Maker with DAI. You see this in Liquidity, and you're also going to see this in liquid loans. But as an average, the protocol forces everyone to maintain healthy collateral levels. So there may be a small percentage of people that like to degen, low collateral levels, get themselves liquidated. But as an average, the majority of people, the protocol maintains most people in a safe collateral level. So it's really neat.
Did you hear that, Suzu from 3 Arrows Capital? If he's watching, I'm just saying that this and just to like repeat back some of what I think I'm understanding from you. You know, lending, it's been around for thousands of years, and it's not rocket science. It's you just have to have enough collateral that's good collateral. And with the blockchain, we do have ways to see whether the collateral is there or not. And these platforms like Celsius and 3 Arrows Capital, they were so good at marketing to people and not proving, but asking people to trust them. I think what you all bring to the table might be way more transparency and verification. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And I'm going to show you a sample of how transparent it is in a second. I have a sneak peek video for people to see.
Yes.
What's interesting about Celsius, right? Celsius would participate in all sorts of quote DeFi, even though some of these platforms are not as decentralized as people think, right? We still call them DeFi. But Celsius would participate in all these protocols with your money. Why? Why would you give up your keys to let somebody else go participate in Aave, for example, when you could just log into MetaMask or go on MetaMask, use your own crypto, go to Aave, and then participate, right? Or Liquidity, or Maker, or Curve, or Compound, or any of these platforms. It made no sense for people to give up all their crypto to this central entity who ended up losing it in some protocols, right? So they lost, millions upon millions of dollars in Luna. And just because of the way they promised yield to people, the more hacks and more problems happened in some of the things they invested in. They never had the money to pay all the users in their protocol. So eventually when Bitcoin collapsed, they put them in a bind where it was a clear, some would call it a Ponzi. Like they were paying people with money that was coming in and no way to pay everybody out. So that's a huge problem. So why wouldn't you just participate in these DeFi protocols on your own? It's almost like Hex, right? If you're going to participate in Hex, it's simple. You go to any one of the front ends, go to richardsgo.hex.com, and you participate. Why would you give up your keys to a centralized platform who says, hey, we're going to stake your hex? Oh, by the way, we're going to pay a higher yield than you would get on your own. And then you have to question, well, where's that yield coming from? Now, it's one thing if it's a smart contract and you can see what's going on. And it's all on chain. But if it's some central entity, don't ever participate in that. Name me one besides Coinbase, which is just a simple fiat on and off ramp, in my opinion. Name me one central entity, one exchange that has ever survived. They all collapse eventually. They all either get hacked. I think most of them are inside jobs, right? When you have an entity that says, oh, oops, our multi-sig got hacked. How do you hack a multi-sig? That's multiple seed phrases spread across multiple people. Like, that doesn't even make sense, right? So there's
there's a Netflix documentary that recently came out about the Canadian guy, Quadriga CX, right? And then there's if we go back a little bit further in time, the founder of BTC China, which at one point was the biggest exchange in the world, Bobby Lee. I met him at the Bitcoin conference this year. He shut down voluntarily because of Chinese regulation. And so I think what you're saying is spot on, whether it's exchange owners like shutting down themselves or being shut down one way or another. At some point, crypto was designed to remove centralization and middlemen, and but it seems like we keep slipping back into that.
Yeah. So what we've done, we've recognized, some of the core tenets, that Richard preaches all the time. Not your keys, not your coins. Eliminate counterparty. Eliminate that risk. Decentralization. Don't have central parties that have to do things inside of a protocol. Just complete elimination of middlemen, right? And what Liquid Loans does is it presents an option for people to have tax advantages and take loans. It's a stablecoin protocol, so people can mint. Like, we need a native stablecoin, right? Sometimes it takes years for these institutional stablecoins to come over to a chain. I think it took USDC quite a while to launch onto Avalanche natively, right? So the alternative without a native stablecoin is you have bridged in stables. But there's a lot of risk that comes with that, right? Because first off, they're still centralized. There's still liquidity pools over on ETH. There's ARB that can happen back and forth. You've got the risk of any bridges are the biggest risk in all of crypto lately. Okay, so you've got funds that are locked inside of a bridge, and then new stables that are minted on the chain coming in. So you're reliant on, like, if you're hoping that bridges and stables are the solution, all you're doing is stacking risk upon risk upon risk upon risk. Okay, so alternatively, you have a native stablecoin factory, right, where people can just mint stablecoins off of the value of Pulse, go create their liquidity pools, and you eliminate all that risk. So that we've done everything we can to bring that to the community, and it hasn't been easy. Check it out. Some of these things require price feeds from multiple places, not just a single DEX price call, right? Because when you're immutable, you don't want to call just from one single location that could change over time.
Because that's not really so immutable after all.
Well, you can't. So the code is absolutely immutable. Being fed into the code is multiple price feeds from multiple locations. They're always updating.
That's critical. Yeah,
they're always updating based on the most amount of volume and like where is Pulse being traded and what's the actual price, right? So some of that stuff's not easy, right? You got to partner with some Oracle solutions. There's a lot of them out there. Some are completely centralized. Some have keys to pools. But then there's a few that are completely decentralized. And they run very much like a blockchain where there's like nodes that anybody can operate, that all have to reach a consensus across each other. So we had to do some work and reach out to several of these places. Soon you'll hear an announcement about a major protocol that we've attached ourselves onto, and they'll be coming onto Pulse Chain. We're not quite ready to announce the name of that yet. But big things are happening. We've got a validator node. People can participate in that. We find it's important that people secure the network, right? Although we'd like to see all the Pulse get locked up in vaults, and there is a reduced sell pressure when people do that, by the way. We also understand the importance of being able to secure the network, participate in delegating to validators, so we can have a working blockchain, right? So we're running a validator for some of the funds, not necessarily inside of the protocol, but other funds that we hold. We've found it important to have multi-sig capabilities. So we forked Gnosis. We've decided that we're going to release a front-end Gnosis for the community for Pulse Chain.
Fancy.
So that anybody can use it just as a service to everybody. Why keep it to ourselves? Right? We've got an amazing protocol. That's good enough. Let's give back to the community. Let's give them a nice Gnosis safe, and then we'll educate people how to use it. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that we're doing.
Awesome.
I invite everyone to go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say we have about 5 more minutes left, and so I know we have some things to share.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things to share. Let's look at this first one here.
I've already got it pulled up here. The DApp. I've got the DApp pulled up.
The sneak peek of the DApp. Hopefully, Crypto Crazy Christian doesn't yell at me for this, but it's time to share this. This will be released on the test. It's on testnet for us, right? But with the delays in Pulse Chain, we took some extra time just to make this as perfect as possible. And soon everyone's going to get to play with this on testnet.
Cool. Yeah, I know people have been anxious to see what it's going to look like.
Yeah, this is what it'll look like. It's got light mode, dark mode. It'll have analytics. I think the analytics tab is next. You'll see charts, graphs for all sorts of things, number of users in the protocol. And you can drill down into any of these, by the way. You can even drill down and go to the Blockchain Explorer and see what each wallet's doing. And it's really neat, right? So soon everyone's going to get to play with that. The next, play the next video. Something else that's important to everybody is knowing their SAC balances. And it's taken a little bit longer than we first expected, simply because people made some mistakes. People sent from wrong blockchains. They sent weird tokens. And there's a lot of work. I think you saw it with Richard sacrifices as well. You know, the numbers changed a whole bunch of times because once you change one thing, it changes a whole bunch of other things.
Correct.
This is released to a select few in the community who are, we've double, triple, 100 times over checked this. Okay, we're confident that everything's correct, but we have released this to some select members in the community just to give it another set of eyes. Once they're done, which should be any day, like literally any day now. And I know you've heard this before. You've heard me say, oh, SAC balances in a couple days. I apologize for that because some of these things it's dev work. These things sometimes take longer than expected. but that's the website you'll all get a link to, and you can go check. And if you did participate in the sacrifice, and you can go check out your balance and compare it against other people's and see where your ranking is and stuff. So we're happy to share that here in just a few days.
Awesome. Well, it seems like you guys have been busy, and I really appreciate you taking the time to explain how liquid loans is different than the other things we've seen in the space that haven't performed as well. Having hexagons build things that are better than the industry standard is a really cool thing to see.
Right. Yep. So whoever wants to check it out, go to liquidloans.io. It's our website. There's a whole bunch of content on there. In fact, there's even, if you want to learn about hardware wallets and you want to learn about random things that are important to blockchain, there's a whole page in there just dedicated to learning about how blockchain works. So liquidloans.io, or you can visit the Twitter at liquidloans.io, the Telegram, which is Telegram liquid loans, t.me/liquid loans. And then you can find me floating around in every possible place, trying to bring adoption to Pulse Chain. But you can find me primarily on Twitter. Just ask Jesse.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for speaking today, and hope to stay in touch.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay. So before I bring up our next esteemed panel, I just want to point out that we are giving away a $900 watch from Hex Toys, and all you have to do is type pls.academy into the YouTube chat. Now, I know we haven't done this before, where there's been a flawless giveaway using a brand new tool from StreamYard that is going to make everybody's lives easier who's a streamer who gives away things, which I'm not sure I should recommend giving away things, because I gave away 1 million hex in Vegas last June and never got so much hate. So, but that being said, like, my wounds have healed and I'm ready to do another giveaway. So tonight's the night. You have to spell it correctly. You have to type it with the period in between, and it shows up on my screen how many people have already typed this. Before I started talking just a second ago, there were only 12 people who had entered for this watch. One entry will be drawn at the end of the show tonight, and I'll show it on screen. It's going to throw confetti everywhere and scroll through all the people who put it, all your profile icons, and then show you who won. The other entry, the other way you can enter is by going to pls.academy, the website, and that will allow you to join the $99 chain analysis course I have. It'll let you join for free if you do it in the next 2 days. And we're going to choose somebody who is in that Telegram group for the Chain 101 class to win the second $900 watch. So enjoy the the free course and the free watch. So with that being said, we have an amazing panel up next. All of you guys rock. I'm so excited to have you together. And let's see, some of you are on mute, so you can unmute yourselves.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you.
What's up? What up?
What's up?
Now, not all of you have streamed together before, and StickerGuy told me that you guys started to get to know each other a little bit in the green room, but I'm just going to see what happens and let you guys take it away. How about that?
Sure.
Sounds good. I mean, I met these guys for about 5 minutes in the back room. First time meeting you guys, but it's good to be here with a panel of esteemed content creators. You guys have made my life a lot easier ever since I stopped making content. So thank you guys for that. I'm wearing the sunglasses indoors just because I wanted to show off the new Gucci shades.
I have mine over there.
They're pretty dope. They're
pretty dope, yeah?
Yeah, they're pretty dope.
I like it.
I'm
more of a Rayman guy, but the Gucci, you're rocking it, man. I like it.
Always need to have a good pair of Ray-Bans too.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, man. It's you and K4K are the reason I started my YouTube channel, believe it or not.
Really?
Yep, you too.
Yeah.
I told
Right
K4K that on the stream. Yep. Here we are.
Here we go. Again, making my job easier, man. Because like I was telling you guys in the green room earlier, there's a time to build, there's a time to talk. Sometimes you can balance both, but I've been doing a little more of the building, less the talking. But what do you guys been up to? Like, tell me more. I've been out of touch with the content creation scene within Hex and Pulse for a minute now. Not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, let's start from top left and then go like this.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I was gonna say, first of all, you and everyone that's been around since the beginning got the ball rolling for all of us. We wouldn't have the community that we were able to, interact with and help in the way that we do without you guys stepping up to the plate first. So kudos to you guys who paved the way through the thick brush. So
thanks, man.
Yeah,
feels good.
You guys did an amazing job. So yeah, what I've kind of been working on, I released a series on Hedron recently. I've been kind of trying to expand the horizons of my channel into, serving more of the Pulse chain and, getting all the individual projects. So now I'm kind of diving into Maxi and all their perpetual stake cycles. And I don't know if you guys have looked into it, but the whole premise behind Team is looking pretty cool right about now. And I mean, you pair that with what's going on with Icosa. I mean, there's so much going on within the Hex and Pulse ecosystem, everything attached to even those two particularly. And you add PulseX into the mix. There's so much to research. It's pretty crazy. So that's been my path right now. And it's looking super exciting for everything that's coming. And I feel like I'm just scratching the surface of what we have coming for Pulse Chain.
And that might be something interesting too. You mentioned Maxi, and I know we'll keep doing the introductions, but I just want to bring this up while it's on my mind. So tokens like, have a platform, for example, Mintra. You have, a token and a platform versus things with Team and Maxi, where you have this derivative play, you have this game theory going on, like a more of a, not a pure game theory play, but like more of one than actual platform supporting type, exchange interactions. Which ones do you look for, and which ones do you like are personally more interesting to you on that side?
I think more, I like the game theory personally. It's just my brain loves that stuff. I love going in, finding out all the different combinations and ways of how to move things around and the possibilities of what you can do with different tokens interacting with staking this way to get yield this way and put it back in, especially when it's all like helping a core token or the core ecosystem itself by utilizing that as well. Like those positive feedback loops are pretty crazy and pretty cool for me.
Yes,
personally.
Positive feedback loops. That's something that is blowing up some brains lately.
Yes, definitely. What about the rest of you guys? What's your take
So
on that?
I guess I'll go and then Aubrey.
Right.
Max, apparently. Is it Max? Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, Max is good.
Okay, it's good. Yeah, so I started the YouTube channel roughly 2 months ago. I've been in the ecosystem for a year and a half, kind of anonymously first, and then decided to put my face out there. I think my first Twitter profile was like 0xNK, because I used to be a software engineer, so I like the 0x kind of swag, you know. So yeah, I was a software engineer. Then I was a lead software engineer at multiple startups, tech startups, kind of led software teams. Then I started my own marketing agency, managed millions of dollars of ad spend. And then I went into full-time crypto at the end of 2019. I kind of knew about crypto in 2017. But the moment, because I've made $0 off of Richard Hart, I'm not a Hex OG at all. The thing that got me into Richard Hart was the whole Pulse chain ecosystem. Because if you look at my older streams, I have like 17,000 whiteboards behind me. And all of those whiteboards were all filled up with all of the game theory and all of the angles that Pulse chain was kind of taken. And I went extremely, extremely hard into the sacrifice because everything just clicked. Everything made sense. And there were very few things in crypto that made sense to me. I'm a very big believer that crypto is a lot more about the decisions you do not make than it is about the decisions you do make. I believe that the more decisions you make, the worse of an investor you are. So look at the Godwell in our ecosystem. The guy became a billionaire with just a couple decisions. It's absolutely insane if you look at the number of transactions in his wallet. So yeah, I saw the opportunity with Pulse chain, and it's only a couple times in our lifetimes where we have the ability to be at the forefront of an entirely new ecosystem. I mean, you have Phantom, Solana, Avalanche, Ethereum, and all the other ones. You have, like, I think Moonbeam and stuff, and Polkadot. I mean, being at the start of an entirely new ecosystem that is designed with this much game tier and such a strong community behind it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I just started my YouTube channel to be like, I need to share this, because I started talking to it with my friends. All of my friends, because they're like all online entrepreneurs and stuff like that, were like, dude, just start a damn YouTube channel, because I would go on for hours and hours and hours and hours. I'm like, no, I don't want to. And then I did, and now here you are. That's kind of the introduction.
Yeah, I think we have a similar background too, Jake, because I mean, I've been working in big tech for over a decade, doing some software engineering, but mostly on the security side. So like security engineering, I guess you would say. And then I got into crypto just through, a friend, I was at a party and a friend said, "Hey, have you heard this Richard Hart guy? He's been shit talking Ethereum lately." I'm like, interesting. You know, as my technical brain is like, Ethereum seems okay. Like, what's wrong with that? I'm curious. Got on there, started, maybe watched one of his streams to find out more about that, but then really got into self-development stuff and thought, wow, this guy is amazing. Like and at the time it was just perfect timing because I was looking for a mentor in a way. I was new to crypto 2017, and I just came across Richard in 2017 as well. And I'm like, what? I couldn't have had better luck in that way. Who's better to follow than that guy in the crypto, right? So, I'm still working full time and financial freedom on the horizon. But that's definitely something I'm looking forward to. I talk a lot about it on stream. I'm probably one of the newest streamers. I don't have it nearly as much clout or popularity or anything else than the rest of you three. You'll definitely achieve much more than I have at this point in the RH ecosystem and crypto in general, I imagine. But that's how I got my start, and I was glad to be on the panel to talk turkey with you all because dev, math, I think a lot of that fits my background. I've still been catching up on, like I said, on the crypto side as far as engineering and tokenomics, and of course, I've been passively, I've watched every single RH stream. Been passive in the community for a while, but I started a blog, and that's kind of how it got me into streaming. I liked writing, I like technical writing, and started doing a lot around that. So lately, talking about lately projects, I did a blog on like, what is a smart contract? Where does it come from? Like, why does blockchain even exist? And then I went into part 2 of like, all right, ERC20 token. Let's make Heartcoin. I'm going to show you how easy it is to take Remix IDE and Open Zeppelin and make your own coin, and you can have your own billion Heartcoins, stuff like that. So Heartcoin is launched on testnet, and I have a test wallet that has all billion coins in it, just for fun, just for educational purposes. But I really wanted to, again, technical background. People say, oh, anyone can create a coin, or some people say that, and other sides like, oh, how would you even get to do that? And I'm like, I enjoy solving puzzles. I enjoy explaining how stuff works and getting to know that, and then showing people how easy it is to get into crypto on the dev side too. It's just, a lot of people don't come from that background, so it's a lot harder to get into. But anyways, I like talking about that type of stuff on my blog, and that's what I've been working on recently. Yeah. And talking about free claim security. And of course, that's what I want to have some overlap to my professional career. I want to take that knowledge and actually be more useful in crypto with it on the security side.
Nice. I like it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about you, Gerardo?
Very cool. What about me? I mean, you guys are doing great work. Do I have to like go through the whole backstory? Is that what we're doing here?
Well, you're
data
on stage
first, please.
How I got into crypto, or like, do we have a specific set of topics to cover throughout our little panel?
I don't know if Maddie's going to jump in and start yelling questions at some point, or
yeah.
You know.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah.
I'm kind of curious when it comes to Gerardo is why did you start your YouTube channel? Because you've been in this game for a while and you have like the whole quant side, which is your unique angle, and I love it. How did you get into that?
Well, okay. I've been in tech really since like the beginning, right? Not necessarily financially invested, but there in the community, following Richard on Twitter, on YouTube, in the Telegram groups from the beginning, to the point where like, oh, launch day is tomorrow. Like that's my kind of involvement. Like I was there from the beginning, threw in a little bit of crypto dust I had left, Ethereum dust into the adoption amplifier, which even just like 10, 20 bucks of Ethereum that you had thrown in the early days, like became substantial at the peak, or even now it's like up massively. So I was in that whole ecosystem from the beginning. I actually didn't start making videos until April of 2021 though. However, my first idea for a video came prior to Big Payday. It was going to be like, oh man, I kind of wish I'd made that video just to have the bragging rights of starting my YouTube channel 5 months prior to when I actually did. It was a whole take on like, it was a really cool concept actually. It was like Big Payday being a Pareto efficient bull event where you had like 80% bullish stuff going on and like 20% bearish stuff because the obvious supply shock. But it was stuff like, oh, the AA isn't absorbing anymore. Buy pressure, it all has to go through Uniswap. What other things? Like T-share rate exploded that day by about 60% or so. Like you had all these points. And so my brain has been thinking about the game theory and about kind of how to make content around Hex from a while back. it wasn't until April when I actually started, making videos. A few technical analysts that inspired me were Benjamin Cowan, because he took the quantitative approach. And like people used to call me like the Hex version of Benjamin Cowan for a while, until I was able to like bootstrap my own brand and get it going. And then I became my own thing. But yeah, that whole quantitative take interested me a lot, because if you go to, for example, my website, gerardo.com, I explain my entire story, how I went into university for engineering and programming and physics. And so I have that sort of mathy background, I've had that strength ever since I was young. And so crypto, Hex, and quantitative analysis around Hex has been kind of that gem, that holy grail that I found that combined everything that I was interested in, I was good at, and is obviously like a financial blessing. So that's kind of the short story. But yeah, Looking Hex used to just be run off a Google Sheet and a simple Wix subscription for website building. And now it's actually on a legit automated backend, pulling from APIs. Like I don't even have to touch it, and it just, does its thing, which is amazing. And yeah, I guess honestly, the things I'm most proud of for Looking Hex are the liquidity dashboard. I should really show that a lot more, because it's fucking amazing. I will say that. And the new staking front end that's going to come. I actually have little teasers, if I'm allowed to share. Well, I've shared the teasers, but like the UI has been finalized. So I don't know if anyone has actually seen that. But yeah, that's the story into how I got into making Hex content. Your long answer.
I like it, dude.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Yep.
How's Mintra coming? Because we know you're working on that as well.
That is going well. So the UI is pretty much, I want to say 90+% done. We only need a few more things. Like I brought this up. When people look at a website and they go through their website, they don't really think that every little micro interaction, every little pop-up menu, everything like needs to be designed, right? Yep. And so you run into these cases like, all right, let's see what the user flow looks like. Oh, whoops, we're missing like this tiny little piece of UI. Got to get to the UI guy. I'm like, all right, backend guys, deploy a new beta version of the app. We go check it out, check the user flow, make sure everything looks pretty, works well. Oh, ran into this. So like, oh, UI guy, make this little thing. So we're kind of in that stage right now. But yeah, UI pretty much almost done. I'm looking to hire some new guys to just speed up the process of the integration of all the smart contracts and all the backend and all that. But it's going. I'm not going to give any time estimates, but things are happening is really what I can say.
So 2 more weeks.
See, not a lot to say.
It's launching mid-May.
Mid-May.
Mid-May. I think Mintra is launching mid-May.
Didn't say what year, right?
It's true.
Oh no, that's worse. Yeah. Hey, just speaking of each interaction that takes place within a button, that is so true. You talk to anyone that's worked on a complex website of any sort. How'd you like to work for Amazon.com, where literally there are complete teams that own a single tiny button, like this pixel map on the screen, and your job is to make sure that button is always clickable, it never goes down. How'd you like that to be your life? It is a reality for a lot of people. So
so intricate.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So where do we go from here? You want to talk about? Yeah, because I think we just have free reign. Yeah, exactly. So one thing I kind of want to ask everybody is, because I think we have interesting perspectives here. When it comes to the bottom of the market, when do you think the blood is going to be over? Let's start like top left and then work, because we have interesting perspectives here.
Do we have
this? Is what people want to know.
I keep asking that.
Yeah, that's such a hard question to even try and. I mean, if I'm weighing it out, understanding the ramifications of, what's coming with Mt. Gox and watching all the unraveling happening beneath the entire crypto economy, if you want, to the market, as everything kind of implodes. I can't see it being any earlier than August, like end of August kind of thing. I can't see it being any later than end of the year. But beyond that, I don't think I can put a time frame on it. There's too much that's keeps bubbling up that shows that the ripple effect goes far wider than we've expected, or most people have even expected to this point. So I'd say August if we're lucky, end of August if we're lucky, December if we're really unlucky.
Yeah, So I have a couple of things that I'm looking at. So the bottom of the market, we've been in this bear market since May of last year, because a double top doesn't count in my head. Like the most significant top was back in May 2021. I'm a big believer in that. So that's been a year and a half, which is longer than the average bear market that we've had. So with this whole like macroeconomic events kind of environment that we're in, I think. So we have a couple of big events. The Mt. Gox thing is absolutely freaking massive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody said, I think Richard Hart tweeted about this. He's like, okay, even if every BTC of Mt. Gox gets bounced over, OTC, I mean, the order books don't care about who it's selling. If it's like 1 million retail people or like 3 big companies, order book doesn't care. It's the amount of volume going to the order book. So Mt. Gox, the thing I'm scared of when it comes to Mt. Gox is if even 50% of that goes to market and that gets sold, how much more liquidation would that trigger? I think the market bottom will be determined by liquidations, because look at Terra USD. The moment that collapsed, that was absolutely massive on the freaking market. And then liquidation after liquidation and liquidation. Now Voyager is gone, Celsius is gone. I mean, all of these CeFi companies are just wrecked. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Then also another thing I'm kind of looking at is, on average, 100 days before the next Bitcoin halving is usually where the bottom of the market sits as well. So I think that's roughly 300 days from now. That's another one of these things. So there's 4 main things I'm looking at. One, when the Fed stops raising interest rate. Rugged. So the Fed raising interest rates.
I'm still here.
That's a massive one. So that goes until like end of year. Maybe they stop it a bit early because they're completely wrecking the economy. Then you have the fact that we've been in a bear market for a prolonged bear market for a very long time. Then you have Mt. Gox, which is going to trigger a hell of a lot of liquidations the moment that gets flushed out of the system. And then the fact that we're getting very close to a year before the next Bitcoin halving, which is historically very close to a bottom of the market. I mean, the 4 kind of things combined together is like anywhere in like the next 3 to 6 months, I could see a bottom, because we've had so much blood already. That's kind of my take on it.
You know, I'm going to take the contrarian side on this. I know everyone's looking for August. Mt. Gox is supposed to be the event that, like, you know, really maybe creates the bottom, or it leads up to it, as Jake alluded to. I don't know. I don't think it's going to play out quite that way. And just pure speculation here, of course. But I can see the Gox coins, maybe they get sold in a very intelligent way that doesn't cause the bottom. Now, is that good for us? Maybe not. Maybe we want to bottom really quickly, but maybe it doesn't happen. Maybe they don't sell it like crazy. Maybe they hold on to it, or maybe they let it trickle out. So I wouldn't be looking for that to be the cornerstone event to find a bottom in. I was actually just got off a stream with Wells an hour or so ago, and we brought up maybe the Charles Payne interview for Hex, at least. Maybe the Charles Payne interview was the bottom for Hex, at least, not the entire market, but as in the fundamental, of course, not the technical side. So funny enough, and he remarked that he thought the bottom in Hex had been in for a couple weeks, even before that, because it had not went below 3 cents, and it seemed to be holding. People have been selling the crap out of it, and keeps staying there. So a lot of people are looking for 1 cent on the Hex side. I don't know. You may be missing. That may never come back. Who knows? But the broader crypto market, I don't know. I'm going to take the contrarian view and just be like, if everyone's expecting it to happen, maybe that won't be the bottom. I know that's not news anyone wants to hear or believe or look into, but that's my take.
Yeah,
Could be right.
You guys can still hear me, right?
Cool. Yeah.
Yep.
So I tend to agree with you, specifically on if everyone thinks something is going to happen, it becomes less likely for it to happen. And the whole Mt. Gox thing is starting to seem like that, because we're not special in knowing this. Like, everyone knows this now. All of crypto Twitter knows this. And just because you're going to have a bunch of coins sold off doesn't necessarily mean you can't have a bounce now, a rally now, into a level to where if Gox coins dump then, maybe we form a higher low. Like, maybe the bottom is already in. That's something people aren't really talking about. And if you look at, for example, I like looking at the yearly candles on Bitcoin. You can even do monthly and see the same thing. But if you do yearly candles or monthly candles on Bitcoin, and you look at the top of 2017, the top of 2018, both candle bodies are 13,888. And the wick of 2019 goes to that same level. And so this 13,888 or 14K level seems really, really significant to me. If you do this exact same analysis on Ethereum, it's about $780, I think. And then you ask yourself, well, how close have we gotten to those levels? Well, for Ethereum, we were within 10% or so of that. So whenever your bottom call is within 10% of something that's already happened, it's like, okay, how much more downside risk are you really expecting? You have to ask yourself that. Similar to if you're only expecting a 2x in your bull market or remaining 2x, it's like, well, you already did a few hundred x's and all you're expecting now is a 2x. It's like, well, it's similar in the other direction, in my opinion. And so I don't know, the bottom could already be in. If not, those would be my targets, about 14K BTC, 800 Ethereum. BTC already struck within like 15 or 20% of that. So it's just about what you were saying, RH Maximalist, how, you know, the more people expect something to happen, maybe it's not going to happen. And with the whole CPI news the other day, I think people were expecting a dump with the inflation numbers. And we kind of got a little bit of a pump. We got like a 10% rally on BTC and ETH. So it's like, it's hard to say the bottom's in, especially because like people are calling for 14K, 11K, 10K. And even with Hex, people are calling a penny. But remember back in 2018 when Bitcoin hit, I remember when it hit 3,000 after hitting 20K, right? It took a year for it to hit 3,000. Everyone was calling for $1,000. Literally everyone was calling for 1,000. So hits 3, calling for 1. Sounds a lot like hitting 3 cents and calling for 1 cent. It's like, we can go there, sure. But keep in mind, Hex already did a 95% dip, right? Bitcoin had a 95% dip from $30 to $2. Then it went up like 600x or something, 500x. Ethereum dipped from $1,600 to $80. That's 95%. And then it did a 50 or 60x to 5K. Amazon back in the day dipped from like, what was it, like $5 to like $5.50 to like 28 cents. So 95% dip, and it went on to go to hundreds of dollars. So like Amazon, Bitcoin, Ethereum, they've all dipped 95%, and now it's Hex's turn, and it did it, right? If you look from 56.5 cents all the way down to 2.8 cents where we went, that's exactly 95.03%, like textbook 95% dip. So I don't know. Bottom could be in, maybe it's not, but I don't see more than like another 50% downside risk on most markets. Like if you have one more trap door, one more leg down, maybe 50%. Maybe the altcoins get hit a little harder, like Hex with lower liquidity, because like down to like 1 cent would be what, like 67%, 70%. So yeah, either bottoms in or one more leg down is my opinion. But then you ask yourself, are we going to have a V-shaped recovery, or we're going to go sideways for a year? Maybe we go sideways for a year. So making a bottom call isn't really that special, because you could have an opportunity to capture near or at the bottom for a super long time, to the point where it doesn't feel like the bottom, which is boring.
That's a great point. Just because we bottom doesn't mean it's going to switch into bull. That's a great point. Not a lot of people understand.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, a lot of people think it's going like this, but I don't see that happening, especially in like the macroeconomics. But the thing is also, I try to simplify everything down as much as humanly possible, because I believe that the more complex solutions are usually not the right solutions. So I think if we just focus on supply and demand, how much supply is going on the market and how much demand is there? If Mt. Gox happens and so much supply comes on the market, you have miners constantly selling down the price. If you do that math on that, that's a hell of a lot of money. Where is the demand coming from? You have a minus 31% discount on grayscale Bitcoin. Institutional demand is going there. So the demand side is weighing down. It's being kept down by like the GBTC discount. Then you have the fact that so much supply is potentially coming on market. I mean, just supply and demand dynamics could kind of say that we do have another leg down. That's the highest probability in my mind.
Yeah, and you brought up another, you reminded me of something. Isn't there a huge pseudo DeFi, CeFi, low-key fraudify hedge fund who has like hundreds of thousands of Ethereum ready to be liquidated at like $1,000 or something? If we hit
I've
there.
never heard of that. Interesting.
I think there's a massive like 9-figure position of ETH ready to be liquidated.
Probably more than one even.
There you go. And so it becomes, to your point, like cascading liquidations from there. And so you have that huge downside pressure from both BTC and ETH. So you're right. And the grayscale premiums for both Bitcoin and Ethereum are still down. So those are other great points to indicate that maybe we haven't found our bottom, and maybe we do have that leg down.
I try to be cautiously optimistic in pretty much everything in life. But with this market, I'd rather be pleasantly surprised. I don't see a bull this year. I think I tend to agree with Gerardo on this a lot too. It's sideways. I imagine most people on this panel would imagine sideways for a while. It's not going to be hockey stick for the broader market, in my opinion.
Thank you, whoever gave me a nice profile picture. It's way better.
Swag.
Dope. Yeah, what did the last cycle before Bitcoin ran up?
Yeah,
we went sideways for quite a while before it started to get some momentum again. Did it not? I'm going to pull up the chart here on my end real quick just so I can plug my memory here. But I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, that was the case. And I think we saw similar patterns throughout history. So, I mean, I think you guys are bang on with the sideways action before we ever start to go up again. I think that's something to really consider and not get our hopes up that like we get this hockey stick idea in your head, really, that we're going straight up back to the right, because the probability is not in our favor for that.
Yeah, and the reason I say all of these things, and we agree on a lot of the topics, is when you want to get a good entry point into the market, I don't believe in trading. I hate trading, but I do believe in risk-reward ratios for getting a good entry point to then hold. I believe TA is super helpful for that. So with the whole like supply thing and the supply side potentially getting wrecked, who knows? Maybe they do have a system for that for Mt. Gox, which I don't think they do. And then you also have the demand side with the whole like institutional buyers and the GBTC discount. I mean, the risk reward currently is just, it's not like you're going to have a V-shaped recovery and then miss out. It's better to just kind of wait, see if the supply shocks do happen. If they do happen, well, you get a better buy position. I mean, you have time to wait. So I would not start dollar cost averaging in the market. Obviously not financial advice. I would just wait until those events have passed by, and then we have a period of sideways anyway. I don't see the V-shaped recovery. That would be insane.
Well, if we are going to go sideways too, it kind of does make sense that if the Gox is going to have any impact, or any of these events that are coming that are going to have an impact, it's likely that we will see maybe another small dip at best. You know, like I can't see us not being affected by a bigger event like that. So maybe if we trend sideways, we see a little bit lower, but I think it would take a pretty massive event to see us hit a penny, especially like you guys were alluding to, like just with, I mean, you guys see it on Twitter, how many people in polls and just tweets are just calling for a penny's coming. Like any polls that are saying, are we going lower? Are we staying sideways? Everyone's lower. So I think you guys, you know, are bang on the money with what everyone wants. Usually the opposite happens in this case. So I think that logic is pretty sound to me.
Yeah. To that logic, though, it makes me want to play devil's advocate. It makes me want to say, what if we don't go sideways?
Right.
There's a little part of the BTC chart that I feel like it often goes by unnoticed, and that's 2019. We had a run up. Do you guys remember? We had a run up from like $3,100. We just blasted straight through that 6K floor, which TA says is supposed to be resistance. We just blasted right through it, went all the way to 14K, and then just came all the way back down to form like this weird mid-cycle bubble. Sort of like this sort of intra-cycle bubble. So what if the rest of the price chart is characterized by these like 1 year little bubble pops where it doesn't dip 85, 90%, it dips 75%. Because 14K to 4K was about 75%. And we had another weird crazy run up, and then maybe you just dip 75% like we did. And then you have another little, and like you catch people by surprise, because if everyone is expecting the sideways for a year, maybe we do get the V, you know? It's hard to tell. Like, if we're all agreeing, that bothers me a little bit. Like, it's not. I love agreeing, but if everyone agrees to our point, literally, if everyone's saying the same thing, like, time to.
Well, our bubble is a little bit smaller of agreement than the broader bubble, I would say. But
yeah,
I was going to say something too about the
subset of agreement.
So it's interesting. Like a lot of people. So this is what I boggle a lot of people's minds. So with this whole like market cap metric. So let's say I'll give a random example. Have you ever heard that like $1 of new money going into BTC adds $20 to its market cap? That was like yes, Gerardo knows. So it acts like there's a ratio. So think about this, right? You have called market cap, and they essentially say that the entire crypto market is less than $1 trillion. That is based on market cap. So let's say I'll give you a random example for people to show you how absolutely insane these market cap metrics are. Let's say Hex has like a 35 million or like a $1 million liquidity pool and it's a $1 billion market cap. These are fake numbers,
Mm-hmm.
but there's $1,000x difference, which means that every new dollar going into the system of Hex adds $1,000 to its market cap. Now, knowing that a lot of these coins do not have the same liquidity pool size as their market cap, which means that this is not $1 trillion market. Think about that. So this is still such an immature market. So I'm a very strong believer in the 85% corrections, because this is not a mature market at all, zero. It's like less than $1 trillion. And then if you look at actual, without like liquidity pool sizes and not at the actual market caps, because market caps are so easy to get manipulated in crypto. There's like $1 in, $1,000 on the market cap. That doesn't happen in the stock market. So there's like a massive discrepancy on like the actual, like what is the actual market cap of crypto? It's just such an immature market. So I think the 85% corrections, I don't see why that would stop currently.
It's a great point. And I probably spent more time than most people thinking about liquidity to market cap ratios. I've thought about that way more than the average person. And I actually did the math on the Gox coins. Like if you were to sell that and you do have this 20 or 30x multiple on 140,000 BTC at 20K, you can, cut off a whole 100 billion market cap, which is another, 25%, and would give us that flush down to like 15K. So close to that 14K that I was talking about. But then if you have liquidations and obviously a reflexive system, then it might do that wick down to 11 or 10. Fuck, even lower, who knows? But yeah, that's a great point to bring up, is liquidity, right? Like that liquidity to market cap ratio is, if it's 20 or 30x in BTC and ETH, it's 1,000x in Hex, and it's probably much less than 20 in legacy finance. I actually haven't looked at that.
Yeah, because you were the person that kind of opened my eyes to liquidity pools. Because I think it was you that opened my eyes to like a $20 million market buy in Hex essentially almost brings it back to all-time highs. I remember you kind of saying something like that, and I was like, wait, what? And then I looked deeper into it, and I'm like, holy crap, this is insane. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy automated market maker math. Like I have a calculator on looking at Hex, so it makes it super easy.
Yep, but a lot of people don't know that about crypto. It's like the moment you start figuring that out, then you start realizing that literally the only thing that matters in crypto is liquidity pool size and user adoption. Those are the two metrics, the only two metrics.
Well, I would say ROI, users, and liquidity. If you look at a tweet back that I made way back, it's like ROI, users, liquidity. That's what matters. And if you look at my site, looking at Hex, what are the first three tabs? ROI, liquidity, and adoption. It's true, right? Market cap is just, it's not it. It's just not it.
Speaking of adoption too, what do you all think? What is missing in the ecosystem as far as products go? We have, Richard talked about the wallet coming up, and just there's been talk of exchange and all these other ideas and things like that, and then community projects, Maxi, Hedron, liquid loans, all these things. What is missing? Like, what is there a product that's not out there yet, or not even a testnet, not even an inception yet that we've heard about publicly that would really bring a lot of adoption to the new shiny ecosystem, Pulse chain, and everything in between?
I think we got it all, man. I think we have it all and more. Like more than that. Our community is like, have you ever seen an L1 launch with all of these projects ready to go? Like dozens and dozens. I'd argue maybe even hundreds. Like PulseHotList made a great site because they're showcasing pretty much all of these projects, right? With scores and logos and backlinks to users. There you go. Beautiful. Like, look at all that. Ethereum didn't launch with all that. It didn't even launch with Uniswap, which is arguably one of its greater value propositions. We're launching with decentralized exchange. We're launching with NFT marketplaces, multiple, not only Mintra, there are competitors. Launching with a fork of Augur, right? Prediction market, lotteries, just you name it. Like faucets, casino games, and I'm sure there's stuff behind the scenes that we haven't even heard of.
Yeah, have we heard of anything to do with like an on or an off ramp yet? I mean, I might be just out of the loop here because I'm in my own bubble. Okay, perfect.
Rackham's been all about that on Twitter.
Amazing. Yep.
Yeah, him and his team is doing something there.
Well, that's something too. The on and off ramps, fiat on ramp. I mean, when we've heard about this stuff for a while. When is it coming? Like, when can we buy Hex on 2-week auto buys, just like you can do on Coinbase with Ethereum and everything else? When are we going to be able to do that with Hex and Pulse? Like, what does it take? Like, like one of you going to buy a bank? Like, who wants to buy a bank? Like, what do we need to do to get this happening?
Maybe at the top of the next bull cycle.
Yeah.
And then we buy the bank, and then would they use it to off ramp?
Yeah, exactly.
So I want to hear Gerardo's opinion about this. I thought about this a lot. Is there when it comes to price performance, is there not a benefit to being on a DEX and other centralized exchanges? Because do you have that liquidity pool thing?
It's not the same math as an automated market maker, but I think it's a general rule of thumb that the more liquidity you have, the less volatility you'll have in either direction. So I agree that a listing on a centralized exchange over time might dampen price performance, but then you have to ask, it's like the classic example of onboarding new users versus like the inflation rate versus like the onboarding new users rate is what really matters a lot. So if the centralized exchange helps with that more, then it dampens volatility. If you have more liquidity, then it helps. That's a tricky inequality to just figure out here off the top of my head, though.
But it seems like a lot of the stuff we have now is meant to relieve sell pressure, meant to keep people from selling, staking, all this stuff. But I think one thing that I haven't seen a lot in the community for products wise is the on-off ramp. And maybe it is because you need to have that relationship with TradeFi and things like that. It seems like, I don't know. And maybe it's not the most important thing too. But deep down inside, I'm like, man, I want that button. I don't want to have to buy Ethereum and change into Hex every 2 weeks or whatever. I want that auto Hex buy. I want that tab on go.hex.com/stake. I want the tab that says buy, and you just click on there, and it automatically defaults you to 1 year, 5 year, 15 year, whatever, and you can change it, of course. But like that kind of like easy, like three clicks, instant buy button. I feel like that's missing, and I just don't know when it's going to come. Maybe we need to build it.
I mean, I think that the best way to do it, I mean, just from a user experience perspective, it would be some kind of way you have a credit card on that, but you can literally go into it with your card, and that could take in different payment methods, and then it would take that and essentially go into a DEX and just buy it into your wallet. I mean, that would be a great user onboarding experience, because then you wouldn't have to go to the centralized exchanges. But there's a lot of like legal stuff when it comes to that. But that would be like, the best.
Can you do this with the DEX? Like, do you need KYC, AML, all that stuff, or can you do all this stuff with the DEX with fiat on ramp?
Or could it be through a wallet?
That's a good point. Yeah,
maybe a wallet.
Maybe that's something. Maybe that's true. Maybe the wallet will have that connection. Maybe interesting.
Just some thoughts.
Yeah, because that would be super. That would be super good. Card into DEX into wallet, and you kind of skip the whole like centralized exchange thing. I think that is the future. It's just like you have so much like vagueness when it comes to legal stuff, when it comes to off ramping and on ramping to crypto. I think the moment that gets clear, I think that's another like 3 to 5 year battle. I don't think it's close. But yeah, I could see that in the future, because man, if you look at like DEX volumes, it's absolutely insane. Like, it's only been around for like maybe 2 years. Correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe 3, and they've already been surpassing centralized exchange volumes in the bull market. I mean, that is absolutely crazy. That is insane.
Like the amount of experience, the barrier of entry to do it is so low. It's amazing.
It is, man. DEXs are like by far and away the biggest innovation we have in crypto, in my honest opinion.
I agree, man. There's this site, cryptofees.info. If you look at it, Uniswap on 7-day average fees did slightly more than Ethereum itself as a network, right? As a DEX, Uniswap surpassed 7-day average fees. It's 3.5 billion versus Ethereum 3.47.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
At, like, Uniswap has a bigger value proposition than Bitcoin itself. The fees are 9 times as high. So decentralized exchange is a huge value proposition.
I can see CryptoGRFX he's writing down the next video right now. PulseX, Uniswap it's coming. Yeah. I can see it's turning his brain right now.
So here's a question based on that now. Okay, so PulseX is going to have the V2 mechanics. The open source or V3 becomes open source when? It's next spring or something, is it? In 2023?
Yes, I believe May or spring, yeah.
So what do you think that's going to do to PulseX? We have a year basically before from now, whenever it launches till next year. What do you think switching to V3 is going to do for PulseX in the medium term?
I think we're just going to fork it once it's like legal, right?
Right.
To fork. But I mean, I don't know, milk the V2 mechanics in the meantime. Like it's pretty much everything you need other than asymmetric liquidity positions. So there's going to be no like limit order type mechanism until either someone builds it from scratch or maybe Matcha comes over.
Yeah, because does PulseX have a limit order function built in? Are they at all? I don't think it does.
So. I know. Yeah. I think PancakeSwap does though. I was looking at their UI a while back and I saw that they have limit orders. Which was
interesting.
Yeah, I wonder what they use. Maybe they built it from scratch. But
yeah,
that's a great question.
Built from scratch.
If you guys were asking like what's missing, that was an earlier topic. Probably that limit orders. Yeah. For the next year.
I agree. Yep.
And no one's doing like a fork of Matcha or anything like that at the moment, are they?
Someone will get to work on that right after the stream.
Yeah, someone's already on it. Exactly.
You know what to do.
Sacrifice for our matcha
people
fork.
Watching. Just taking notes.
There you go. It's true. It's a lot of opportunity, and like if someone builds it, we will come.
It's true.
The people want more alpha, Gerardo. Well, you can't take your shirt off because you don't have video anymore. So. I guess you can still take your shirt off, but no one will see it, unfortunately.
Good point. No, I think I peak shred back in June like last month.
Nice shred.
Yeah, nice trying to get back on it. But
are you all going to Vegas, by the way? Speaking of taking your shirt off because it's hot, I guess. I don't know. Vegas, anyone?
However those dots connect.
Yeah.
No, I'm in Europe. Yeah, I'm not going to the US. I'm in Europe.
I'm not so I'm not so sure I'm going to be able to. I'd love to, but I'm not so sure I can make it happen. Yeah. Are you going?
So, yeah. I mean, as far as I know, I'm not in Europe, and I do feel like going. So
I'm actually kind of curious to kind of bring it back on topic for one of the interesting perspectives that brings up an interesting question that brings up interesting perspectives is how do you think PulseX will do against PulseChain on a 7 to 10 year time frame? Time frame is important because that kind of takes away like the whole like narrative pumps and stuff like that, like actual tokenomics long term.
I think that the chain always wins the L1 in the end on that part, especially against the DEX. I love both products, obviously, but that longer time frame, I'm going with L1.
Tricky. I mean, I just dropped those figures on you guys. How like Ethereum and Uniswap basically have the same 7-day average fees at 3.5 billion, so they're formidable to each other in terms of because one of them fees directly pump price, one of them fees just make it more scarce, and we know PulseX is the one where fees will go to buy and burn. Did I say PulseX? Yeah, PulseX. And PLS will be the one where the more fees you have on the network, the more coins are burned through fee burning, but that doesn't necessarily directly pump the price as a buy order on the open market. It just increases scarcity over the long term, which is a fundamental. So over a long-term time frame, I mean, this is a cop-out, but we haven't seen DEXs exist for 7 to 10 years. Hell, I mean, even Ethereum's only 7 years old. So it's a very hard question. But given, again, the fees over the last 7 days, I think I wouldn't bet one against the other. I'd say they're in similar standing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. It's very hard to determine long-term what they're going to do. Because, I mean, like, Uni did, I guess it would have been, it's like a 107.8x, looks like, from its bottom in 229 days, 107x. And, I mean, what would have happened with Uni if every single transaction that went through Uni pumped the price of Uni, and Uni was also basically made to funnel all of the liquidity on the chain into Uni in the beginning and started Uni way ahead of the pack with liquidity? I mean, and if basically forced everyone to go through uni, what would its ROI look like now? And I think it would be quite different.
Do some math right now. We can do that math, dude.
Let's do it. Yeah, I want to know. Because I mean,
All
the thing that I'm thinking of really, I did the math a while ago on what PLS would burn. Because I mean, if you look at the 25% burning and then what IEP 1559 brought into and what actually is burned in addition to that 25%, it is more than 25%, but it's not that much. Even when you calculate like a block completely using all of its capacity up to the gas limit, up to even like the 80 million mark, there's not that much PLS that's being burnt in comparison to PLSX. I think over a year, in just rough estimation, was like it was under 1 million. It was under 1 million pulse tokens were burnt on a very conservative estimate, but still, it wasn't like it was astronomical. Obviously, that's not PLS's value proposition, is to deflate at a crazy rate, but still. So Pulse X is very interesting. You know, it's got a crazy mechanic to pump itself while you've got the incredible utility, like the primary utility on chain is the pulse token, you know? So I don't even know how to put those head to head.
I'd throw another angle in here, which is competition. DEXs tend to be a little bit easier to spin up than L1s as far as, the scale that we're looking at with Pulse and stuff. So I would say that if anything, if there was any competition, there would be more competition on the Pulse X side for market share, and that may eat into the tokenomics as well versus Pulse.
Right.
Yeah. So the thing you kind of have with DEX is all of these tokenomics of the other DEXs are absolute garbage. I mean, it's such a hard comparison. I mean, it's all
I think
hyperinflationary.
might have figured some stuff out, but that's about it. Yeah, most of them not so much.
But Pancake Swap, man, God, that's like a Rube Goldberg machine if you start looking into that, like tokenomics, you know. So it's so damn interesting, man. Like deflationary DEX, the fact that you have a community of net buyers. So one of the things that I kind of like saying is, so with the single site staking in PLSX, where you get other tokens that launch on the chain and give a percentage of their supply, yada yada. You essentially have an entire community of people who are probably going to sell down a percentage or keep the tokens, whatever they want to do, to buy tokens they like. And we can assume that they like PLSX because they're in a single site staking pool with PLSX. So instead of creating a community of net sellers where they keep the principal and sell the yield, you essentially create a community of net buyers where they sell the yield to buy back into principal. It's like an entirely different thing. It's deflationary with net buyers instead of inflationary with net sellers.
Well, I'll say the big leg up for PulseX is the third-party tokens too. Relieving that kind of sell pressure, that's a game changer. Something that Pulse doesn't quite have natively, at least. So I give points to PulseX on that one.
It's going to be I think it's going to get very mind-bending in like 5 years. Because in the beginning, it's kind of a given that the L1 will do better just based off narrative alone. But then if you kind of get rid of like it's a new L1, and then because like the thing that Gerardo shared is so interesting with the fees. I mean, that's an indicator, man. I mean, it's crazy. I'm super bullish on PulseChain.
Do you do the math,
CryptoFees.info.
Okay.
It was where you can see the fees. No, I did actually just finish the math. I'll run you guys through the math so you know like how I got to where I got. So I just went on uniswap.info and you can see the fees. I clicked on the monthly and added them all up, and it looks like over the last year, $600 billion of volume. All right. So then I did the math on that and did the whole 0.06% of fees goes into buy pressure, and if you do that, that's about I can't remember the intermediate step numbers. Let me try again real quick. Divided by 100 times, what did I take, 600 billion?
Yep.
Yeah. It's a lot of zeros. We're talking about an extra $360 million of buy pressure.
I mean,
right?
That's a lot of buy pressure.
That's a lot of buy pressure. If you apply that to Uni's current liquidity pool of about 8 million on the bid side, 360 over 8 is 45, but we know it acts as a function of a square. So that's 45 times 45 is roughly 2,000. So about 2,000x higher. if it had PulseX type mechanics. So we'd see Uni at like 10 grand right now. That's assuming no sell pressure, right? But
10 grand Uni.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hundreds of millions in back pressure.
So I'm gonna play devil's advocate on that.
Sure.
What do you think is going to be liquidity size pool for PulseX? Because we're launching with a sacrifice set. I think it's going to be above 100 million.
To start?
Yeah. Might scale in, but I think it's going to be a lot.
What makes you say 100 million?
Too much liquidity, right? So that you can pump. But if you start at a high enough rate, maybe you don't need the pump. So. I don't know.
Where'd you get the 100 million from? I just want to understand where you had that number from, just so on the same page as you.
Yeah, so it's like a random correlation kind of made in my mind, because like as humans we like looking for patterns, and when the testnet launched, they kind of scaled in liquidity, right? So the sacrifice for PulseX was roughly like $1 billion, bit more than $1 billion, on like without TOA, and that is, I think the liquidity pool on testnet after the liquidity got scaled in was roughly 600 million for PulseX. Roughly 600 million plus also for like Pulse. Yeah, I'm curious, man. I don't think it's going to be as low as Hex is currently, because also the Hex liquidity pools are going to get a lot bigger, because you have to pair EHEX and PHEX if you want to keep like price parity and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot bigger liquidity pools, which is not a bad thing, as benefits and drawbacks.
Dum dum dum.
The main boss is here.
Shit, what we do?
Well, you guys have been doing a great job. We have our keynote speakers loaded for the next segment. And so I wanted to make sure we go around the room and tell people how they can find you guys.
Yeah, awesome. Well, CryptoGrafx on YouTube. I got a YouTube channel, of course, diving into everything Richard Hart coins and the whole Pulse chain ecosystem. You go to CryptoGrafx, like you see on my over here. My name.com, and I've got basically any of the videos that I do. If you want to read them, you can go there and read the blog format of it. If you either need to read it slow or just prefer to read it, all my stuff's there. So that's the best place to contact me. I'm also on Twitter at CryptoGrafx, spelled exactly like you see it here.
Yep. Then me is just Jake Sharpe on YouTube. Just look at my name, you'll find me. And I do a ton of content around Pulse Chain, PulseX currently. I'm an opportunity maximalist, and currently the Richard Hart ecosystem is it. Period. There's nothing else. What else do you have? That's kind of Jake Sharpe.
Well said.
I think, yeah, no, it's thanks, Maddie, for setting the panel up. This is fantastic. You want to catch me? I got it right there on my name at RHMaximalist, just the way it's spelled on Twitter. RHMax show on YouTube, and I just want to say that yeah, this is, I think, what we covered a lot of good stuff on this panel. Like, I think a lot of people are going to rewind and watch this. I feel like, yeah, you all did a great job. So, yeah, happy to be here. Happy to see everyone, and the conference is going great. Appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely want to extend a thank you to you, Maddie. You do a lot of great work and enable a lot of content creators to come together, meet, collaborate. Like, these guys that met pretty much for the first time in the green room, a few minutes, and we had a phenomenal conversation, and I'm sure we'll have more. So you can find me on gerardog.com. That's GERAWRDOG.com. I mainly say that because I have way too many links to actually share. So that gives you all my Telegram links for my personal brand, Looking Hex and Mintra. So the Telegram, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, main sites, all of that is on there. And yeah, where did my marshmallow pulse gradient thing go? That was kind of cool. I want one of those, by the way. You know,
sure, yeah,
a physical
that was custom for the 4 people on screen deal.
Love it. So yeah, thanks again. That's where you can find me, gerardog.com, lookinghex.com, and thanks again for the opportunity, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, Maddie. This has been
amazing. I have to warn everybody, if you go to gerardog.com, you get Lambos and 6-packs.
This is true. This is a fact.
It's a good deal.
Guaranteed.
Outrage marketing, baby.
You guys are all crushing it everywhere you go. So thanks again for speaking today, and can't wait to see more of your content over time.
Thanks, Maddie.
Appreciate
Likewise,
it.
brother.
Thank you.
All right. So next up, we have Greg here, who's going to help me kick off this next part of the session, We're going to have Aubrey de Grey come up in about 5 to 10 minutes. But first off, Greg and I want to tell everybody a little bit of an update on the legal side of things that are happening with the SENS Foundation donations that we did, and to also talk about a longevity conference that will be happening coming this fall.
Hey, Maddie, it's so great to see you.
Likewise, yeah. I really appreciate everything you do for the longevity space, and I'm really honored that you're here to speak.
Well, no, thanks so much for having us. This is great, and I really appreciate the chance to give you guys an update on what's going on and to talk about the conference. And maybe we should lead off with that.
Sure. Let me share my screen here because I have the website loaded.
Fantastic. And I'll share the URL here in the chat. I love this idea that you've come up with, that you and Martin O'Day, who's organizing the conference, have come up with to have a special exclusive event for the crypto community, for major donors or prospective major donors, as the case may be, and kind of give you guys a demystification and a crash course into all things longevity. As some of you guys may already know, Aubrey was a computer scientist before he became the founder of modern gerontology. So I can't think of anyone better to deliver that kind of a crash course in the damage repair approach. And we're making that a part of this conference in Dublin that Martin and his team have put together.
That's right. And I'm really excited because I was asked to be one of the speakers in person for this conference. I know you're going to be speaking, and so will Aubrey. So there's going to be tons of great speakers. And this is really an opportunity for us to all do a meetup for Hexicans there in Dublin. I think a day before, or really the night of the registration, so the 18th. And we will continue to update people on this channel and on my blog. I always post all the Hex meetups, and I can give people details once we know the final schedule for what we're going to do. But I think they're planning something special for us, for the crypto community, to really be able to network and ask questions with Aubrey and some of the other experts.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm super excited about this. This is actually the first thing that I've done since the outbreak of the pandemic, and I couldn't be more excited about it. I mean, I can take zero credit for the awesomeness of this conference. It really all goes to Martin O'Day and his team, but they've put together a really great lineup of speakers, and I think even more importantly than that, they've just set up this incredible venue for us all to come together and figure out how we can be a part of accelerating the point at which we reach aging escape velocity, that point at which age-related diseases are no longer something that we have to worry about. And the prospect of doing that for the majority of people who are alive today is, at least to me, one of the most exciting things, and I think certainly one of the most important things that we can all be working on. So I really value these opportunities at these conferences to come together and figure out kind of what's our place in that movement. What's our unique gift? What's our unique leverage point that we can bring to hastening the day when aging is no longer something that we have to live in fear of?
That's right. And the conference organizer wasn't able to make it today, but he sent a description that I'll read here to pique people's interest. So it says, "I'm thrilled to announce something really important for us in the longevity community. We're heading to Dublin. Meet me there in the Round Room, a stunning venue in the Lord Mayor's historic mansion house. Be inspired by my colleagues, leading scientists from all over the world, major international investors, government representatives, and the multi-trillion-dollar industry that is longevity. Don't miss out on the opportunity to gather in Ireland for the first Longevity Summit Dublin, the 18th to the 20th of September. You will be brought through an explanation of the convergence of industries and science that is creating a paradigm shift in health and well-being, accompanied by an investigation of the incredible scientific progress being undertaken and an exploration of the exciting and far-reaching societal implications. The first tickets sold will be at a major reduction and will include a gala dinner in the beautiful nighttime round room mansion house Dublin. So book as quickly as you can. And I think I see on the website here, it says you have until July 17th, just a couple days to get the current rate. Also, if you want to get 50 euros off, you can use the referral code or the speaker code, speaker friend, all one word, SPEAKERFRIEND. And that's the code to get 50 euros off. And there's a limited number of tickets that will apply to. So register now. You can go to longevitySummitDublin.com. There's also an app at longevitydublin.events.whova.com. And the hashtags that they're using for the event are hashtag Longevity Summit Dublin and hashtag Longevity Economy, hashtag Breakthroughs, plural.
Absolutely. And I should say, Maddie, too, that the special event for the crypto community is included in all of the tickets, I believe.
Awesome.
Last I spoke with Martin.
Very cool. And
so yeah, no, I'm super excited to see you there, and I hope to see many of the faces that I've only had an opportunity to see virtually. I hope to meet everyone in person as well.
Likewise, yeah, I'm really excited. So anybody at home, make sure to go ahead and sign up for this event. I will be there in person, along with all the other speakers that are listed here on the website. And I'll go ahead and share that website one more time in the chat for people who are wanting to book their tickets now. Now, the next topic that we have has to do with the $27.5 million that was donated from the Pulse Chain sacrifice starting 1 year ago from today. And can you give us an update on kind of what happened with those funds and what the current issues are?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the aspect of longevity that it's my least favorite thing to talk about. Of course, it's this controversy that the field has been grappling with for just under a year now. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of the donors, all of the members of the longevity community who have come together to stand up for what's right. Clearly I just can't say enough how much of a difference it's made. All of the donors who have come together to assist with legal fees, and all of the donors who have come together to pledge future support for the SENS Research Foundation and the longevity community as a whole once this controversy is behind us. The support
can we give people who are just catching up now, can we give them an idea of like what the controversy is and why there are legal fees and that sort of thing?
Sure. So at a very granular level, there's a little bit that I can say, and then I can kind of zoom out from there. So at the very granular level, as you all know, there was an airdrop for Pulse Chain back in July of 2021. $27.5 million was raised for the SENS Research Foundation in connection with that airdrop. And this was very significant for the foundation. To put that in perspective, that was about the amount of money that the foundation raised in the previous 5 years combined. So what you guys in the crypto community did for the first time was made money not a rate limiting factor for research in the here and now. Clearly, there's still there's still a lot more research to be done, and it's going to cost a whole lot more than $27.5 million. But to have that $27.5 million in the bank has meant that money is no longer, at least right now, currently, a rate limiting factor. And that's huge. This is, I think one of those things in life that it's just one of the most important things that any of us can be working on. And it's one of the absolutely most promising opportunities for scientific discovery. And yet it's tremendously underfunded. And that is sort of, when you look back in history at all of the major scientific breakthroughs, for each and every one of them, there was a period where it was under-recognized and underfunded. This is no different. And thanks to you guys, we have the potential to come out of that and have this field be funded as it deserves to be. Because let's remember that we lose 100,000 people a day to age-related diseases. Worldwide, age-related diseases are responsible for more than 2/3 of all mortality, and that's worldwide. That's not just in industrialized nations. That's worldwide. So clearly, this is a topic that I think should be near and dear to everyone's heart. It's more than anything else, it's a universal thing. Unfortunately, what happened back in August, as you've been alluding to, Maddie, is the person who made all this happen in the first place, Aubrey de Grey, who is a visionary scientist. He's the founder of modern gerontology. He's the one who introduced this notion of damage repair as an approach for dealing with the root causes of not just age-related diseases, but the process of biological aging itself. In other words, bringing biological aging in humans under complete medical control. This was an idea that Aubrey introduced. He was awarded a PhD by publication by Cambridge University, and a PhD by publication is an extremely rare honor. That it kind of speaks to the groundbreakingness of his work. But he's not just a visionary scientist. He's a tireless advocate. He is a philanthropist in his own right. He gave $13 million to start the SENS Research Foundation. I mean, he literally started the foundation and then gave $13 million of his own money to fund it, and has been a tireless advocate for research, for regulatory reform that's necessary, for financial support. And one of the things that I had a chance to see personally, that I can speak to personally, I had an opportunity to walk through one of the labs that SENS Research Foundation funded under Aubrey's direction as chief science officer back in 2019 here at Yale University in my backyard. And I had a chance to walk through that lab and see the lengths to which Aubrey goes to understand the details of what is being done in the labs that are funded by the foundation. And I was able to see that as a result of going so deep, to put this in perspective, in academic research, it's really unusual for a funder to visit the lab at all. For Aubrey to make the trip to the lab and actually walk through it, and to do this multiple times to keep up to date with what's going on, is an unusual thing. But even more unusual is that Aubrey takes the time to talk to everybody. He's not just sitting down and having lunch with the principal investigator. He's having lunch with the postdocs, with the grad students. And as a result of that, I had an opportunity to see a conversation between him and a couple of the grad students who are working on this particular project. This project, just for context, involves the linkages of proteins that are responsible for a myriad of health problems, everything from presbyopia to the stiffening of arterial walls. So this is a huge problem. I mean, the cross-linked proteins are one of the 7 major forms of metabolic damage that Aubrey has identified as needing far more investment in targeted research to bring these forms of metabolic damage under medical control. But I had a chance to see Aubrey interact with these grad students who worked on synthesizing this molecule, which previously couldn't be studied because it was impossible to make, and it was all but impossible to extract it from the human body in pure form. So what they were able to do at this lab was come up with an extremely low cost way, thanks to financial support from SENS, and thanks to Aubrey's understanding that this was a project that needed a long time. It needed a long runway. Something very unusual about Aubrey's approach to funding scientific projects is that he doesn't insist that the projects take 18 months, because a lot of things that are worth doing take longer than 18 months.
Yes.
I think, and so by funding this research for as long as it needed, they were able to come up with a way of synthesizing this molecule, this all-important molecule called glucosapine that needs to be studied at very low cost. Now this molecule can be made for essentially an insignificant amount of money, and now we can study it and we can come up with benign reagents that can deal with that molecule and the accumulation of that molecule in the body and undo the damage that the accumulation of that molecule causes. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that I saw Aubrey interact with these grad students who had come up with a novel technique for synthesizing, for one of the steps in synthesizing this molecule. And I saw at one point, Aubrey, who was in the process of talking to these graduate students. He was maybe 20 minutes into this conversation where he was asking, okay, so how did you do that? This is something that a lot of scientists just don't have the humility to, certainly senior scientists don't have the humility to ask, how did you do that? And so as they were explaining it, I saw Aubrey's face light up at one point, about 20 minutes into the conversation, and he said, okay, wait, stop. Did you invent that technique, or is this someone else's technique? And the graduate student said, no, I invented that here. And Aubrey said, okay, great, brilliant. I'm going to fly you over to Cambridge, where we have another lab that we're funding, and I want you to teach them how to do what you did here. I want you to teach them about that technique that you invented. And in so doing, I think Aubrey stretches dollars. He turns pennies into dollars by fomenting these collaborations that would be extremely unlikely in academic research. Without someone with Aubrey's encyclopedic command of the state of the field, keeping abreast of everything that's going on in the field, these kinds of collaborations just don't happen. They don't just spontaneously happen on their own. So to me, Aubrey is an absolutely indispensable figure in this field. And a couple of weeks after, to come back to the controversy that you brought up, Maddie, a couple of weeks after the conclusion of the airdrop campaign, the board of the SENS Research Foundation announced that they were firing Aubrey from his own foundation, to which he gave $13 million. He was the sole reason, I think, that any of us gave any money to the foundation in the first place. And a lot of people were upset about this. And I think that, were it not for Aubrey himself saying, hold off, let's try to let cooler heads prevail. Let's give the foundation a chance to figure out, how to correct this mistake that they made. I think we would have seen legal action from the donor community a lot sooner. I think Aubrey was the one who was really putting the brakes on that.
Yeah. And I know we want to bring him up and kind of continue to just wrap up our summary of what the legal situation is. And I know that I really value the detail that you're giving at the same time of your testimony of seeing him in action. And I think that's the perfect thing for this conference right now, for sure. My take on things, I think, is that me going down the rabbit hole of seeing how Aubrey operates, the SENS Foundation, and how the $27.5 million was raised, and then all those things didn't keep lining up with Aubrey being in charge. It's really a testament to the state of the world and how difficult it is for longevity donors to be able to do what they want to do, which is to fund the long-term vision. And that's where I see the overlap between what Aubrey is doing, what Richard Hart is doing, what Hexagons are doing, and what PulseChain is all about. Is it's about being long-term thinking,
yes,
long-term minded. And when we look at PulseChain, you know, it hasn't launched yet because we're making sure that it's right.
Yes.
And because you know, for a number of reasons related to that long-term mindedness that pays off in the end. And so when we think about this conflict with the SENS Foundation, I want people to remember that, you know, the dollars aren't wasted. It's a conflict of, are those dollars going to be used for kind of the short-term stuff that's typical in the industry, or is Aubrey going to get back in charge of those funds and use them for the long-term vision that is underfunded? And I think that what you're doing by leading the legal crusade, against the board at the SENS Foundation that is not using the funds as the donors intended, I think that's really admirable. And I know we have some really good news to share, that there was a large donation that came in from the entity that gave $10 million. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So thanks very much to this anonymous donor who gave $10 million during the airdrop period. He has now contributed a very significant amount of money toward the legal fund. And to be very clear, obviously our first choice is not to spend that money litigating. There is a court-ordered settlement conference coming up. The parties are, I think, under a legal obligation now to negotiate in good faith and try to come to an amicable resolution. That's certainly what we intend to do. We certainly don't want to see more dollars going into legal fees than we have to. But to your point, Maddie, I completely agree with you. The high order bit here is that $27 million and what that gets used for. That's ultimately, you're entirely right, that's ultimately what's at stake. It's the difference between research that takes a long time and is difficult to commercialize, and yet stands a very good chance of making a meaningful improvement to human health span, versus more of the same. I think we have plenty of money going toward pharmaceutical research that is readily commercializable in the short term, that can make people a lot of money. I'm not against that. I think, people wanting to make money is, that's fine, but we have a bigger vision here for the future health of humanity and all of the societal implications that are very positive, that come with people living longer and our society benefiting from the wisdom that comes from that.
Well, I know that you and I might be able to do another stream to go more into depth about what the situation is, and that way people can really get the full picture. Now, as we transition to putting Aubrey on screen for his keynote, can you tell people where to find out more about you and the initiatives that you're doing?
Yeah, thank you so much, Maddie. So we've set up a website, longevitydonors.com, and that's a good place to get in touch. You can also email us at concernedlongevitydonors@gmail.com. I just want to say thank you again to the Hex community, to the crypto community as a whole, for supporting our legal effort here to make sure that $27 million is put to the use that the donors intended, to fight for the soul of what the SENS Research Foundation is, the original mission that Aubrey founded it for. And I also want to thank those donors who have pledged future support following the end of this controversy to the foundation, because clearly we have a lot of work ahead of us. I mean, once this controversy is finished, that's just the very beginning of it. There's a lot of damage to repair, so to speak. There's a lot of reputational repair that has to happen for the longevity community as a whole, and that's going to cost some money. And I really appreciate those donors who have stepped up to pledge support for that. And I can tell you, it does make a difference. That money coming in now for legal fees, as well as for that future support for public relations, for media relations, it's all really important, and it actually really helps us to see an end to this controversy sooner. So anyone who wants to get involved in that, it's very, very much appreciated.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for coming on. And I know you and I will keep in touch and keep working together. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Maddie. It's always so great to see you. Thanks
Likewise.
Again for having me on.
My pleasure. Hey, it's Aubrey de Grey.
Yep, that's me.
Hey, we're so honored to have you speak here at the conference. As we transition to your keynote and giving you full control of the stage here, I just want to say, you know, that I really appreciate you having come in person to the Hexpo.Vegas conference that we had. You, I think, represented yourself really well, and you have the full support of all the Hexicans and Pulsicans. For my part, you know, I'm not the God whale. I don't have hundreds of millions of dollars, but even during this bear market, you know, I took you know, a few $1,000s and sent it to you in crypto, because I really believe that it's a process of donating. It's not just a one-time thing. I sacrificed for the SENS Foundation to get Pulse Chain tokens in return, which just to let everybody know, those sacrifices, they've been recorded correctly. You can go on the sacrifice checker and you can see that your balance is correct. But yeah, for me, it really means a lot, everything that you're doing. And so I hope that others will also step up. I also think that Hex is a form of a longevity technology that has yet to be fully understood. And so I hope to speak more about that in the future. But for now, I will hand the stage over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Matty. And I must say, you know, listening to you and listening to Greg just now, it's indescribably humbling. You know, I know I'm one of those guys. I'm not easily humbled. You know, I have a pretty high opinion of myself, but you know, I honestly feel so amazed that people have seen such value in what I've provided over the years. Of course, my career in the biology of aging has transitioned over the years, when initially nobody knew who I was at all, and that was when I was doing the foundational work to understand aging properly and understand and come up with this new paradigm of divide and conquer damage repair to deal with it. And if you look at my publication record, you'll see that all of the really important work came out in one period of maybe a total of 7 years maximum, through up to about 2005, 2006. After then, of course, I've been overseeing the research that happens at SENS Research Foundation and the excellent scientists that I've been able to recruit there. But that only counts for a minority of my time. And there I include the scientists outside of the foundation itself, the ones like the group that Greg was talking about at Yale. And of course, also coming up with projects and evaluating new projects, which is something that I guess a chief science officer is for. But really, the majority of my time over the past 15 years has been spent on the advocacy side of things. You know, I have the great good fortune to be an extremely hardy long-distance traveler. I spent many years before COVID with literally, I was spending 10% of my time in the air, you know, traveling all over the world, giving at least 50 talks a year. and of course,
Wow.
innumerable interviews as well. And, you know, it seems to be something which I've been fairly effective at as well in nucleating a community. And I'm going to come back to that later on because I want to say quite a lot more about this upcoming conference, what it and other conferences, you know, the role that they play. But first of all, let me just, you know, do, I guess, the obvious thing, but it's definitely a really important thing, and give my own expression of thanks to the Hex community for the donations that they made, the contributions they made a year ago. You know, I've been cultivating, I guess, the crypto community for quite some time, and starting with Vitalik Buterin, there have been quite a few large donations from real big hitters in the crypto community. But this was the first time that we had an entire community of more grassroots people. You know, some of them donated in the 7-digit range, but you know, we had more than 2,000 donors come in. I'm going to say 90% of them were Hexicans of one kind or another, and of course, most of those donations were, I think, well, I suppose if you just do the arithmetic, the average amount of a donation was in the region of $10,000. So, you know, this is a real testament, a real statement by the community that they see the point of doing something extremely visionary and extremely, you know, game-changing for humanity, which is where I have positioned myself to try to be. And so, you know, when I look at what the Hexagon community did a year ago, I feel there's hope. I feel, you know, that's the kind of group that is leading by example, leading the world by example, really, showing how vital it is to set aside, you know, selfish vested interests, to set aside short-termist motivations. Of course, the whole concept of staking that has been, you know, really spearheaded by the Hex community in a big way is, you know, another really key example of long-term thinking. And here, long-term thinking, you know, one can talk about that at many levels. There's long-term in the sense of making an investment. There's long-term in the sense of caring about the long-term future. You know, we obviously have a climate change problem now that's a lot bigger than it needed to be, precisely because so few people were willing to think long-term at the time when climate change was less severe than it is today. And also just in terms of research, as Greg was mentioning, there is an extraordinarily strong bias built into the system, both in academia and in a different way in industry, to work on low-hanging fruit that may be terribly glitzy and sexy in the near term, but may not actually scale to something that really makes a difference to the world longer term. And that's really a huge part of the reason why I chose to set up SENS Research Foundation as an independent nonprofit funded almost entirely by donations. So I want to say a bit about that, actually, a bit about why SENS Research Foundation is so relevant and so vital. You know, we're in a different position now than we were maybe 6 or 8 years ago, before there was any kind of private sector involvement in the longevity movement. You know, it started with just a few people, a few really visionary angel investors coming out of the woodwork, coming to me saying, you know, what should I do? I'd like to actually kickstart some investing. And now it's huge. It's growing absolutely exponentially. But still, you know, SENS is a non-profit still, and the reason we are is because there is stuff that is pre-investable, and yet also too, if you like, translational to be attractive to the standard paradigm within academia. And well, let me actually just put up one slide because, of course, I gave a whole slideshow in Vegas. I don't need to do that today. I just would like to remind all of you, including those of you who were there, of the nature of what we do. The real conceptual breakthrough that I put forward about 22 years ago now was to look at repairing damage that the body had already done to itself, rather than what was the prevailing prior paradigm, which was to try to slow down the rate at which the body creates that damage. And the thing about damage repair is it's a divide and conquer strategy. So this really only makes sense if one has a way of dividing the problem into a manageable number of categories. This is my classification into 7 categories. Other people use different numbers. But the key point here is that for each category, one can define a corresponding way to repair the type of damage in question. And so we've been working on all of these since we started. And it's going pretty well. We're pretty happy about it. And the reason, and one of the consequences of the fact that it's going pretty well is that, as I say, we've got companies now pursuing some of these things. Some of them are a lot further ahead than others. Like, for example, the removal of senescent cells. That's the 3rd one in this list. And it's a lot easier now than it used to be 20 years ago, when I thought that we were going to have to do complicated, sophisticated genetic manipulations. We never dreamt that we would be able to get rid of these cells just using drugs. But the key point I want to make, which is relevant to SENS Research Foundation, is the fact that it's a divide and conquer strategy. In other words, basically, any one of these types of damage can kill you on its own, on more or less on schedule, however well we fix all the others. And therefore, the ultimate way in which we are going to keep people useful and healthy for a lot longer than they naturally are is by a portfolio, a panel of interventions that repair each of the various types of damage by different means. Now, that has to be developed, just like anything else. So we at SENS Research Foundation are determined to make sure that we start that process of combining therapies that have modest and promising individual effects, putting them together in the same mice at the same time, so as to determine the best way in which to get these things to synergize, to maximize the combined effect. This is something that's completely outside of the incentive structure of industry and of academia. It's absolutely vital. And I have to say that it's the main thing that's on my mind right now as the controversy we heard about from Greg continues, in terms of the what's not happening fast enough, because with getting rid of me and then getting rid of my number 2 scientist, Dr. Alexander Stoltzing, the foundation is, in terms of designing new projects and so on, it's really completely adrift. The good news is that the projects that are already in existence are being headed up and pursued by very, very good scientists. But if that's all that the foundation does, then it's not really being the foundation it ought to be. So that's really what I wanted to say about what matters. I guess I ought to say, what should you be doing right now with your money? Some people are, they say, well, we want to donate, we want to keep things going. But honestly, right now, the main thing, well, first of all, of course, Greg mentioned that we do have concerned longevity donors, a very key, yes, what happened there? Let me do that again. Here we go. A very key initiative to maintain the process of getting the foundation back into donors' hands. We've also set up some ways to donate to our partner, our sister foundation, the Methuselah Foundation, which is something that those of you who may want tax breaks on your donations may be more interested in. And I talked about that in Vegas, but we can certainly update you on that. Matty has all of that information. In fact, he was instrumental in helping me to set it up. So thank you very much for that, Matty. But to be honest, it's a bear market, as we all know, in the crypto world. So if you feel that now is the right time to hold on to your assets and wait until better times, both in terms of the value in dollar terms and also in terms of SENS Research Foundation, then, I'm not going to disagree with that. I think that's a fine thing, a fine strategy as well. I want to come back to the conference now, though, because there's a few things I want to say to augment what you and Greg said earlier, Matty. Conferences, I had the most amazing time in Vegas. So first of all, I really want to say it was just, I'm so grateful to you, Matty, for having me along and for putting me in front of such a wonderful group of people. It was just so heartening. It was so lovely for me. But more generally, I want to say how important conferences are for getting shit to happen. I have been running conferences of one sort or another within the rejuvenation world ever since I'd hardly invented the rejuvenation world. The first conference I ran was in 2003, and I only came up with the entire SENS paradigm in 2000. And those conferences were absolutely pivotal in creating the community we have today. I would say, definitely more than half of the real movers and shakers who are in this longevity movement today got their first taste of what it's all about at one or other of the conferences I ran. 6 of them in Cambridge over the period from 2003 to 2013, and then a few of them in Berlin, courtesy of one of our major donors, the Undoing Aging series. And very much the conference in Dublin that's coming up is a successor to those. It's a kind of third instar, to put it in biological terms, of the conference series that came before. And the importance of this thing has in no way changed. But let me give you a bit of some ancient history. So Richard, before he even called himself Richard Hart, became quite a fan of my work way back 15 years ago. And he didn't have any money back then of his own, but he did have enthusiasm and he had skills. And so he came along and volunteered at one or two of my conferences in Cambridge in the mid-2000s, doing the videoing of the talks. That's where I got to know Richard and he got to know me. And we lost touch with each other for quite a long time until he got back to me and suggested doing the airdrop last year. So, Richard is one of these people who have been inspired by these conferences. And he's not the only one. So some of you may know that the crypto community in general, not just the Hex community, have been pretty enthusiastic about this work for quite some time. In fact, really since there started to be a crypto community. I've spoken at probably a dozen crypto conferences over the years, in which I was always the only non-crypto speaker. It was like I was only there because there was such a group of people who wanted to know more about longevity. And one person who saw me speak at one of those conferences was a guy some of you may have heard of named James Fickle, who made his money by buying 400,000 or 500,000 Ethereum when ETH was worth 80 cents. So he's done quite well. And he read my book during the lockdown, having been inspired by the talk that I gave at a conference shortly a year or two before that. And it persuaded him that now was the time to get active. So he's put a few tens of millions of dollars into the movement at this point, including some work that I recommended funding. And he's also been very active in leveraging his network of other crypto big hitters, founders of various currencies who have come in and donated to other important groups in the movement. So, this is something that's continuing to happen, and it will continue to happen. And the reason it will was because there's a steady flow of new people coming into this field. This is the conference, of course, that Greg mentioned, or that you mentioned, Matty. It's going to be fantastic. I just thought I would show a slide of the venue, which is spectacular. It's just an amazing venue. It's the most spectacular venue I will ever have had the privilege to help organize a conference in.
Wow.
And, so I really recommend that you turn up. And I think, and this idea of doing a kind of pre-conference workshop for the crypto community is utterly brilliant. It's not my idea. It's an idea that came from you, Matty, along with Martin O'Day, my co-organizer. And I think it's absolutely the perfect thing to do, both as a thing to to get people up to speed, because that's really what it's going to be, but also, to be honest, just as a show of gratitude to the community. So I will be turning up a day early into Dublin in order to oversee and probably do most of the lecturing insofar as it'll be lecturing, because it'll be very interactive. For anyone who turns up from the crypto community who wants to get the most out of the talks that are being given. The talks at these conferences are fairly technical, most of them anyway, although of course there will be some non-technical ones, including you, Matty. Thank you so much for agreeing to take the time and effort to come all the way over to Ireland for this.
It's my honor. Yeah, I'm super pumped.
But that's that's in order for you guys to get the most out of this conference. However, I really want to emphasize that the things that made these conferences that I've organized for the past 20 years so special is not really the talks. The talks are mind-blowing if you're a scientist, and even if you're not, to be honest. But the main thing is the community building. The fact that we keep the posters and the bar open right through the night, until everyone starts to go to sleep. I do not get any sleep at these conferences. It is the most amazing, community thing. If you think that you'd like to try to make a contribution and you don't really know how you can make a contribution, you don't think you have the right talent or anything, you're wrong. I can tell you you're wrong because I've seen over and over again dozens and dozens and dozens of people come to this conference and they find their mojo. They find what they can do, and the rest is history, really. So be there. I will make it worth your while, and that's a promise. I guess I'll stop there because it's 5 minutes up to the hour. So I thought I wanted to leave a little bit of time for some questions. So let me unshare my screen. There we go, and see whether Matty has anything he'd like to ask me.
Yeah. So I think we're all in the Hex community. We appreciate you, saying kind words about what we did to donate to the longevity research movement, and to help recognize Richard Hart in the Hex community, because I think it is something that is really positive and something that we can all really be proud of. I think some people are asking themselves, they're trying to problem solve through the conflict part of this. And they're saying, well, why doesn't Aubrey just start his own foundation? And maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, many people have said, listen, the easy way out of all of this would be for me to just go away and appeal to people to come and donate and create just a new foundation. There's fundamentally two reasons why I don't want to do that. The second most, the minor of those two reasons, is that a lot of people with vested interests in seeing me suffer will say and persuade people that it's some kind of tacit admission of guilt of some kind, of that in some way the people who appropriated my foundation will be in some way vindicated by such a thing. But the main reason is not that. The main reason is that the $1 million in the SENS Research Foundation bank account that was put there for a purpose for which it is not being used and shows no sign of ever being used until and unless the person who was supposed to be in control of how it was spent actually is back in control of how it was spent. There is a very gratifyingly large number of donors who have signed up to the initiative that's currently going on, and of course a very large number of other people, including past donors, who have expressed support for this. There are exactly no donors who have expressed support for what the board have done. And the legal obligation of the board of directors of any nonprofit to respect donor intent is something that is being, shall we say, highlighted at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a really great answer. And I knew the answer to that, but I wanted to make sure other people knew it as well. You're showing that you're sticking by the true intentions of what the donors wanted, and we appreciate you for that.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just a case of the reason I've been successful, not just in the science, but in the past 15 years in advocacy and bringing money in, is because people trust me. And the reason people trust me is because I'm fundamentally a very trustworthy person, and I'm not going to change.
Yes, yeah, and that's that's verified by you having donated millions of dollars of your own money, of you working for years and years in the industry, doing something that most people can't or won't, which is taking this long-term approach to solving the problems instead of just trying to get rich quick.
Right, exactly. Greg has written a comment in the chat, which I think I might want to relay. It's a little bit of an important point here. The pledging of future support is something that, of course, doesn't cost money now, and therefore it may make sense in terms of riding out the bear market. So really, I mean, what you've written up there and under our faces just now, the only thing I would change in what you said is I would delete the word "even" at the beginning, because the fact is it's really important. It's the ultimate statement of putting one's money where one's mouth is, for showing that showing what the right way forward is for SENS Research Foundation.
Absolutely. And so you all heard it here. You can email concernedlongevitydonors@gmail.com on the screen here. And that is extremely helpful when you're able to pledge future support and show your support in any way possible.
Do we have any more time? If you have any...
yeah, we can continue for another 5 or 10 minutes.
Sure. So what else is on your mind?
One thing that I found interesting, were you the one that came up with this idea of like escape velocity when it comes to
yeah, that's an interesting thing. So several people have come up with the idea. So pretty much simultaneously with me talking about using this phrase longevity escape velocity, Ray Kurzweil started using the phrase living long enough to live forever, which is fundamentally the same thing. But the actual phrase is also an interesting story, because actually I started the precursor of SENS Research Foundation, the Methuselah Foundation, which is, as I say, still very much our sister entity and has the capacity to accept donations specifically for use by me. I started this with a guy named Dave Goebel, a brilliant businessman and thinker. You know, someone I really call my oracle. I often go to him for advice. And in, I'm going to say, November of 2003, the two of us independently used the term escape velocity in different communications. One of them, I think for me, it was with a journalist in Canada. For him, it was with Peter Diamandis, the guy who runs the X Prize. So, of course, it was very much space related. So it seems that we both came up with this actual term in almost simultaneously. We only realized this a few months later. We had a little bit of a discussion about which of us was actually first, but we came to the conclusion that it was genuinely independent and almost simultaneous.
I'm not sure if this is a tangential or kind of supporting this idea of escape velocity in one form or another, but what I've noticed is that since Hex started, the average stake length of everybody participating in the system, it has been going up, and not just by a little bit, by a lot. And what this is it's a way for us to measure on average how long-term thinking people are being with their actions, not just their thoughts or their words. Right. The first 100 days of Hex, maybe there was a lot of variability in the number of participants that were staking. But if we look at day 100, right? Because everything on Hex is on chain, which is cool. So we can see exactly what happened with all the addresses that have ever staked Hex, and it's all shown in the statistics. So if we take day 100 of the Hex contract, the average stake length was just under 4 years. And if we zoom forward to today, which is about 2.5 years later, the average stake length is about 2.5 years longer, which is just incredible. I mean, if you told an economist that if people would lock their money for longer and longer periods of time, they wouldn't believe it. They wouldn't believe that, because to get an average of 6.5 years is you have to have lots of people staking 15 years.
So Matty, let me ask you a question about that, because I mentioned earlier that the coming into the longevity movement so heavily with the airdrop was an example of the Hex community leading by example. So this could be considered also very much to be another case of leading by example. And as you say, it would surprise mainstream thinkers. So have there been any conversations trying to ask mainstream economists to explain such a phenomenon in their own terms and to fit it into what they think is the way people think?
There has not been any such opportunity yet.
The reason I ask is because it's something that's probably worth doing. At the moment, in longevity, the conversation among top-level economists about the value of investing in research to extend longevity and so on is becoming much more sophisticated than it used to be. I've been talking to economists for a long time, and it was like talking to a brick wall for a long, long time. But now there are a few people who are really getting it and listening to what the biologists like myself are saying. I want to give a big shout out to a British economist named Andrew Scott, who, if you want to look at one person, he's the guy to look at. But the point is, this is something that can really move the needle in the wider world, among policymakers, in government and so on. Once people who have completely unblemished mainstream credentials and don't look like Rasputin, once they start getting behind it. So it may be, worth actually finding such people and getting them to engage, and maybe getting them to actually contribute in their own way to spreading the word that long-term thinking makes sense.
Absolutely. And I predict that Hex will attract more people in the crypto space who are not only already more long-term thinkers, who will find themselves aligning with longevity research and trying to reverse aging, but also will cause people to become more long-term thinking, which is a big difference, and something that I really like to point out, because we're not just looking for people who already think that the way that we do and have these certain values, but we've created a new financial technology that didn't exist before, where you could send money to your future self. And we're seeing that there's an emergent property of that people are surprising themselves by wanting to live longer. I have an initiative that I'll bring up here, which is kind of unorthodox. I announced on my YouTube channel that if you go to my website and sign up to make a suicide prevention plan during this bear market, when we know there are people out there who have lost their whole life savings, if you go and sign up, I will give you some small amount of money in crypto once PulseChain comes out. And just from my small YouTube channel and my small announcement, there were already 12 people who signed up who wrote they wrote suicide prevention plans and called a hotline. And so we're seeing that the more we can attract the type of people that need they need the help to be more long-term thinking, the better. And
I've got to say, that's such a brilliant story, Matty. I mean, it's brilliant in multiple ways. It's brilliant that you succeeded in getting so many people to do this. But the real brilliance is that you applied your own field, your own training, to in a way that I would never have considered. And this is the kind of thing that comes out of face-to-face conferences. One gets what sparks that come from unanticipated conversations, informal interactions, as they're often called. This is a shining example of how it's crazy ever to think that you can't contribute to a mission you'd like to contribute to.
Well, thank you. And that's high praise coming from you. And if people want to find out more about this initiative that I'm doing, or maybe you want to tell somebody that you know who's struggling with their mental health and suicidality, I can't respond to personal messages or be your personal therapist, but my blog post does tell you where to go to get help in every country, what the suicide hotline is and that sort of thing, is CryptoSavesLife.com. It's on the screen right now. And that's where people can sign up to write a suicide prevention plan and try to increase their longevity here with crypto one way or another. Now, Aubrey, as we got the next panel coming up here, the last thing I wanted to bring up is that I guess tomorrow night during the last day of the Pulse conference, we're going to have Richard Hart speaking with Jack Levin. And I know from speaking in Twitter Spaces with Jack that he's also a huge fan of longevity. And he actually bought Bitcoin earlier than Richard did at $1. And so I really hope that they maybe find some synergy there. And maybe I'll try to suggest that they not only cover the topic of crypto, but also longevity.
Brilliant. I'll try and tune in.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you again for coming to speak and for making yourself available to the Hex and Pulse Chain communities, for being willing to meet up with us here in Dublin coming up in September. And I would encourage everybody to check it out. Now, where can people go to find out more about you?
Well, really, I mean, you can go to Wikipedia. That's always a good place to start. But I mean, obviously, there's an indecent number of videos of my talks on YouTube. Honestly, the right way to find out more about me than you can by obvious means like that is to come and actually talk to me in person over a beer. And
Cool.
what better place to do that than Dublin? I'm really so looking forward to this. It's been so many years since I was able to, have face-to-face interactions and conferences with this community. I miss it so much, and I'll be throwing everything I've got, and I've got a lot of energy into this meeting. So anyone who wants to turn up, you will have as much of my time as you want, and especially I think this idea of doing a pre-conference day to help people to get the most out of the rest of the conference is inspired. And I will be very enthusiastically making it a success.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
I should mention, just in case anyone missed it, that extra meeting on the previous day will be free. There's no extra cost in terms of registration that will be involved in coming to that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us today and for everything that you do.
Fantastic. Bye for now.
All right. Well, that was great. Now, who do we have here?
What's up, Maddie?
Hey. I wasn't sure what to call this panel, but you are all loved in your own right in the Hex and Pulse Chain communities. And I'm super excited to hear your guys' panel on whatever you want to talk about.
Wait. Before we begin, I have a bone to pick with you, Mr. All In.
Okay.
The green room has never, I understand the Pulse Chain has not yet launched, but the green room has never been so shoddy. The sturgeon, row that I was promised on the canapes was not albino. I did not get that.
What?
And a handful of hay in the corner does not constitute a men's bathroom either.
Well, I'm going to
no
get with
bidet.
StickerGuy and give him a tough time about that.
No, that's awesome.
Clean up your act.
Papa asked for a bidet.
Did. I spritz, I don't smear.
Thanks, Maddie.
I'll let you guys take it away. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
Oh, and it begins.
And it begins. That's awesome. All right, Craig, you're the boss. Where are we starting, man?
Oh, I'm the boss?
Yeah, you're the
How
boss.
did I be the boss? Round table. For those that don't know us, ladies first.
Yes,
ladies
yes.
first.
Uh-oh, I was afraid it was going to ladies first. So I guess what are we doing? We're just introducing ourselves?
Yeah. Good.
Sure.
Great. Well, hi everyone. I'm Ashley Ash. I've been in the Hex community since about fall 2020. Stayed quiet for a while, and then ended up, getting a little more. I don't want to say mouthy, a little more chatty on Twitter, and I guess I got CryptoHeartBeat's attention, so he pulled me into an interview. We chatted, and he's like, you know what? Why don't you make a channel? And I did, and here I am. So right now my channel is Ashley Ash Now on YouTube. And I guess I'll talk more about my channel because I feel like this is a social media chat for this hour. So I started out interviewing people in the Hex community, just we have such an amazing community. I wanted to just get to know people in it. So I started out with that, which kind of turned into paranormal UFO type chatting called High Strangeness every Saturday night, because I find that in Hex we seem to be interested in a lot of the same things. And I noticed so many people in Hex are into the paranormal and into the weird and into the strange, because I feel like we just are people that question everything. We kind of do things a little differently. And I guess I found my people there. And that is that's like kind of my biggest stream at the moment. And then I also have a prepping stream that happens here and there. So I'm kind of all over the place, but I also plan to get back into some actually crypto talking lately. So that's me. That's my channel. I am on the East Coast. I'm in the New York City area, so representing the Northeast here, and I can't think of anything else to say besides I'm happy to be here, and I am in such amazing company in this group tonight, this hour. So thank you guys so much for having me, and hopefully and for letting me go first. I didn't know what to say, so there's me.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I'll take it next. The fact that this is the geriatric hour, and all of us old guys, I think we get a discount for being on this one, right?
Do you have a coupon?
Oh yeah, you have a coupon?
Yes.
This is like Bob Evans or something, folks.
Early bird special.
That's right. That's right. Oh my goodness, I took my son to a store recently, and the guy at the counter is like, "Oh, your grandson's handsome." I said, "Thank you so much. I really appreciate that."
No.
Yeah, it was really nice, and they gave me a discount as well, so it was good. But my name is Matt. I'm CryptoHeartBeat. For those of you who don't know me, I've been in Hex really since I watched a television ad in the middle of the night, about 2 a.m. I couldn't sleep. And I saw this ad, and it had like yachts in it. It was like, you could be a millionaire. Do you want to be mega rich? And of course, at the middle of the night, you're like, what? And, I thought it was a network marketing thing, like an MLM thing. And so I was so intrigued because it stood out so much as like, there's usually like car ads and Geico commercials. And I pull it up on my phone, and it's crypto. And of course, I'd been in some things in crypto in the past, just dabbling. I wasn't serious at all. My brothers were really into tech and all that stuff. So I knew about Bitcoin. And so I was like, well, I'll check this out. And I started watching Hexo. And that was the thing that it was awesome, right? So every day, because we were at that point trying to trade futures, and that didn't work out so good. And so we just would watch Hexo at the end of the day, and it was so fun. And 2 days before big payday, I got into Hex. Thought, I'll dip my toe in the water and throw the line in. And what was crazy about it is, over the next, you guys know what happened since big payday. And of course, I'd come home and we'd have dinner, and my wife would be with the kids, and I'd be like, yeah, that crypto thing? Yeah, it's doing pretty well. And I think I put like $600 in, right? I was like, it was something really small. And I'm like, yeah. And so every day I come home from work, and I'd be like, yeah, it's like $1,500 now. I was like, that's pretty cool, And then of course, it was like $2,500, and then it was $5,000, and then it was, $7,500, and then it was, $12,000, and then it was $15,000. I'm like, this is some serious stuff. And it was crazy. My daughter turned 16, and we got her a car, And it was just like this, amazing experience of seeing what was going on. And of course, it wasn't until Richard Hart said, I'm going to fork Ethereum. And I just absolutely freaked out. I'm like, this is it. And so I sacked for, and that was a year ago, right? Sacked for that and thought, you know what? I'm going to pump my own bags. I've always wanted to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to start a YouTube channel, and I'm just going to pump my own bags, right? Well, that's where everything started. My life has changed so dramatically since October 1st of last year, and just an amazing, the community has been so unbelievable. And so I've been literally, my life's been changed by the Hexagon community. Started CryptoHeartBeat. It's, grown quickly. And now we're building a project on the Pulse chain called Texan Token, and just some amazing people. I mean, it's crazy. If you would have asked me, 2 years ago, if I would have thought any of this was possible, I would have said absolutely not. So I owe a lot to Richard Hart and the education that he's given me, but also this community of people. I've got some of like better friends that I've ever had in my entire life. So that's kind of status for me.
On behalf of all of your better friends than you'd have in real life.
That's you, Papa B.
Thank you. It hits right there in the heart.
That's
I
right.
guess if we're going, clockwise, I guess I have to go next. As long as I'm before Gen X, I'm happy. And he's muted anyway, so that's good.
I just said I dropped the reverse Uno card on Ashley when we started. So.
Oh, right on. Okay. Well, if I only had one of those cards, I could do something about it, and then CryptoHeartBeat would have to go again. Wouldn't that be fun?
Right.
But anyway, my name's my stage name, or whatever you call this streamer name, is PapahBoehner. There's no way to mispronounce this, because Boehner or Boehner should be pronounced that way. So I'm leading the charge to pronounce it the right way. So yeah, I'm I guess what you would call an OG Hexagon, if you can call a proto community member from the very, very start, when Richard Hart was streaming without the idea of even starting his own cryptocurrency. And I was one of the early. Oh, thank you. I'm getting seasick here with the changes. So anyway, Richard Hart was very interesting to follow back in the days when he called the bottom of Bitcoin. I said, all right, I've been following him for a while. I'm gonna put in now, because he's called the bottom. I'm gonna just see how it works, right? Richard's calls, see if they're good, because I really trust this guy. And then more recently, when he called the top, I was very fortunate to get out at his call there too. So I went from the alpha to omega in Richard Hart following from a Bitcoin perspective. So that trust and what he's been able to allow me to do with my own, my own well-being, my family's well-being financially, to be able to not have to sell any of my hex, really warms the cockles of my schnockles. But I'll tell you this, that beginning from the very beginning of Hex, where he decided, fuck it, I'm going to create my own thing. I should create my own thing. And we all egged him on. I was in that chat, trolling him, cracking jokes, getting my comedy chops. He read a couple of my things. I felt like there was a connection there. It was great. And then when he said he's going to do Bitcoin Hex, I'm like, I'm in on this whole thing. And to see the community grow from, I think there were about 2,500 followers in the proto Telegram chat that was soon to become the hex.com chat, grow to now over 100,000, of people that are touching this thing on a daily basis. To see that, and see the streamers start with Hexologist and RG3 and all these people that are surrounding me now, and to be categorized as a streamer, although I'm maybe not a streamer nowadays, being 50, I'm probably more of a trickler nowadays. I will tell you though that it is a deep honor to be with you both today, and with you en masse to see the birth of Pulse Chain, which is going to just change the whole game of crypto completely.
Very nice.
And that's the end. Would you like to go there?
I'll go. Yeah. So first of all, I just want to let you guys know I am happy to be on here with the three of you folks, because Ashley, I come hang out on your channel I enjoy your stream. Papa, all the streams you have done, all the advice, the walkthroughs, the very patient walkthroughs you've done with so many people on how to help them set up their hard wallet, stuff like that. And Matt, CryptoHeartBeat, I try to tune in. I know you stream multiple times, sometimes a day. When I'm at work, I try to find anything else. I'm at least lurking. Our community has gotten so big, just even since I've joined it, to where you can almost any time of day have someone that's streaming or on Twitter Spaces or something. There's almost constantly hexagons or pulsecons or whatever prostitutes or whatever they call themselves out there. But the community is getting so big, and more people that are taking part. And that's why I think when I found the Hex community and I found Richard Hart around the blockchain, Richard was on there. I think Pulse Sacrifice had just started about a year ago. I didn't understand. He sounded intelligent, but I didn't understand why everybody was being so snarky and treating him like a pariah. So I started checking out for myself, who's this Richard Hart guy and what's going on with it. I had heard of Hex before, but being new to crypto from previously last year, it just was one more token out there that I was hearing about. It didn't nothing to differentiate it for me because I hadn't done any research on it. So I was able to get in on the Pulse Sacrifice. I found out enough information before it was over. I think maybe day 11 or 12, I was able to get in. And then as soon as it was over, I immediately started DCAing into Hex. Maddie's show was one of the first ones I found that I started watching. And it's, watching live streaming. Shortly thereafter, Crypto Schwabuk was coming through my city. Maddie happened to be hooked up with him and was going through Central Ohio when they were going through. So I went to the meetup. I actually was able to meet Maddie and Patrick and Abit and Pascal and Kayla. Not that they all remember meeting me or not, but I'm the kind of person when I get interested in something, I like to immerse myself in it. So that means earbuds in the ear while I'm driving, while I'm working, listening to streamers, listening to content, listening to old streams, and really immersing myself in what I'm involved in. And I barely knew what a wallet was after I started, even staking Hex, much less the Staker app, much less a hardware wallet. And I just really appreciate what you guys do because I was telling you in the green room earlier that the day you had Jim Rat Crypto on talking about him getting rinsed, I had bought that Trezor and it had been sitting on my desk for a week. And I kept thinking, okay, when I get home tomorrow, I'm going to do that. I literally installed it while I was watching that stream because I finally it realized it hit me, the epiphany there that this isn't something. I'm new to the game, but do I really want to lose everything that I've scraped for to try to even get started? Do I really want to have to start over? And I really appreciate you doing what you do. I know you've spent countless time on in I think the Telegram voice chat also. So all of you and any other streamers out there beside myself. But the reason why I'm saying this is why I decided to stream. Was watching when Maddie did the Hexpo and he had a panel on and Rags2Riches was talking. And I think I did a super chat and I said, you guys have inspired me to start my own channel. And right after the Hex conference that Maddie threw online is when I started upload a couple videos, just content. And I got to thinking about, I don't know how to do TA. And I am not the kind of person that could sit down and do the type of homework that like K4K and CryptoGrafx and those guys, the in-depth stuff they do, right? So I thought, what can I do? So in making the Gen Hex channel and doing the streams we do, we try to get other guests on. And a lot of times the conversation, we let it go organic. We talk about crypto, we talk about community, we try to have a good time and relax because people get sensitive and emotional and serious when it comes to their money and their finances and their futures and their kids and all this stuff. But we still got to realize that we're all in this together. We're all fleas on the same dog. If nothing else, if you're staking for the next 15 years, we're all in this together, right? So anything positive for a community, anything welcoming for new people, our channel, the Gen Hex channel, we've tried to just be there as a place, kind of like what Discourse Syndicate has done with allowing other people to come on and stream with them. They often hang out on Fridays. We kind of do that on Saturdays too, like new streamers. We try to get people, when we find out somebody started a stream, to get them on. Veteran streamers. Matt's been on there a few times with us. Ashley was on last week with us. So more or less positive community, cheerleading, whatever you want to call it. We're in this together. There's enough negativity in the world. There's enough negativity on Twitter. Anything we can do to make it more enjoyable and have people have somewhere to collectively not just come together, but even network. We've had very popular streamers on our channel with other very popular streamers that had never met each other before. So, just an opportunity to have for people to come in and relax and hang out. And by all means, I'm going to shield the channel, like, subscribe, all that stuff. Same thing with these guys. If you're not already subbed to their channels, check them out, because if we all like the same football team, it wouldn't be any fun to watch football. If we all talked about the same exact thing, why would you need to watch all the different channels? The different types of speakers that you get with YouTube streamers and the Hexicans, whether they're talking more about just Hex in general or Richard Hart projects or what. There's only so many hours in the day. Immerse yourself, educate yourself. Maddie, Wells only. For security stuff, especially, with Papa. CryptoHeartBeat keeps us leveled, keeps us our heads straight. Sometimes you got to focus on what's going on and what we're dealing with and stuff. Ashley, and definitely entertaining, as far as, like you said, a lot of us have a lot in common. That's why we're here. We have a different way of thinking about life in general. And I think Ashley is a lot of fun. Her stream is a lot of fun. If you haven't checked it out on a Saturday evening, go check it out, hang out. So aside from that, I mean, that's who I am, how I got into Hex, how I found the community. And if you've thought about streaming, just like when Brian and then we're talking about it, when I decided to do it, if you've thought about streaming, all you need is a camera and a microphone. And some people don't even turn on the camera if you don't want people to see you. My real name is Greg Welding, so no one's ever going to figure out who I am. I'm just kidding. I doxed myself a long time ago because I'd already made the name, and I was like, oh crap, I guess I probably should have made up something. So that's out of the bag. So if you thought about streaming and you want to do your part, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to do TAs. You don't have to talk about guessing on prices. If you like cooking, if you like gaming, if you like sewing, if you like fishing, do that on stream. Just wear a Hex t-shirt when you do it. Wear a Hex hat, have a Hex logo in the back. And when people get used to watching your channel and they say, hey, by the way, what's this hex.com thing I see in the back all the time? Don't try to force a square peg in a round hole. If you like to do a thing, go do a thing. Yep. Just bring Hex along with you, or Pulse channel along with you. People will ask out of curiosity, human nature. You don't have to force feed it to them. Bait them with it, tease them with it. And then if they come to you and ask the questions, then give them the information, right?
Well, Ashley's been doing, I remember that first stream we did, Ashley, where you did we talked about, the high strangeness stuff. I'd love to know from you, if you'd share with everybody, what's that experience been like for you? Because you've done this a number of weeks now. You're sharing this. What's the interaction with the community been? What have you found in that whole kind of high strangeness stream? Because I think it's so unique and it's so authentic for you, and it's so fun. It's fresh. What's your experience been?
Thank you. I mean, first of all, thank you so much for your kind words. But I mean, it's been been nothing but positive. Because I've tried, also just some stuff here and there on TikTok too. And, and I found a lot of negativity and a lot of hate on TikTok. But then, going into streaming, people are just generally positive and kind, because I guess the thing with YouTube is if somebody's not interested, they're just going to turn it off. They're not really going to mess with you. Because I know, some people who want to get into streaming, they're kind of worried about what are people going to think, what are people going to say. But really, YouTube is such a great way to dip your toe into it, because like people have been so kind, people have been supportive, like even especially in the Hex community, even if people aren't into your content, just because you are into the same thing as them, because you're in the same because you're a Hexican, people are just going to come out and show their love and support anyway, even if they're not into your content, which is amazing. And which I found people are just so kind, and it's a great way to get started in it too, because like people will sub to you regardless, and which is like just this nice boost. It kind of, everybody gives you this great confidence boost, which makes it so much less scary going in. And then when you look at the live chats are, and people's streams are just so lively. It gives you something to go off of back and forth, because looking at a camera and speaking at a camera with nobody else in the room, it could be intimidating. For me, it was so intimidating because I'm a people person. I like to have a conversation with someone else. So that was scary. But then once I saw how cool everybody was in the live chat, just like in here, it really does give you a back and forth. And it's easy to kind of find the topics that people like. You go on Twitter, you kind of see what everybody's talking about. So like if anyone wants to get into it, it seems really intimidating. But once you just get the ball rolling and then slowly get into it, I find that everything just comes so naturally. Everything just kind of, you find topics people like, and then, you find yourself in them, and then you find yourself making a series on it. So, I mean, I don't know if that answers your question. I'm sorry, my answer is all over the place, but just generally, it's been it's like a happy experience. It's really enjoyable. And I would encourage anybody, even if you're just like kind of considering it and you're nervous about it, see if there's somebody else's stream you can hop into, be a guest at somewhere else. And that's such a great introduction. And thank you to Matt, CryptoHeartBeat, because I was on his stream first, and he really he showed me the ropes and showed me that, this is a cool thing, and it's not scary, and that and people are amazing. So so you got to just find that person.
Yeah, and you've got the, that's the thing too. I mean, and then this would be great for everybody to chime in on too, is this idea of authenticity, right? Is that, that's what I think is so attractive about you, is you're being yourself, you're talking about things that you're interested in. And that's the thing I love, is that, so many people you see out in kind of YouTube land, and you can tell immediately that it's not authentic, right? When they're playing a role, and I think that's one of the reasons we're so attracted to Richard Hart, is he tells us the truth. He's honest. He's like, this is what you get. What you see is what you get. And I think that the more that streamers realize, just bring what you've got. I did an interview with the hexiest man in the world today, and he talked about, going through recovery. He talked about the struggles in his life, and it was so captivating because he was being honest. And I think that's the only thing you've got to bring. Everybody's got a unique experience, and you're going to relate with people, but just be authentic. And, that to me is the coolest part. And I think you in this community of, when I look at my stats of 98% men, to have you and your fresh voice and fresh face is so like helpful, because, no offense to you, Papa B, but, she's better to look at than you are, my friend.
How dare you? You know what? Speaking of authenticity, I think that any number of communities for crypto, any number of morons can get onto, YouTube, and they can talk into a camera, and they just have to have a little microphone earpiece, and they're streaming and talking, speaking their mind. What's unique and very interesting when it comes to Hex and Pulse in our community is that you may bare your soul on air, and you may be authentic, but there's another person to accept it authentic, in an authentic way as well. that's something that we don't see out there. You see like two-dimensional streaming, not interactive. There's no one that has that is a stakeholder in the same thing that you're doing on the other end. But the support that you get from this community is second to none. Right. When you make a joke or, you say something or there's drama or whatever, these are real people interacting with their heart. And again, this is not normal for crypto. The communities that I've been part of before have nothing to do with that. If somebody comes in, for example, they have an emergency, this is just in my area, so I'll throw it out there. But somebody came in on one stream a long time ago and said, and this is a different community, said, "My God, I think I've been robbed. My crypto's gone from my wallet. What can I do?" The support was not there. The stream suddenly turned to, "Well, sucks for you. Don't be stupid." And in the chat, it was like, "Ha, that guy just got rinsed. Isn't that freaking hysterical?" In any way, I want to keep trolling. But in this community, it's one of, let's take this offline, let's get to the heart of it, let's get you back on your feet, dust you off, and get you, back in, because we don't want to lose you from our community. Everything that we do promotes and supports. Our streaming also has that at its core. Yeah. So I would agree with you 100%.
Well, and you know what's so cool about that? I think it's an indication of maturity on one side, but also, I say this all the time. I think one thing that ties Hexicans together is they know what hard times look like. And the fact that you're being, empathetic to people and you're saying, hey, I can understand what it's like and you care. That's the thing about it, is that's what attracted me to Hexo in the first place, right? I see this TV ad and then I watch Hexo and I'm like, this guy's a regular guy. This guy's in the military. I mean, I can relate to this. And to me, that's what's so cool about the Hexican community in general, is that it's not it's not finance guys, right? This isn't like, yeah, I went to an Ivy League school, it's like, no, we got salt of the earth people. And if you got a problem, PapahBoehner is going to help you, and that, to me, that care and that love. I mean, I mentioned before, David Lee traveled 7.5 hours to come to my dad's funeral. Like, who does that? Like, I said, dude, you don't have to come. He's like, no, I'm coming. And he literally jumped in a car and came and hung out. And I'm like, it meant so much to me, but it's a picture. And I've heard story after story after story of people doing that. So it's amazing.
Yeah, this is, another one of those interesting things. You said something about, well, you touched on one thing that brought back something very, very current, and that is the down market, right? This is our first bear market. A lot of us, though, OGs in crypto in general, have seen cycles before. So I think that people are looking from the outside into this community saying, why are these guys still streaming and excited about upcoming projects? Isn't this like the end of the earth the end of the world in terms of finance? It's like all crumbling down. Crypto's had a huge drawdown. Why could they still have a smile on their faces? I think because there is that support also evident, and the things that Richard makes all expect us to live through several of these cycles together. Yeah. So there's this investment. I mean, look, when I used to live on a small island, 150,000 population, the adage was, don't be an asshole, because if you're an asshole, you're going to see that person the next day at the supermarket. Right. So I feel like we're on that island. It's growing, of course, but we are still on that island. We all do care about each other, and we know that we're going to have to look at each other the next day and try to, re-solidify our bonds at some point and get over it, right? So I think our bonds are going to be big, strong, and 15 years long plus, right? We're going to have our kids knowing each other, that type of thing.
And with all these meetups that are happening and everything, and conferences and even stuff like this, I mean, it's so, the opportunities, that to me is what solidified it all, was going to Austin and meeting other Hexicans in person, and then going to Vegas. And I'm super excited about going to Vegas again. And just, it's incredible. And one of the things that it reminds me is, as an adult, and, 3 of us on this panel are going to be turning 50. And it's just crazy to me that, you can't
Ashley looks, I thought she was like in her early 20s.
22.
No,
she's 22.
What?
22. Yep. And so what's amazing to me is that, it's hard especially for men, you don't go to the supermarket and meet other dudes, right? You're like, hey, you want to be my friend? And crypto has given us such an opportunity to I remember I went into Vegas and DJ Cryptomatic was there. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And it was like meeting a celebrity. And it was so cool to me that, big hugs and everybody was so warm. And it's this idea of, it's a miracle, in my opinion, that something like financial things could be the catalyst for people, just basically putting aside differences and becoming, friends. And to me, it's special. It is really special. And to me, it gives me hope for the future that, we can merge these two things of this autonomy and the sovereignty of financial system with the antithesis, which is closeness and community and love for one another. And to me, we gotta maintain that. But I want to say to you, Papa B, as I think about RG3, I think about you, I think about Coffee, I think about, all of these guys that have been around since the beginning, Kinetics, all of these guys that Maddie. What's amazing to me is it's actual leadership. And Papa B, you are leading people saying, this is how you're a Hexagon, right? You don't rag on people when they get rinsed, right? You don't do these things. I'm going to show you the way. And I feel like that's what I saw from Hexa that drew me in was there is a certain decorum, even though things are sometimes really interesting. And Richard does some pretty interesting things. It's so cool because that he cares, that he's an advocate. And I feel like everybody's kind of following that lead, and you're leading, Papa B. And to me, you guys set the tone, right? RG and Hexo and all these guys just set the tone. Well, we're following in that, I'm like, I don't want to get out of line. I don't want Papa B to, drop the hammer on me.
We'll get to Ashley next. I know that I know what your security is like, you guys over there, but Ashley, you got green room time coming up. I haven't cleared you yet quite. I'm looking at you sideways. You got a hardware wallet there? Hey, Ashley, hardware wallet, yes.
Okay,
no, all right. No. Green room it is then.
We'll talk in the green room. Yeah. But yeah. So, but no, I just want to echo what you said. Like, it really is amazing that that Hex is just such a great way to make instant friends. Because I've heard people talk about certain statistics where people say that it's very hard to make friends in adulthood, and and for me, I guess because I'm just like an extrovert and all over the place, I never realized that. I never realized that people struggled with that. I'm the person to talk to somebody random who's a stranger anywhere in a bathroom. So that, when I, anywhere.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I would stop. Flag on the field. It's definitely stall open conversation, right? It's not like, you got any toilet paper over there? It's not like that type of conversation, right? It's polite. It's like, oh, I couldn't help but notice that you're washing your hands like a real person. Maybe you'd like to know about Hex or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Would you like to be my friend? And it's New York and bathrooms get crowded. I've walked into men's rooms before too, and you just walk right in, and then you make it casual in conversation as you're going in. Because there's no line, You go, I'm not looking, and then you chat with people. But that sounds bad. I didn't know. I'm just going into the because it's New York Comic Con. But definitely, like, I find it amazing that it's almost like when you get into Hex and if you're using Twitter, it becomes a bat signal. Like, I tell people, listen, just start tweeting with those tags and you will have so many Hexagons just start following you. And then right away you start finding people you click with and finding people who have the same interest as you, or even finding people who are willing to say what area they're in. And then you're meeting people in your area. And I realized that it's just such a great social thing too, truly. Like, it really is a way to make wonderful friends who are on the same page as you, because especially in the world we live in that's so divided and everybody hates each other, it's given people this amazing other outlet. So I'm just echoing what you're saying as you're saying it. I'm just like amazed at that option it gives people, because really this is the best community in crypto. And I know we say that because we're in it, but I had never realized, until I really started paying attention on Twitter, because, I was kind of listening to different podcasts and, and looking at other places on crypto Twitter, and man, people can be toxic. And then the whole shilling thing, I never realized initially, I started listening to this podcast, and I couldn't understand why are these people making money off of it? But all of a sudden, if I try to buy in, there's no more money to be made anymore. And I didn't realize that people purposely mislead people. So when I found Hex and the people just genuinely care about, pumping each other's bags and lifting each other up, and let me help you with this and let me fundraise for this. I'm like, there's no other community like this. This is the place to be. Stop looking for a crypto community. Truly, I'm so grateful to be a part of it.
Did you ever stop to think, any of you, did you ever stop to think that by promoting Hex and getting people to stake and participate, that you're actually taking a hit to your own APY?
Yeah, that's right.
So be selective on what type of people you want to bring in, not just blanket shill, because you are paying for those people to come in.
That's a really
No
good point.
other crypto works that way.
That's interesting that you say that. And it also locks them in. I think that's the other cool thing about the nature of locking up with staking is that, you're kind of stuck here with us, and it's the beauty of the tokenomics, right? It basically, especially in these down times, you're like, you can't go anywhere, so let's have a good time. And yeah, it's a great function of that contract. And I think people are coming to realize this with everyone else getting wrecked around there. Is going, hold on, why are you guys so positive? Well, I didn't really have a choice. It protected me from myself, which is awesome.
You got to think too how many people really are out there. You can put numbers on a page all day long about how many billions of people there are, or how many millions of people maybe if you're in a big city. But the small percentage of people that are actually in crypto, and then take even a smaller percentage of people that have even heard of Hex.
Yeah.
Just a reality check, something I've done before. If you're driving down the highway and you see all the taillights in front of you and all the headlights in the other lane coming at you, and you're thinking like, where are all these people going? I know where I'm going, but where are all these people going? And you think every one of those people have to get their tags renewed every year and their driver's license every few years, and everybody's paying for a cell phone, and that most everybody ate breakfast or lunch, or they're headed to dinner. And you start really thinking about just in your area how many people there really are, and think about that on a global scale. We're still early. I know people say that all the time, but think about even cell phones when they came out. Who had a cell phone when they first came out? I mean, I did, but I was a locksmith, and I got the phones forwarded to me so I could get an emergency phone call and not have to go find a pay phone with a pager and digging quarters out of my pocket. And by the time I called them, they already got the keys out of their car and I didn't get any money. So the people that were drawn toward going out and spending that money, getting those first cell phones, were people that either they were flexing, or it was had some practicality and some usage for them, right? Maybe to make them money for their business. And I think some of us are more inclined to be drawn, magnetically drawn to this kind of stuff, whether it's for our own financial freedom and not being a slave to banks and things like that, to be our own bank. I think, especially with the way finances and inflation and things are going right now, more people are going to be drawn towards looking for another avenue of where to put their funds and finances. And when we say we're early, listen. If you're still new to all this, listen to what the people that have been around for a couple cycles are saying. Richard Hart talked about the 80, 85, 90% dips. It's in the game. These guys, Hexo and Verzology, and some of these guys have been around for several years in the Hex community. Listen to what they're saying. Don't just see it and go, okay, listen and read what they're saying, because they've been through it already. They've hardened their armor against it, and they're ready for it to go through this next cycle with it. So learn from the people that have already been through it, so we can take advantage of their wisdom and experience, right? So you don't get wrecked yourself. I'm just saying, from what I've learned, we've heard the warnings, we've heard the messages, we've heard the advice, and not financial advice. Truly pay attention to what you're hearing from people that have experienced it already, because I think in the long run, it's going to save you a lot of grief. When Richard talks about launches being delayed and no expectation of the work of others and things like that, and you still see people in the streams and on Twitter and Telegram complaining about, when launch, I invested money, and when do I get a return on my investment? they obviously weren't listening. They weren't paying attention. So listen, learn, pay attention from the information's out there. You just got to open your ears and eyes and find it.
Yeah.
And you'll feel much more relaxed about waiting for launch and about all of it.
We got about
add something. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go. You go.
But also one of the beautiful things about the Hex community is what other Hex community looks at dips. I'm sorry, Hex community, sorry, crypto community will look at a dip like Hexicans do. Like Hexicans are like, awesome, shaking out weak hands. Let's buy the dip, get it at a discount, and we'll get through it. Like, I've seen other crypto communities freak out, but we're like all like, cool, this is a good thing. This is part of the game. And that means, every time we dip, that means we're going to go right back up. Same thing with the delays. While other people might panic, we get it. We're like, we're going to have a better product. It might end up launching at a better time, especially if if it gets launched at the bottom of the market. So I love that we are a community that does look at the bright side. Some people panic, some people don't get it, unfortunately, and and some people just get stressed out, and sometimes fighting happens. But for the most part, it's amazing to just see everybody generally just look at these things that other people would view negatively, we view as a positive. And I think that's just so cool and just like a positive thing.
Well, I think with people that are early adopters, I mean, if you think about who are, like Craig said, there's you look at those headlights and those taillights and you realize there's so many people that have no idea what's happening, right? Mm-hmm. And of course, I just look at that and go, wow, that one day they're going to know what's going on, right? Mm-hmm. Back in the day before domain names, I remember typing in IP addresses. I remember dialing in to billboards, back in the day of the internet. And here we are, everything's become so much easier. And there's going to be a day when this is mainstream. And of course, all this unrest in the world is leading to this, right? We're going to see the rise of the CBDCs. We're going to see the other side, this rise of the Richard Heart ecosystem, which I think is a more sovereign one. But right now, if you think about it, the reason I think that we've got such positive people is early adopters are people that are willing to take a risk, take a flyer, see where it goes. They've been people that are open to new opportunities. We know all those people that are, wringing their hands and concerned about everything. They're not in this. And it's like, that's what's so cool about it too, is it's got its own, funnel, right? It sifts out the people that have weak hands or don't feel comfortable with it. But that brings up a topic that I'm very, honestly, I'd love to hear your perspective on, because I want to know, and I think a lot of people want to know this, is I want to know, what do you guys think? Honestly, I've got onboards who are saying to me, hey, you called me and you told me that this was going to launch on May 15th. And I did. I was like, dude, this is so awesome. We're going to launch on May 15th. And they're like, this is so great. I was freaking out, talking about getting my popcorn ready. And then it's like, brrr. So I want to hear from everybody before we get off this. When do you think Pulse Chain's going to launch? Papa B, I'm really most curious of yours, actually.
All right. Okay. So let's go back in time. You understand that we waited over a year with delays for Hex, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Or more than that.
And more than that, it was epic. It was like 4 more weeks came from that time period. Yes. So a lot of us Hexicans, kind of early Hexicans, knew what it was like waiting for that adoption amplifier door to open. We were just like, is there going to be one? And back then it was not a sacrifice, of course. It was just, shut up and take my money type of thing. This time, from my experience, and I'll just lay this on you, from my experience in selling, on the sales side, of course, selling both hardware and software, services, embedded technology, I was always on the side that says, damn it, I want it out now, and I want the quality to be great, and I sold it already to the customer, and they're waiting, and I got to make numbers, and I want to get my big check, and I want to retain my job, for God's sake, because my VP of sales is telling me if I don't get those POs on time by the end of this quarter, I'm done. Every time I used my influence uphill to the VP of sales to go take the CTO and the head of engineering to a room and smack them around and get their teams to give me what I needed to close that deal. Every time I did that, I got a load of garbage that cost me the deal. I mean, throwing pieces over the fence, because technology is an art. It's not always a science. So when Richard says that his devs took a good hard look at things and found these denial of service, holes, that where he could have launched just to appease the public and to line our pockets or to get the whatever going, we would look no better than something like Solana in having to restart everything every other week. That is the absolute result that I've lived through from pressuring the engineers to do their thing quickly on my time frame. That's not the way to do it. When is it going to launch? If I had to, just wet finger in the air, I'm thinking this year. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Wow. Greg, what do you think?
Like I said, I was thinking we were talking about in the green room. I've dabbled in coding, programming, stuff like that. And for people that are involved in technology or whatever, sales, coding, whatever, there's a lot involved in it. It's not just one person doing it. You're trying to work with code repos and coding that other people have worked on too. Other human beings that are imperfect have worked on too. If it takes more time, if they found something worthy of delaying it this much, then I feel like it's important for them to figure that out and correct it. Richard Hart likes to win.
Yep.
He likes to acknowledge and be acknowledged for him being right and having something superior. He's not going to let it come out and embarrass him just for the sake of rushing it out. It's out of his hands anyway, except for him deciding, yes, okay, we're good, then launch it. The devs are still working on it. He's not one of the devs working on it. He said that many times. If you've sacked, I guess, stoically speaking or whatever, you can't do a damn thing about it, but wait.
Yep.
So stoically, why stress over it?
Yep.
If you took out a loan in your house, I'm sorry, you rolled the dice on that. But otherwise, all we can do is wait. When it comes out, it comes out. I don't think there's any mystical alignment of the stars and this and that and the other. If we're talking about it within a couple weeks time of releasing or not, if it would line up nicely with highest of stakes or something like that, who knows? He might strategically, but I do know one thing. Richard is worth millions and millions, if not billions of dollars. I am not. So he's a lot smarter than I am. He's got at his age to get where he's at versus where I'm at in life. So I trust in Richard Hart. I trust in Hex. I trust in Richard. If you truly think you do, there's nothing else you can do right now but wait. So to get stressed, to kick your dog over it, whatever, it's pointless. Nothing you can do going on Twitter or Twitter and trying to dox the devs that are doing the project to try to harass them into releasing sooner. You're an idiot. Leave them alone. Let them finish what they're doing. Richard's got this covered. He's going to run around and spend his money and have some fun and do what he does. And we just sit here and wait patiently. Like Papa said, I wasn't here for waiting on Hex, but if I understand correctly, it was 10 times worse for people waiting on Hex. And it came out 10,000x. You either trust in Richard or you don't. You sacked, so you must have had some faith in him to do this. At this point, give it some more time. I'm saying September 28th.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know what date. I'd love to see it happen this fall, but we'll see.
Ashley, what do you think?
Okay, like anyone else, it would be awesome had it already launched because, we're sitting on top of what we know is an incredible asset. So it's kind of like, come on. But on the other hand, I get it. I'm cool with, the delays because I know it's going to be a better product. And I just saw Andrew Reynolds in the comments bring up an excellent point. He says more time before launch means many more projects will be ready and live at launch. So it's going to be a big launch when it happens. And sometimes, the longer the better in that case. But I think one of the hardest things to kind of deal with is the people that you kind of got to sacrifice. And they're all like, like I had a family member who was getting a little annoyed and impatient. It's like, it's a scam. Then I'm like, oh, okay, I'll buy your sacrifice off of you. And then it was like, no, we're good. All right, I thought so.
That's a good way of doing it.
But so like I said, I'm just kind of sitting back and I'm, trusting the process because I get it. I understand. But so I don't even know what to think when it comes to a prediction. I got no idea. I'm hoping it's not next year. So just out of wishful thinking, I want to say November. Maybe, I guess, because that's when I got into Hex. But the thing with, I feel like Richard's timing the bottom of the market, but I know he said he wasn't. Yeah. But unless he's just keeping his plans, close to the chest. But that's what I've been wondering about. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. But
yeah, well, you try to, everyone wants to read the tea leaves, right? Mm-hmm. And try to figure these things out. I think he's been pretty straightforward too. He talked about why, this is an opportunity being in the bottom of the market to be able to work on these things. The reason I bring it up, and I think it's really important, is that, there's kind of a company line. Everybody assumes, let's toe the company line, which is, software is hard, which it is. It totally is. I think it's important for us, as we're building a community, to recognize that there are people that this is their first time. And there are a lot of people out there that were, there was a lot of hype around sacrifices, right? I think about all the FOMO of people who didn't get into the Pulse Sac, right? If you look at the numbers, 42,000 and change got into Pulse, but we had a tremendous amount more that got into Pulse X. And of course, you think about the timing and all that stuff. A lot of people, I went all over the place and, talked to so many different friends about this. And you got to realize too, I want people to understand that, we're not taking people. I want to relate to folks. I want them to realize that, you may not be OG PapahBoehner, right? It's hard. You don't know what to expect. And I think that that's the thing that you realize that, when Richard talks about, hey, we want to take some of these things, the load that would be on the system, we want to take that overhead off. And we're making this better. And I like hearing that stuff. I would love to hear as much as we can on a regular basis about, here's kind of status updates. But, at the end of the day, you guys are all right? At the end of the day, it's going to come out when it comes out. But also, I want to be sensitive. I feel the pain of some people because I know some people really stretched for this one. And, in hindsight, it's easy to say, well, you shouldn't put in money that you needed, right? And, you can kind of slam people like that. But at the end of the day, the excitement around this is transformational. When you see people that had a 10,000X and you think, wow, maybe that could happen to me. And, some people did overextend and it's been a year and it's hard. I just want people to know I can relate to that. I'm waiting with everyone else, and I would love to see something before, it'd be the greatest Christmas present ever, in my opinion, to have that kind of excitement around the holidays. But yeah, the coolest thing though is this, and this is to me what is so awesome about it, is look at what happened when the first wave of Bitcoin hit 20,000, then it went down to 3,400. And then it went from 3,400 to 69,000. These waves are going to get bigger as more and more people pour in. If we find ourselves launching at the bottom of the market, get ready, folks. It's going to be incredible. Hey, Maddie.
Wow, this has been an incredible panel already. You guys are crushing it. I guess to jump onto this topic, since this is going to be an annual event, how many years would you guys come back and stream with me on this anniversary before you gave up if Pulse Chain hadn't come out yet?
22 years.
Wow. Okay.
That way, that's our life expectancy, man.
That's right. That's all I got left.
Right.
Okay. Well, it might be sooner than that. I think could be safe to say. And I'm excited because we actually have a surprise panel to bring up, and you all who have been on screen here will be more than welcome to share how people can find you and then hop off or stick around. But we have these living legends to add to the ones who are already on screen. We've got Rags2Riches here.
I'm out.
We've got StickerGuy, and we got Lit. My life is awesome.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Hello.
Past your bedtime, Matt. Past your bedtime.
It is. I know. I got to take my Metamucil and go to bed.
PapahBoehner, nice to see you. Jen,
how you doing, Rags?
Ashley.
I think everybody's been missing Lit.
Yeah, Lit. He's
So
back.
glad you're back, man.
I'm back and I'm happy to be here, y'all. It's good to see the old faces that I've streamed with before, and it's awesome to see new ones. And it just speaks to the awesomeness in this community, and it just shows we are this rolling ball of fire content, just building like a snowball, just piece by piece. Every roll, we're accumulating more and more badass content creators. We're getting all types of fire roasted chickens in the community. And let me tell y'all, it's just going to get more hectic from here. Like, tell me I'm wrong. It's going to get more hectic from here.
Hold on a second. My takeaway from this is that we are a fire snowball.
Yes.
A chicken roasted.
Rugged.
Wow.
I thought that would be the perfect timing, and it wasn't. But
a chicken roasted fire snowball.
If there was ever a fire roasted chicken snowball, it would be from a Richard Hart ecosystem.
Okay, that's what I need.
Right.
That's it. Hashtag fire roasted chicken snowball.
Can we make that into a logo or
trending.
incentive token by that name?
All right, where do we
Fire
go
roasted
from here?
chicken snowball token?
Well, let's be honest, you guys. It's been a bummer that PulseChain didn't launch. It's kind of like we had the venue set, the flyers were out, the perishable food was on the table, all the fire roasteds had their VIP pass, they're sitting on the panels ready to go. All the boys are linked. We've scoped out the scene. We know right where we want to go first. And what happens? Rugged at the last minute. However, I received a message that K4K tweeted out, and he tweeted out a tweet from Richard Hart, and it said that the devs had found a way to honor sacrifices that were sent to centralized exchanges. And if you guys were here in the early days, that was a big deal. And when I read that, I felt this wave of power and just absolute beautiful energy hit me, and I went, that's what I'm talking about. And it just hit me, you guys. This is going to launch. It's going to be epic. And I started thinking, why didn't we launch it? We could have. Let me ask you guys a question on the panel. Does Richard Hart like game theory?
Oh, yeah.
See.
So he's going to launch this thing at an optimal time. And let me ask you another question. Who knows crypto better than Richard Hart? Seriously, honest question. If you can tell me someone who does, I'm open. But who knows crypto better than Richard Hart?
Nobody.
Satoshi Nakamoto.
No.
Except he's dead, Papa. You know that. He's dead.
Well, we have to do living people and actual, real people. Yes, Richard Hart.
Satoshi was killed by a chicken roasted fire snowball about 11 days ago. Tragic.
No, let me ask you guys a question about Satoshi. Quick, okay? Let me ask you a question. Do you think Richard Hart is Satoshi, or if he's not Satoshi, do you think he's at the level near Satoshi?
I asked him that once. I accused him of being Satoshi, and he said that he wasn't. In a way that Richard would say that he's not. But I think he is at or above that level. And I think we already have proof. The proof is on the chain. There's $700 million worth of stablecoins sitting there. If Richard would ever sell Hex, he would sell those stablecoins first. That's game theory. It's proof. And so everybody who's not recognizing that, I think is not looking in the right places.
I don't think Richard Hart is Satoshi because I messed it up. No, I didn't. I don't think he's Satoshi, but I think he is above Satoshi because the crypto space, it evolves so quickly. I mean, I'm here for only a year and so many different things have happened in it. Like the whole space with wrapping and putting there and doubling the chains and stuff. I don't think Richard is Satoshi because he likes bragging. If he had invented Bitcoin, he would have told us. But I also think that because Satoshi went missing or is dead, Richard Hart kept up, and by that I would by now put Richard above. In the early days, I don't know, I wasn't there, but right now I think Richard is top dog.
Well, and right now in this market, I mean, everything that Richard said, you know, previously when everything was up and to the right, all these people were like, yeah, Richard, yeah, Richard. And now I love it. It's the redemption of Richard Hart. All of these calls he's made, all of these things to protect people. It is incredible. And to me, every single time something happens, there's, you know, 50 clips of him from his, you know, streams telling people, warning about this, specifically these projects. And to me, that is like evidence upon evidence upon evidence. And we're seeing the shift. You know, BitBoy's like, can we be friends? I mean, it's crazy to me how much has changed. And that is so good for our community because there's been so much time. I mean, think of how much, you know, Papa B, you've been around since the absolute beginning. Maddie's been around from the beginning. And, you know, you guys took all the arrows. And now it's like, hold on, this is just redeeming everything Richard ever talked about. And here we get to benefit from that. And I think that that's where this future gets so bright is we're going to launch this Pulse chain and get ready. It is going to be unbelievable because you're like, who was right the whole time? Like one guy, and he's the leader of this thing.
It reminds me of like the meme, you know, like where the action hero, the building's exploding and the guy's just walking out, you know, in slow motion. And that's like Richard, like all these different blockchains and platforms and products and projects, rug pulls, hacks, going bankrupt, whatever. And there he is walking out like this, you know, all these people ready to hit that buzzer and all the FUD that's just waiting like a big bear trap, right, to catch Richard Hart up as being as a scammer or Hex as a scam and all these different things. And yet all these other things are falling apart around us. And there's Richard walking out of that explosion, right? In Hex. And people still want to debate that it's some kind of a scam. And Richard said so many times, like, show me somebody I've scammed. Please bring them. You have a platform right here. Anybody wants to come and say how I scam them, please show me. And nothing. And yet they still want to hate and they still want to FUD. And all their other crap that they support and they promote is all just falling to pieces around them.
Yeah. It's an interesting point that the FUD is static while Richard is dynamically, you know, growing all the time. And the FUD is getting, exponentially weaker with every passing month. Yep. Like the stuff that they brought up on, was it CNBC or no, where was he? Fox, right? Fox Business. He dispelled that in about 30 seconds. And that was it. That was it. Before it took us a month to have the debate. Oh, what about this? And what about the spam king? And what about this crap? But now it's like 30 seconds. Here it is, done. Anything else? Next question. Let's move on. So we don't have to deal with that FUD anymore like that. Now it's like free sailing. Sorry, go ahead, Rex.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll need Maddie's help on this a little bit. I've got something I need to share at the bottom. Now, Lit, you remember when you could put music on profiles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I know who Satoshi is. Maddie, help me out here. And the bottom, go ahead and share
This
that.
isn't going to get a copyright strike, is it?
I don't think so. No, it will not. It will not. Tom from MySpace, dude. That is Satoshi.
Yeah.
He sold MySpace in 2008 for $500 million because he hated the payment systems, the copyright laws, and all that. And he ghosted. He's nowhere to be found. I think he was the best capitalized person to be able to do this. So that's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
Spaghetti code.
That's right. He knows all about it.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, so one of the things I really love about this community, and you guys know that, is I love these billionaires, dude. I love the fact that we have like 6, 7, 8 billionaires just right now, and we're going to get more. But Richard Hart being a billionaire is a huge factor in why we have such a longevity course ahead of us. At every step where there needs to be infusions of capital, it's not a problem. We're not underfunded. And the reason I brought up Satoshi and Bitcoin is because I was kind of thinking about how he called the top on the day. And I was kind of like, you know those thoughts you have where you're like on a mountain and it's like one of those cloudy thoughts that flows off. It's like not exactly like kind of conspiratorial. I was thinking, does Richard Hart have such a fat bag of Bitcoin from his early mining days when he was mining 50 block rewards from a single block on his own PC at home? does he have such a big bag that he could actually call the top and then push the sell button and dump a shit ton of Bitcoin on the market and actually trigger all the quants to start trading down and triggering stop losses and absolutely like tank the price? Like, question, does Richard Hart have that big of a bag? And the secondary backup is, how badass is it that we're in Pulse Chain and he's the founder if he did have that much sway in the market?
I without the thoughts on how big his bag is, I think it does not take that much. It just takes the right timing. Because if you do TA and all the traders are the ones who are pushing the market, then you just need to sell at the right time, the right amount, and to, like, if you have a falling wedge, you just push it out of the random line, and by that you can define the top. Of course, you need more Bitcoin than normal people, but like, if you buy Bitcoin at 30, you understand it and you're as intelligent as he is, do you stop buying? I don't think so.
I think that Richard can dump it between the 15 to 11 to say I told you so. That's what I think he's going to do. He's going to see the momentum and he's going to like.
There was a scam week on Binance US from 60,000 to 8K, and it was after his call that it will go down to 8K. I don't know exactly where it is. I can look it up, but there was a scam week on Binance US. Just a fact. I don't know.
Yeah, Identity Block also showed me a clip, and he actually found it, and you can see Richard Hart calling to 20,003 cents. He added the 3 cents on from 3,000 or 4,000 Bitcoin. So he called also the meteoric rise, and it's so does that comfort you guys to know that our founder is at that level of understanding crypto, that he's making calls like that? Does that just help you sleep better at night?
No, I can't sleep anyway. So,
it's funny is, how the saying goes, like, what do you buy for someone who has everything or whatever? Like with Richard, he's said how many times, like on his live streams, like, guys, I'm out here just like doing buying silly stuff that I'm wearing and whatever, because he's trying to get his message out. He's doing his marketing to try to get his message out, because he wants to win. He wants the recognition and his name out there as the best founder in crypto, as the largest diamond, as what, et cetera, et cetera. So I totally agree with you, Lit. To have him as a founder and not one of these other turds that's ready to rug pull at the first sign of any kind of market shift and take the money and run and screw everybody. He's been retired long enough. I think he's got enough money. He could walk away from all this right now and still never want for anything in his life. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't need to rug us and wreck this whole thing to make more money. I think he's set for life. He could probably sit there and burn stacks of cash in the fireplace every day and still not run out, So I agree.
And I think the focus, it comes back to us in the community, because it comes down to, are people holding longer than before? Are people rebuying their T-shares? Are people promoting Pulse Chain and PulseX and Hex? And, I think that we wouldn't be here without Richard, and we all certainly give him the props that are due, whereas the rest of the world doesn't yet. But I predict that they will, and I predict that that there will be a moment where Hex goes viral. There will be a moment where Pulse Chain becomes very well known, and this is how things go with technology. Sometimes it makes a leap forward when when everybody had just gotten used to whatever was around before. So I think Ethereum, it's not going to end when Pulse Chain comes out, but I think that it's going to prove a lot of things that we already know.
Yeah, Maddie, I like that. I would say this. I said initially, with people outside of the Richard Hart ecosystem, they're constantly saying that Pulse Chain is not going to get adoption, therefore it's going to fail. The really fun thing about this is what happens when you take water and you water a very fertile patch of soil. Things grow. And what Richard has done, he has given us the knowledge. He's watering us. Now he's giving us the platform, the medium, the substrate. And what do we see? What do we see that kind of slams in the face of that narrative that's happening outside of our ecosystem? We're seeing community members build from the inside out, not outside in. So that's what's really, really awesome to me. You go to places like the PulseHotList, I think they got 60 projects on there. And I think there's actually much more than that are slated for Pulse Chain. I'm excited because this is going to be a piece of our culture, and it is happening organically from the inside out. And like you guys said, people, yeah, look at that, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Outstanding. What is it? 63 projects. So just it's huge, guys. It's huge because we haven't even launched yet. You look at, I was saying this earlier too, you look at Luna had I think about 150 projects on its blockchain before it crashed and burned, and you looked at that valuation. We're probably going to have 5 or 6 times that by the time that this thing launches. And it's an incredible opportunity. It's so neat to understand how it's actually happening from the inside out.
Yeah, I look, my brain works in a definitely different way, y'all. I've always gone my own path. I don't think like most people. And when I saw the screen of all those projects that are going to be added onto Pulse Chain, I literally just saw one thing in my head, and I realized every single project you see, they're trying to spread the word. They're trying to get people into their game. And that means these are all individual outposts that are going to be onboarding. And my brain saw one thing. Every single project on there, what are they going to need? They're going to need gas to transact. And guess what? That's going to kick into the burn for all the transactions on Pulse Chain. So every one of us here that's holding a bag of Pulse coin, just watch as these each individual product grows. They're on the chain. They have to transact. You need gas to transact. So every single project there is literally pumping our Pulse coin bag. I'm frothing with excitement. Can you feel that vibe?
It's gonna be lit.
Oh, it's about to get lit, y'all.
Buy and burn.
And it's deflationary.
It's so awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much for Maddie for doing this. It's always great to get back together. Looking forward to seeing you again in person. Thanks to everybody. It's been so great. And Lit, I'm just so glad you're back in action, dude. We need you here. You pump all of us up, and I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna go take my Metamucil and get to hit the hay. So
thank you so much for being on.
We need to connect.
Where can people find you?
Yeah.
Where can people find you?
Where can people find you?
Oh, yeah, CryptoHeartBeat. Find me on YouTube, obviously on Twitter, and, of course, our new project, Texan Token at texan.cc. We're one of the ones that's looking at bringing people into the Pulse Chain. So appreciate you, Maddie. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You know, another example of somebody I'm really excited to see here in the Pulse conference is Jack Levin, who will be streaming tomorrow, and I've got him queued up to speak with Richard. Some of you may have seen this brief interaction that they had or heard it on Twitter Spaces yesterday, and I predict that it'll go much differently than the kind of the first interaction we saw. I don't think Jack really communicated how much respect he has for Richard, which I've heard him say on multiple occasions, and kind of came in with, hey, I sold you the $30 top. And, you know, we didn't know how Richard reacted because we couldn't see. He was driving around in his Lamborghini or whatever. And so anyway, I think that'll be a really epic 30-minute segment tomorrow. But Jack being in the ecosystem, you know, is more of a testament because I'm not aware that he's gone into that many communities to, try to learn more and interact with the community. Like he is with Hex. He streamed with Crypto Coffee. He streamed with Hexologist. He's streaming at the conference and then on Game Theory Gang next week, and jumped on the Twitter Spaces. And so we've got ourselves another Bitcoin billionaire that's FOMOing into Hex, it seems.
Bitcoin OG.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's cool about that dude is he'll pop into Twitter Space at like 1 a.m. where there's 15 or 16 hexagons in there, and he just chops it up.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, I was in a Twitter Space with him, and I just like turned my mic on, and I'm like, hey man, like, why are you here right now? He's like, what do you mean, man? And I'm like, well, you got 300 some thousand followers. We're not used to this. And he said, dude, listen, he was like, I kind of time traveled because I cut my Twitter off like 6 or 7 years ago, and I picked it back up. And I see you guys, and I'm really drawn to it. I love talking. And so it's pretty interesting. You're always kind of skeptical of people, but he seems very genuine, very knowledgeable about a lot of subjects too.
I'm not surprised that he found Hex rejoining Twitter, because Hexicans seem to really dominate. Even if you go outside of our own bubble, we're always posting on every crypto Twitter post that there is. Is that something you guys have
spam hex.com under every thread? Yes, that is part of us. I do that. You guys don't? Wait,
well
what are
done.
you doing?
Thank you.
Craig, man, I've been seeing you everywhere. You've been putting in the work, bro.
You know, I have no social life, so no, I'm just kidding.
I love self-deprecation works. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about that earlier, man. When Maddie did the Hex conference online, and you guys were streaming, like I told you before, I did the super chat. Like, you guys made me do it. Now I'm going to start my own channel. And I'm glad I did. I mean, like I said, you can be in chat and feel like you're part of the community, but I think once you start streaming and really get involved, and even if you're not streaming, if you're doing other stuff to be involved in it, man, this community is awesome about acceptance, welcoming in new people and being supportive and things. And Motley's in chat right now. I just seen him. I talked about this earlier, had a situation, a very hurt, I had to put my dog down. Some people don't want to hear about that. And a lot of the community that really was there for me when I was really busted up that night about it. So I've never been involved in any other kind of community before. We're more or less virtual strangers that were there to support just because they knew that I was crushed that evening having to do it in such a hurry. But all you guys, man, a valiant brand, like I said, Motley was in there that night. It is now who's on the Gen Hex channel with me. I don't think he gets a lot of recognition because he's not up and streaming as much in other places. Maybe see him in chat, but I got to give shout outs to him too, because my channel wouldn't be what it is now too without it is now support of me when he found out I was streaming. So
he's the best. He's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brand's awesome, and there's a lot of love here. And you guys know what a dandelion is? Those little dandelions that grow in your yard, and they have a straight, and they have that ball full of those are seeds, and they float everywhere. We have this dandelion effects with Hex, and that's what we're describing on Twitter. It makes sense that these billionaires log back in and they say, oh, what's this Hex? It's because these little dandelion bursts of onboarding have been happening all over. And Maddie All In is like this fertile crescent where the land has all the minerals and the nutrients, and they just blossom out of this area. And conferences like this, watch how far we can go, one seed at a time, one little tweet, one little onboard. It just it has exponential growth. And we are so early, you guys. Are you kidding me? We are so early to this game. It's not even, we haven't even gotten started. And look where we already are. So major love and respect to Maddie All In for doing this, and all of you guys participating. All you content creators, everyone in the chat, we are one seed at a time expanding out. And you know about dandelions, wherever that seed lands, it grows its own plant and does the same thing in a whole new area. So time will tell. We're going to keep growing.
This is not to detract these kudos to Matty Allen, well-deserved kudos, by the way. I wonder if it isn't inappropriate to talk about his Fertile Crescent exploding.
He's a wordsmith, PapahBoehner. I mean, triple word score every time a word comes out of his mouth.
I know.
That's awesome.
Well, I definitely want to thank all of you. And, you know, I have some organizational skills, but I'm not the best in the world. And, you know, everybody, this community working together, you know, when I send people a link, they hop on and they're happy to cross promote. And that's something that I don't see everywhere else in the world is that, you know, everybody's willing to work together. And I also want to thank StickerGuy because he got onboarded when Hex was like 30 or 40 or 50 cents. And he's like the person in my mind who is keeping the faith, like we all did it in the very beginning when our bags were down severely. And but he's still here. He's pitching in. I insist on paying him to help run the green room, but he also deserves many kudos. And I see him out there putting stickers in foreign countries, trying to onboard people everywhere he can. And I think that's really special.
Guys, I'm not locked in with you. You're locked in with me. 15 years, let's go.
He's a tough doorman too. When I popped in, he's like, "Who are you? What do you do? Where are you from?" And I'm like, Maddie told me to. You know, like maybe
it's
kind of scared me.
I thought that I know every hexagon, but it appears I don't. First, there's new ones coming.
Coming out of the woodwork.
Stream of new streamers and new content creators and people who do a lot of stuff behind the scenes that is hard to see, and it's just great. I think the opportunity to be in the backstage and to talk to all those. I mean, not with everybody I get to talk. Some are more quiet and some are distracted. Some are like, all right, does my mic work? All right, I'll be back in 10 minutes when the show starts. So it is a fun time, and I like, for me, it's right now it's 7:35. So I made the night, and for me it's fun. I feel like because I was too late for the Hex pump, I can't support the community by buying nice stuff. I can't buy people houses, which I would love to, but I can support the community in different ways, and it's so much fun. I feel relief every time I do it, and like I said, it's so great with all the people that I get to meet, and it's just so much fun. Yeah, thank you, Matty, for having me on again.
Well, I want to remind everybody what your origin story is in this community, because I was with Gary and Kareem and everybody in the Ukraine, and we were watching you with Richard live, and you were, you were asking so many questions that the entire Hex community was freaking out on you and like, getting upset. And you were just this person who was brand new to Hex, brand new to crypto. Everybody else there had already been in for so long, and was like having such reverence for Richard. And you just came in like, no, tell me about this. And you had your, you were taking notes. And
yes, but more because I otherwise would have forgotten what I wanted to say. But like, I've been in the internet for a long time, even though I'm not that old. But like, I've been here, or I've spent time in the internet maybe for over 10 years, and I've played a lot of video games. I feel like I have been to many communities. There some games have different communities. I've spent hours and hours and hours on Reddit, on all the platforms, but still the Hex community, I have never seen such a thing before. Just the way that it vibrates and the way that we communicate and the way how everybody is keeping us up. Like, bear market sucks, but you don't see bear market motivation around here. Like, people are not sad. People are like, yeah, well, first of all, we got in at the bottom because we were like early and we know Richard Hart and we listened to him. So Hex pumped so much that almost everybody is up. And on the other side, it's like, well, the contract works. We're here for the long game, so nobody is having the intention of like, oh no, all my money is gone. Like, yeah, it's already gone. The contract burned it. How great it reduces the supply. It's like everything is just working so perfectly together. It's or what Rags said about the Jack Levin who's just joining Twitter Spaces. That's great. I think that's not Jack Levin's. I think that's the community. That just there's a Hex stream. There's always a Hex Twitter space open. There's always people in the voice chat in hex.com and pulsechain.com, on t.me/whatever. It's just different. You know, if you play a video game, it's okay. All the people like the game, but here it's like all the people like the game, but also all the people want to push in the same direction. Everybody is pulling on the same rope, and that is, I have not seen it before, and I think that's the reason why I want to support it and why I want to pull as hard as I can, even though my economic power might not be as strong as some of the other individuals.
Yeah, I love that, man. I think you hit the nail on the head there too. Even through this bear market that we have, we really have a lot of content creators that are stepping up to the plate. People are staying positive. One thing that I really like about bear markets too is I think that there were some people in our community that needed to be shaken out, okay, for us to be able to make the next leg, that next run up. Because there was a lot of bad attitudes. And what I'm noticing now at the bottom of the market, in some ways, I'm noticing that people are a lot happier now. And I think that's because you don't have some of these bad apples going crazy on the community. Do you guys get the sense of that, or is that just me?
I'm always happy to be a Hexican.
To some degree, of course, if they understood what Hex is and if they took the time, then they are staked. So I think that even the so-called weekends are still in the game. Like maybe not all of them, maybe some emergency end stake because you're stupid, but that's not my problem. That's actually my benefit because t-shirt rate grows and my payouts grows. But the Hex is designed to help weekends survive the bear market. And by that, I think there's still a lot of weekends in the token, but maybe they then left the community or the Twitter. And I think only the OGs are dumping. You all, thank you for giving me cheap prices.
Rags has a great point though. Like being in a bear, the true colors are gonna come out, and bring it on. Because I believe, just like Craig was saying, how he had this incredibly hard experience with his dog, and the community was there for us. Y'all have had my back so hard. Oh my God. I have so much love for this community, and each and every one of you who comments on my videos or sends me tweets or has love. And I know it's not just me. I know that we are connecting in a positive energy, and it spreads to other channels. It spreads to other people. And let me tell y'all something. The new onboards see that. They see what is this storm of positive people having each other's backs, and it's contagious. That's the dandelion
effect. At a 90% dip. Yes. Like being positive at 10,000x, no problem at all. Having the same kind of energy at a 90% dip is different.
I actually love it. I want you guys to go back to a time where there was just CryptoHeartBeat and Rags and Bran and Maddie and a few other channels. There wasn't a lot. It was back in the beginning. And back then, Hex was ripping absolute all new time highs all the time. And I remember asking the question, oh my God, we're at like 40-cent Hex or something. What would you do if Hex was 1 cent? And I remember asking people at that time, and everyone was like, oh my God, I would be aping in. I'd be frothing to ape in. And guess what? We're almost there. So if we learn from Richard Hart, if we understand the crypto atmosphere, how it's different than other assets, crypto can tank 85 to 95% standard. Like standard operating procedure are huge dips in crypto. If we understand delay gratification and we are in the winner's seat, like we're at the poker table in the chair we want to be sitting on with the right dealer and the vibe is right. Don't get up off of that poker seat. You're about to win big. If we can understand that mindset, this dip is just a temporary phenomena. It's going to pass, y'all. It's going to pass. And guess what? You're going to be reminding yourself, oh, I remember when you could get 3-cent hacks.
Well, that's the other thing is what was the excuse, right? Well, I'm waiting for it to come back down. Well, I'm waiting for it to come under 10 cents. Well, when it gets down to this much, it's under 4 cents right now, and Gwei is literally 9 at the moment, single digits right now. So if your excuse was, well, ETH is too high, gas fees are too high, whatever, you do it now, you get the double at Pulse launch, you're getting the Hedron, potentially getting airdrops between now and later for being staked, things like that. What else are you waiting on? You know, all the stars are aligned. What are you doing?
I think it's a good time. And another thing I want to point out is that the two newest streamers here, Ashley and Craig, you know, I want to let you guys know that I admire your strategy of not having to talk exactly about Hex the entire time. And I think that this is going to be a trend that we're going to see growing more and more, where people are, you know, they're talking about whatever they care about, whatever they want. And it doesn't have to always be crypto related, but you can always go back to this community of people that keeps branching out in so many different ways. You know, Craig gave the example of, I can't remember exactly what it was, but having Hex in the background and you know, talking about whatever it is. And I know Ashley does the same thing where she's talking about high strangeness and various things. This could, I think, continue, and it's something that we can encourage, that anybody who wants to be a streamer, you know, you can talk about whatever you want, and you're going to have people there to support you.
Yeah, Ashley, I wanted to ask you. You started your channel what, 4 months ago, 5 months ago now?
I think so. I think about March-ish.
Yeah, you've got, so I've kind of been watching on the periphery. You have about 20 videos.
Something like that.
Yeah. So my question to you is, you were riding this wave down, and you made the decision to hop in and be somebody who has a voice online here. So what was going through your head? What pushed you into that, or what happened there? I'm curious.
I guess like I've always kind of had that interest in like live streaming and YouTube, but I never knew what like my niche was. So I kind of just ignored that, you know, that impulse for a long time. And then I guess I somehow caught Matt's attention on Twitter. And, you know, he invited me onto a CryptoHeartBeat show and said, here, let me introduce you to the audience. And he told me, he's like, listen, I think you should try this. You should, you know, see how it goes. Community's wonderful. The community's supportive. So I said, okay, you know what? Because once I got on his stream, it felt a little less intimidating. And I'm like, okay, I see how this works. And I decided to just like roll with it, jump into it. And it's amazing because the Hex community is like it's a really safe community, because everybody's so kind and everybody's so supportive. And even if people like aren't into your stuff, into your content, they're still going to be nice about it. So it was just, I don't know, it's just a wonderful way to get into the live streaming world and to connect with other Hexicans. Because like in terms of like crypto knowledge, I don't always feel comfortable enough like speaking about it. I just don't feel eloquent when it comes to it, like, because I can't always get my brain thoughts to my mouth, but I still want to be involved in the community. And I think finding those common interests that we have together, and just feeling like, man, I found people on the same page as me, and we're in, you know, we have the similar future goals and future plans. And here's just a way to connect on a different topic, you know, since we seem to have these things in common. And it's been a really wonderful journey. I'm really loving it. And I'm excited for like what the future brings, you know, with Pulse and Pulse X and all this, and just in the community world, in the streaming world. So it's been pretty amazing. I don't know if that answers the question, but
I remember like
wait,
also
hold on, Rags, just a damn second. Lit. Don't think that we didn't just see you take a swig of moonshine from a big black growler on stream. What the hell was that about? What the? Okay, number two, Ashley, you may excuse yourself early from this stream. You may, but you are not out of having to discuss the fact that you do not have a hardware wallet in effect yet. And I will not. I'll crash your damn stream, and I will get you indoctrinated into the world of hardware wallets live if you so wish, or we can take it offline. The choice is yours. And anybody else that's got no hardware wallets here, raise your hands if you got a hardware wallet in effect for your most valuable assets in Hex and Pulse.
I do.
Very good. It looks like you're the odd lady out there, Ashley.
And I know it's completely irresponsible, and I've kind of been trying to dance around that, and like, you know, because I know I'm doing the wrong thing. You know, I tried to dance around the question, but you know, Bobby Hexelrod was really on me, and he's been calling me out on that, and it's just, I guess it comes back to that thing where sometimes certain things just get intimidating for certain people.
Zip it! Not one more day will pass. There is no intimidation. There is only do.
And I'm going to hit you up. I'm going to take your offer and hit you up for it.
Get two hardware wallets ordered right now from Trezor.io or Ledger.com. Get those two in hand when you hit me up, because we're going to go through it real time. I don't want one more day to pass.
So, and this is also the thing that throws me. Like, which do you recommend out of the two of them?
Trezor.io for a first timer.
Okay.
Trezors.
Awesome.
Get the lowest end ones, two of them, because you sacrificed. So you've got something that's locked and loaded. Maybe you've got Hex that's also staked. If it's from the same wallet, we got to get that migrated. Then we got to set up the second as a vault wallet so you have somewhere safe to send the assets when they're liquid.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for being willing to showing the ropes.
It's a responsibility. It's not a like or want. We got to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was being my usual procrastination self.
Well, listen, you know, you're from the East Coast. I'm from the West Coast. I'll tell you, what do we not like? We don't like to be yeah, right? It's like, you should really do that. Yeah. Anyway, tell me how I'm going to get rich. No. You got to get that shit locked solid and tight to make sure that nobody busts into your place and takes it from you, because then you're not going to be rich. So that's my message to you.
And you know what? On the East Coast, we're usually on it, where, you know, I was being the opposite of my East Coast self, you know, and running in the opposite direction. But I am ready for this. So I am.
All right.
I like this, though. I like this, Ashley. Ashley, when he teaches you and you get it, you now can each one teach one. You can go on your channel to your people and tell them straight, hey, I procrastinated. I didn't do this. And I got linked up with some senior officials in the game who taught me directly exactly what to do. And I'm going to break it down for you. And now there's that trickle down effect where you might save so many people. Their whole life can get wrecked if they get hacked. You might protect them from this conversation. And it's just that same dandelion effect where these little seeds of wisdom pass, and then they keep blowing down the road, and we have no idea where that's going to root and take effect and start germinating elsewhere. So history is happening right now, and we're all a part of it, y'all.
Yeah. Papa's got it streamlined pretty good too. It doesn't take too long to set up. He'll get you the cliff notes of it, how to get it set up pretty quick.
Now, Papa, are you? Chat is saying you're either the Trezinator or the old man who screams at children on the internet. What do you say?
Both. Get off my lawn and keep your shit safe. That's what I always say to people.
Get your treasure off my lawn.
Keep your treasure.
Nice to meet you, PapahBoehner. I think it's the first time I've met you, man. I think.
Yeah, man. Much love and respect down there.
Yeah, down there.
No, I'm trying to give you a noogie there. Yeah.
Thanks to Ashley for coming on. I know you said you had to go. Where can people find you?
Yeah, so I'm going to be, it's almost 2:00 here, so I'm going to head to bed. But best place to find me, well, mainly on Twitter. So I have my username right here. Ashley is Ash_. And then my YouTube is Ashley Ash Now. And right after I leave, I'll drop my link tree in the chat for anyone that wants to check any of those out. And thank you so much, guys, for having me. I was so happy to just be here. It's just like we said, there's so much positivity. There's so much good in this community. So just to get together with other Hexicans and to see a hop in chat here is just an awesome opportunity. So thank you so much, Maddie. Thank you so much for StickerGuy. And I'm excited to see what the future holds in terms of conferences, man. You guys are doing some amazing things here. And it's an honor to be able to be a part of it. So thank you so much.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it was nice chatting with all you guys. Have a good night.
Later, girls.
Bye. Thank you.
Now, I'm not sure what our next topic will be. If people want to keep sticking around, I know we're running up into 6 hours almost. So one thing that we have to do before we kill the stream is to do this giveaway that I promised people. And I still don't understand what came over me. I know that giveaways are a terrible idea. But I think there's a new tool here on StreamYard to make it a little bit easier. Maybe that's not going to change how many people reach out with hate, but we'll see if the community has evolved any since Ski Cat and since I gave away Ski Cat's 1 million hex at the
Sticker Dad.
Hey.
Sticker Dad.
But so for those people in the chat, this is what you have to type in the chat now in order to qualify. So far, there are only 16 entries, and I'll keep it open for a few more seconds here. You have to type pls.academy, spell it correctly, no spaces, and that enters you to win a $900 watch from Hex Toys, who reached out and
can I
was
use
generous.
all my 7 accounts? Does that count?
If you hurry.
Okay.
And we're going to give away 2 of these. One will be live here in a few seconds, and then the other one will be given to anybody who signs up for my Chain Analysis 101 course by going to the website pls.academy, and that's going to remain free for another 2 days, and then it'll go back to being $99. We cover 4 different courses that are 2 hours each that all talk about, how to check things on chain, how to, see that the origin address has really not sold anything, how to follow the sacrifice addresses, different things that you've sacrificed for. You can look into, you can learn how to burn things, how to keep better tax records and all that kind of stuff. So let me see. I think I have that on. Yeah. So here's the course blog post. And this is where, if you go to pls.academy, I think it routes to this blog post. And then you click here in the next 2 days to join the Telegram to get the course for free. And then we'll go back to charging. We've had, I think, like 150 people sign up at least, which is super awesome. So shout out to everybody who's participated. And I guess now's the time to go ahead and do the drawing. So this is a StreamYard tool called streamyard.com/giveaway. And you choose what term to put in, what you want people to type, or you can choose to pick every comment that people are doing. And then you hit the draw button here like I am now. You better not choose me. Divin Morales, the winner.
Congratulations.
Awesome. So that settles it. That's who won. And
how am I going to clean up all this confetti?
I know, right?
Clear your cache.
Oh, ho, ho. That's very geeky. That you got that one.
Nerd jokes.
Yep.
Maddie, where'd you go to get this little tool?
I like that.
Just go to streamyard.com/giveaway. It's built into the website.
That is wonderful. I had no idea. Is that a recent update?
Yes.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. StreamYard is the friend too, especially if you're a new streamer. Simple and easy, clean, easy to use.
maybe now what we could do is go around the room and everybody could say where we can find you and subscribe and get more content, because I've really appreciated having you all on here.
Hey, before we do that, can I just say something?
Please.
Okay. So, the way my brain works, I know Rag's channel. I know how much content he's put out. I know Matty Owen's channel. I know how much content he's put out. I know PapahBoehner is on these chats, and he has put out so much help to this community. I know StickerGuy is just pumping out so much help during these conferences and behind the scenes. Craig is new, already starting to kick in and hold his line. And I want you guys to understand, we talk to a lot of people in this ecosystem, and we learn little bits from each person. And when you're this central hub of information, especially like Matty Owen's channel being here so early into Hex, I'm really curious from your tenured perspective, what at this point, right now, tonight, what is your favorite thing about Pulse Chain? And it's okay if it changes later, but Matty, and go around the room. I want to know, like, what is your guys' favorite thing about Pulse Chain?
Can I go first?
Yeah, go for it.
My favorite thing about Pulse Chain is Pulse X.
Why?
Why? Because it amplifies each other, because they both benefit, which maybe you got. Because I sacrificed more for Pulse X. So my mouth is where my bags are, and I think the one could not be without the other. So, and I think the tokenomics for Pulse X are long-term better. Yeah.
Papa?
I love Pulse Chain because it's a familiar home that was developed as a salvation for not just Hexicans, but everybody that transacts on Ethereum and doesn't like to pay frickin' fees. I've paid upwards of, I think the highest fee I ever paid was $560 on a failed transaction that I didn't even get anything for.
Brutal.
So I'll tell you this, that's why I like Pulse Chain, because it's coming, it's compatible, it's cheap, it's frickin' for us.
My favorite thing about Pulse Chain is the thing that I think matters most, which is the people. And I can say that I'm not trying to be sappy or anything, or I'm not trying to gain favor here, but I went to Vegas and I was kind of nervous on that plane ride because, believe it or not, you guys probably can, I am very introverted. I could live on an island for 30 years by myself and be completely happy. Now I can flip the switch and talk on camera, but I walked into that room in Las Vegas and I didn't know what to expect. But all of a sudden, all these people that I had known online that only existed in the ether up until that point, I knew everybody. It felt like you felt that connection, man. And it really blew my mind because I'd never experienced something like that. You don't realize the type of bonds that you form over the internet until you're face to face with these people. And it just feels like you've known them for years and years and years. So for me, it really is that aspect. We're bringing a community together. We're bringing it up and to the right. And I think it's awesome. Stoked about it.
Cool. Me up.
Okay.
Pulse Chain, I think a couple things. Number one, for people that aren't OGs for Hex, we all say we're still early on crypto. We're still early on Hex, but still to have an opportunity to get in from ground level on a Richard Hart project, and not just any project. It's a do-over for Ethereum. It's all the stuff that people wanted to do on Ethereum, but the prices got out of control. And we're on the ground level, and all the opportunity that we're part of at the beginning of it to see all these new projects come out, all the stuff that people wanted to do on ETH that ETH kind of let them down. Like I said, and the gas fees got out of control, and we're a part of it, and we'll be here at the beginning, even if you didn't get in on the sacrifice for Pulse. you'll still be able to, once bridges are open and whatnot, you'll still be able to get it. And I mean, we're part of history, to be here at this snapshot in time, or in 2 more weeks or 4 more weeks, whenever it happens. But we're still here for it live, right? And have our chance of being the OGs for Pulse Chain too, eventually.
That's such a great point. I just want to reiterate that point that ETH launched, and it's like a do-over for ETH. You guys ever gone skiing? Like, there's different runs, and it's like ETH launched, and everyone's going skiing, and you have to walk your skis up the hill and pay this incredibly high energy gas fee to get up to the mountain to have some fun. Pulse Chain put in the gondola because you understand, they learned, and we're just going to. That's such a great point. Everything wrong with ETH, we're just going to do it right this time. So we're going to maximize our fun at the park.
I really like that, lots of things about Pulse Chain. It's not killing the environment. It's deflationary. I like who holds it. I like that there's a billionaire founder that doesn't have to sell. I like that there are hexagons that don't have to sell, and that it's going to make new millionaires. I like all of those things. Probably my favorite thing about Pulse Chain is going to be it giving more access to people to use Hex, which is, the GOAT, send your future self money, protect yourself from the violence of the mad gains, right? Like the mad gains are so strong in crypto that, people who bought Bitcoin at $1, they didn't become billionaires, and their lives didn't get changed. There's the famous guy, Greg Schoen, I think is how you pronounce the last name. Actually follows me on Twitter. I didn't shill Hex too hard to him, but he's the one who sold Bitcoin when it was 7 cents or whatever. The one in the meme of, somebody posted on Twitter, "Oh, I'm so glad I sold my 1,800 Bitcoin, for whatever, 20 cents, 10 cents, whatever, 8 cents, because I doubled my money or something." And this is somebody who, he didn't recover from that. He still, works a regular job and is not rich, even though he had over 1,000 Bitcoin when it was pennies. And he's, I think, a really good example of why, why we need to get more people into this for their sake, not just for ours. And it's, I believe that the mental health of the world can be improved the more long-term thinking people are, the more certainty that they have in their economic policies and stuff. And so I have high hopes for crypto, but not the majority of the crypto that exists today, the crypto that's being built by our community. So
it's pretty cool. We went around the room and somehow we all had something different to say, but just shows you how many awesome things there are about the launch, Pulse Chain, PulseX, all of it, for us to make that entire list, all of our comments together, and still nothing was repeated.
And I gotta tell y'all, I think I'm the first Pulse Chain channel that was just all Pulse Chain. There was Hex channels there, but I was the first one who just launched into this Pulse Chain Hex game hard. All the Pulse Chain fully centered. And I really have been thinking about this blockchain, you guys. I've had nights where I was so excited. I was up late just processing all this stuff happening. And now today, as I think about Pulse Chain, one word comes to mind. And this is what my favorite thing about the Pulse Chain is. It's
dandelion.
Opportunity. That's a great word too. But that's the community. The community is all dandelions, just blowing us up, just having exponential growth. But opportunity is truly my favorite thing. If you guys take a step back from your life, I've worked with people 20 years as a power coach, helping them look at their life and take a step back. If we just do a quick exercise where you take a step back from your life and you forget about everything and you drift away into a beautiful, peaceful place and you think back to right now, okay? Think right now as if we're 5 years ahead and you look back right now, okay, I remember that time. try to understand you're looking at a mountain of opportunity. And that opportunity is not just financial. Look at everyone here on this stream. Look at everyone who's a content creator in the community. Look at the billionaires we get access to that we would never have access to. We learn things from these people. We learn tax tricks. We learn what countries to go to. We learn how to do security. We learn other things. Jim Rat Crypto. I love that dude. He's getting everyone all fit. What we're doing is we're compounding so many skill sets and so much talent. There's literally so much talent surrounding the Pulse chain that there's opportunities to make yourself better at every single turn. And if you told me when I first started this Pulse chain channel that I was going to have this much opportunity to connect with people who actually care, I don't think I would have believed it, as lit as I get. Like, I don't think I would have believed that. But standing here today, I can honestly say the opportunity to learn from Maddie's backlogs, from Rag's backlogs, from all my backlogs. Go on all of our content. Check this out. There's other channel. There is so much beautiful information that isn't just crypto and isn't just about money. You can actually get your whole life together here. And the opportunity is incredible. It's absolutely my favorite thing about Pulse Chain right now.
Amazing. And now with that being said, I think Crypto Vince is going to do timestamps for this. And a shout out to him. We really
Much
appreciate
love
it.
to Crypto Vince.
I hope
Thank
he
you,
includes
Vince.
his Ethereum address so people can tip him. I know I will. But I think he'll be able to include all of our links here. But just in case, if we can go around the room and everybody can say where we can follow you, then we'll wrap it up for today. StickerGuy, where can we find you?
Yes, sorry. Okay, Twitter, it's StickerGuyWin. YouTube /StickerGuyWin. Please also like and share the conference even for tomorrow so we can get as many views as possible. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Papa?
Sure. On Twitter, I'm Boehner Papa, so it's this reverse because I am a Boehner Papa as well as a PapahBoehner. So that's at Boehner Papa on Twitter. On Telegram, it's at PapahBoehner. You can see me on Wake Up Hex show on Discord Syndicate twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays mornings, acting like a complete and total fool, which I am. And then, of course, we've got Hexasians out there. Shout out to Hexasians, which airs on Monday mornings, your time in the United States. And finally, you may also find me in true form of everybody in the community that does any streaming, coming out with their own project. You'll be seeing me and the boys from a Magic Carpet Ride 369 channel on YouTube coming together with our own project, which will be on Maddie's hot list in no time. So we're just putting our heads together to give the best middle finger to the bad actors out there that would want to steal your shit in form of an actual token offering. So see you there too.
Cool.
Awesome. You can find me at Rags2Riches If you do stumble across my content, I'll let you watch it as long as you don't like, comment, or subscribe. Now, Maddie, can I shout out some people that I think deserve some shout outs real quick?
Of course.
Folks, there's a lot that does go on in the Twitter spaces that many people in our community aren't aware of. And there's some people that put in tremendous time, maybe baiting Bitcoin maximalists sometimes, or maybe just answering newbie questions. So I'm going to shout these folks out. Hexy Cajun, Trap Gravity, Keith, Hex is the Way, Hexy B, KDB, Hexbala, Tic Tac Famous, CZ Bullish, Jay-Z, Bob Lagai, Thoughts. Guys, you guys are really crushing it. I'm sorry if I missed anybody, but you're in the background all the time. When everybody's asleep, there's always a space open. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. You can find me on YouTube at My Life is Awesome. And I encourage you to check it out. I'm going to have some fire content. I'm coming back in the game. I took a hiatus, and I'm very happy to connect with y'all. And if you're on Twitter, you can find me at Lit Gains, capital LIT_gains. Because in this Pulse chain, your gains will be lit, guaranteed.
Awesome. Craig?
You muted. Craig, you're muted.
Craig.
Here. Oh, can't
Wow,
unmute you.
I was muted the whole time.
50 years old.
That's it for today.
Wow. Craig Wadding, all one word on Twitter. I put the link in YouTube chat for Gen Hex channel. We are in that final stretch between 900 and 1K subs. So if you have not subbed to Gen Hex channel, please take a minute and do that. Would love to hit 1K on there. And I can't believe I did that. I was sitting here earlier like, man, I hope I don't forget to unmute my mic. Oh,
yeah, please go follow all these amazing speakers. I can't thank you all enough. This has been an incredible night. We have one more to go tomorrow. We're going to have billionaire Richard Hart, Jack Levin, and another group of amazing streamers. So thank you all so much for being here. And I guess until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
So much love to this Hex fam, y'all. We'll see you soon.
Guys.